Chapter 271. The preeminent man had underestimated Li Fuchen's perception and creativity. If Li Fuchen hadn't comprehended the Blaze Devil Sword intent, he wouldn't have been able to create a Mystic Class high-tier kill move. But after comprehending the Blaze Devil Sword intent, Li Fuchen was able to create a Mystic Class high-tier kill move naturally. It was just one level harder than creating a third Mystic Class mid-tier kill move and wasn't considered ridiculously difficult. In less than a month, Li Fuchen already had the framework of a Mystic Class high-tier kill move. There was only half a year left before the Stars ranking tournament. Break! The withered tree branch in Li Fuchen's hand had already disintegrated. There was a red light covering it, preventing the withered tree branch from being incinerated into nothingness. Li Fuchen raised the withered tree branch high and cleaved it down. Boom! The withered tree branch was instantly turned into nothingness. An intense red light that was like a scarlet torch cleaved on the ground. The ground split open and the red light was like a dragon that extended rapidly. Once the red light dispersed, a ravine that was over 10 meters long was revealed. This ravine was narrow at the start and widened at the back. The widest part was 1 meter wide. The deepest part was 6 meters deep. In terms of profundity, this move wasn't comparable to the finishing move, Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. But in terms of power, it was much stronger than the Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. Good, I have underestimated you. A figure appeared and the preeminent man's eyes were burning as he stared at Li Fuchen. Exhaling a scorching breath forcefully, Li Fuchen turned around. Master, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The Blaze Devil Sword intent had astounding lethality. Hence, for this move, Li Fuchen intentionally lowered the profundity of the move and pushed the Blaze Devil Sword intense lethality to the limits. Your innate perception is enough to look down on everyone on this continent. But you still don't have the ability to protect yourself. The preeminent man reached out his hand and beckoned, causing Li Fuchen to involuntarily fly over. Don't struggle. The preeminent man grabbed Li Fuchen's right wrist. TSS. Li Fuchen felt as though his wrist was branded by a red-hot branding iron as an intense burning pain assaulted him. In the next moment, Li Fuchen saw patterns that were similar to tool patterns extending from his right wrist all the way to the back of his right hand. This is... Li Fuchen was shocked. The handsome man said, "This is an Earth-level martial marking. Originally, with your current ability, you would not be able to comprehend an Earth-level martial skill, but I have imprinted an Earth-level martial marking on your palm. You can directly inject your true Qi into it and explode with the power of an Earth-level martial marking, which is equivalent to using an Earth-level martial skill. Of course, the power of an Earth-level martial marking is closely related to your true Qi. The stronger your true Qi, the greater the power of an Earth-level martial marking. However, an Earth-level martial marking will be consumed, and the more you use it, the faster it will be consumed." Earth-level martial markings? Li Fuchen exclaimed in his heart. With his current ability, he is indeed unable to comprehend Earth-level martial art. It is estimated that he will have to wait until he is promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm before he can comprehend Earth-level martial arts power. Li Fuchen has no way of knowing. However, he estimated that it was at least 10 times more powerful than the Flaming Devil Sword technique. What kind of concept is 10 times more powerful? Even if it is a Heavenly Dipper Realm initial stage martial artist, Li Fuchen was confident that he could instantly kill his opponent. Furthermore, as the Qi got stronger, the power of the Earth-level martial mark would be greater. Once he reached Heavenly Dipper Realm, he would be able to burst out with the power of the Earth-level martial mark. How horrific would it be? It was simply unimaginable. After a long time, the Earth-level martial mark was branded. The preeminent man's face was pale and his eyes were much dimmer. Master! Li Fuchen was touched. How could he not know that branding a martial mark would exhaust a lot of essence, Qi, and spirit? If the essence, Qi, and spirit were exhausted, it would be very hard to recover. The preeminent man shook his hand. It doesn't matter. The price I have to pay to leave the mystic martial hidden domain is much higher than this. He was able to brand the Earth-level martial mark on Li Fuchen because of his identity as a mystic martial expert. It was impossible for him to do it by himself. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. The pattern on it had already vanished, but Li Fuchen could clearly feel its existence. I wonder if the pattern I obtained from the Door of Earth and Door of Heaven are martial marks. In the Door of Earth, his entire body was branded with the pattern. But the pattern had vanished and he couldn't sense it anymore. In the Door of Heaven, there was an imprint that was branded on his left palm. This imprint had also vanished and couldn't be sensed anymore. The Stars ranking tournament was getting closer. It was unknown when a large number of Heaven Dipper realm martial artists and Reincarnation realm martial artists had gathered outside the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Everyone might have intentionally concealed their chi presence, but when their chi activities converged, it still caused the sky above this region to be filled with surging winds and flickering lightning. It was fine if it was Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, but Reincarnation realm martial artists were beyond the scope of mortals. The palace doors opened up again. This time, there weren't any prodigies that entered the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. After all, there was less than 3 months before the Stars ranking tournament. If they were to enter now, they would have to wait until the next opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain before they could exit. The human-shaped shadow condensed and swept a glance at everyone. An invisible prowess spread out. Everyone held their breaths. During normal times, they were all elite experts in the East Unicorn continent and could be said to be able to call the wind and summon the rain. But in the face of the human-shaped shadow, they were no different from ants. Swish 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 swish, multiple figures skimmed out from the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. They are out. Among the experts, the Azure Water Sect's Patriarch, Ouyang Wentian, and 2 other Azure Water Sect's Reincarnation Realm martial artists were among them. These 2 Reincarnation Realm martial artists were the Azure Water Sect's protectors and their statuses were just inferior to the Sect Patriarch and the Supreme Elder. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng all skimmed out. Ouyang Wentian revealed a smile. This time, his Azure Water Sect was really proud. He originally thought that Li Xiangru was already the Azure Water Sect's fortune. He didn't expect for another Li Fuchen to appear. Back when Zhao Wujin was praising Li Fuchen, he didn't think highly of Li Fuchen and merely treated him as a prodigy with potential. Even if Li Fuchen wasn't able to progress to the Heaven Dipper realm in the future, he wouldn't lose anything. Right now, he had some lingering fear in his heart. Yes, he had lingering fear. He was afraid that he would miss out on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's achievements in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain had already been spread back to the Azure Water Sect. The entire Azure Water Sect was in an uproar. Passing the 6th Mystic Martial Door, being the first to enter the 7th Mystic Martial Door, the Door of Earth, and being accepted as a personal disciple by the first Mystic Martial Expert. No matter which one it was all dazzling and glorious. In the history of his Azure Water Sect, there had never been such a dazzling prodigy. Li Fuchen. Ouyang Wentian transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and the others had already noticed Ouyang Wentian and the other 2 and were skimming over. Sect Patriarch. The 4 of them cupped their fists. Good. All of you did well and didn't embarrass our Azure Water Sect. I am proud of all of you. Ouyang Wentian was beaming. Among the 4 of them, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru were both accepted as personal disciples by the Mystic Martial Experts. This was undoubtedly a protective amulet that wasn't only effective for Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru, it was also effective for the Azure Water Sect. As long as the Mystic Martial Experts were around, no other sects would dare to harm the Azure Water Sect. A murderous aura assaulted as the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch, Li Xietian had also noticed Li Fuchen. The murderous aura from his body was blatant and without any concealment. Ouyang Wentian glared at Li Xietian. Li Xietian, why? Do you want to make a move? Li Xietian spoke in a gloomy tone, the Mystic Martial Experts can protect you for a moment, but not for your entire life. When the time comes, I will make you pay me back tenfold. Not being able to avenge his son's death was undoubtedly making Li Xietian very worried. Chapter 272. This child is Li Fuchen. All the experts from the various sects looked at Li Fuchen. The news of Li Fuchen being accepted as a personal disciple by the #1 mystic martial expert had already spread throughout the various sects of the East Unicorn continent. Perhaps his innate potential fits the test of the mystic martial hidden domain. In history, there are plenty of people who passed the 6th mystic martial door but ended up as ordinary reincarnation realm martial artists. Furthermore, he is only a 1-star bone frame and it is already rather impressive for him to have his current achievements. In the future, every advancement in cultivation realm will be a huge obstacle and the future will be unpredictable. Li Fuchen's current achievements might be very dazzling, but most of the people didn't put him in their eyes. The mystic martial hidden domain was ultimately just a test and it wasn't as fair as the Heaven Dao. It could only be said that there was a certain degree of accuracy. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's 1-star bone frame made everyone scoff. What could a 1-star bone frame do? It was simply a joke. If Li Fuchen could progress to the heaven realm in the future, it would already be heaven's favor. If heaven was harsh on you, you might not be able to progress to the heaven realm in this lifetime. As for the reincarnation realm, that was just a dream. Of course, there were some who felt that Li Fuchen was a huge threat and if there was a chance, they could eliminate him secretly. But not now. With the mystic martial experts around, they didn't dare to have any thoughts. Among the young swordsmen, there can only be one monarch. If you block my path, I don't mind letting you sink completely. Qi Yuye similarly didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. Li Fuchen's results were only slightly better than his. He had also passed the 6th mystic martial door and was just short of entering the 7th mystic martial door, the Door of Earth. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had only entered the Door of Earth and it wasn't considered anything as he didn't pass it. What's more, in the East Unicorn continent, the thing that could reflect one's innate potential the most was the bone frame and not the so-called illusory test. With a 6-star bone frame, he didn't fear anyone. In his eyes, the only worthy opponents were the 3 king stars. Let's go. Ouyang Wentian reached out his hand and gestured. 2 Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts descended from the sky. As the 7 of them stood on the back of the spirit beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts had astounding speed. In just a few days, the 7 of them had returned to the Azure Water sect. After leaving the Azure Water sect for nearly 2 years, Li Fuchen was rather emotional when he returned. Training was indeed very tempering. In less than 2 years, his cultivation had broken through from the 2nd level of the Earth realm to the 6th level of the Earth realm. If he stayed in the sect and didn't go out, he would at most be at the 4th level of the Earth realm. In the Azure Billow main hall, the 2 protectors had already left, leaving Ouyang Wentian sitting upright in the main hall. The 4 of you might be our Azure Water sect's most outstanding direct disciples, but the Azure Water sect upholds fairness and justice. 1 month later, the sect will be holding a selection tournament. Only the top 4 of the selection tournament will be qualified to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. Don't have any complaints. If the 4 of them were to participate in the Stars ranking tournament, it would be too unfair to the others. Of course, Ouyang Wentian didn't think that anyone among the Azure Water sect's direct disciples could defeat Li Fuchen and the other 3. The so-called qualifier was just a formality that convinced everyone. Chen Yuanhu said, "Don't worry, sect master. I won't have any complaints." The 4 of them didn't care about the so-called sect selection tournament. They were very confident in their own abilities and if they couldn't even stand out in the Azure Water sect, it would be a disgrace if they went out. Ouyang Wentian nodded, "Very well. For this month, all of you shall go into seclusion and strive to obtain the top 4 with your absolute ability." Among the remaining gold-class direct disciples, there were still a few who were extremely valiant. It wouldn't be an easy task to defeat them. Leaving the Azure Billow main hall, Li Fuchen arrived at the direct disciple grand hall. Zhao Wujin was already waiting there. Seeing Li Fuchen, Zhao Wujin laughed heartily and welcomed him. "Well done. In this continent, you, Li Fuchen, are no longer a nameless individual. To be honest, Zhao Wujin had high hopes for Li Fuchen, but he didn't expect Li Fuchen to achieve such accomplishments. He originally thought that Li Fuchen was already at the level of sword maniac, which was already extremely good. Li Fuchen, you are truly a monster. Zhao Mingyue appeared out of nowhere. The current her was already at the second level of the Earth realm. This cultivation level wasn't considered high, but it wasn't low either. After all, she was just a 4-star bone frame. Li Fuchen smiled, Elder is overpraising me. Zhao Wujin had helped him a lot, so he had to be humble in front of an elder. Maybe I didn't say enough. Let's have dinner together tonight. Zhao Wujin said. Okay. Li Fuchen nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyue's face suddenly reddened. Her beauty was indescribable. For the past few days, Zhao Wujin had often mentioned Li Fuchen to her. Although Zhao Wujin didn't say it clearly, Zhao Mingyue understood what he meant. She naturally didn't hate Li Fuchen. On the contrary, there was a hint of admiration. Who wouldn't want their other half to be a peerless genius? In the past, she had her own pride and thought that she wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen. Hence, she didn't admire him, but at most had some admiration. Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame, but was able to accomplish many things that 4-star bone frames and 5-star bone frames couldn't. Right now, Li Fuchen was already famous in the upper echelons of the East Unicorn continent. Such a reputation wasn't something that anyone could have. Let's make some contact first. Zhao Mingyue thought. But very quickly, Zhao Mingyue blushed again. She wondered what was wrong with her. She was too unreserved. What Zhao Mingyue didn't know was that her expression was already seen by Zhao Wujin and Li Fuchen. Zhao Wujin smiled. Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue were around the same age. If they could become a couple, it would naturally be the best outcome. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't think much about it. In one of the Azure Water sect's elder grand halls, Liao family's ancestor, Liao Haiwang, wore a gloomy expression. After a long time, his messenger came in and said, "Pass down the order. From today onwards, whoever offends Li Fuchen will be expelled from the Liao clan." The situation was stronger than the person. In the past, due to the pressure from the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect, they couldn't touch Li Fuchen. Now they were still under the pressure of the Azure Water sect's upper echelons and couldn't touch Li Fuchen. Apart from that, it was also due to the pressure from Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't have much ability now, but the mystic martial expert behind him was a backing that was even more fearsome than the Azure Water sect. Not to mention his Liao clan, even the elite forces of the East Unicorn continent wouldn't dare to touch Li Fuchen. The world is unpredictable. Looks like I'm really getting old. Liao Haiwang sighed. At the same time, the news of Li Fuchen's return had already spread throughout the Azure Water sect. Those who offended Li Fuchen felt their hearts shine. Like Shanghai City's young city lord, Fang Lihai. Shanghai City was one of the main cities of the Azure Water region and his father was a Heaven Realm martial artist. After Li Fuchen was promoted to a direct disciple, this status was no longer useful, let alone now. It could be said that a single statement from Li Fuchen would cause the Fang clan's status to suffer, even if it wasn't a severe blow, it wouldn't feel good. Who knew if the upper echelons would remove the position of the Mountain Sea City Lord because of Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen. Fang Lihai was frightened and sad at the same time. Chapter 273. Li Fuchen is back. Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei received the news at the same time. Half a year ago, the two of them finally got together. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Li Fuchen that they could be together. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's presence to suppress Yuan Tian and the others, Wu Qingmei might not have been able to see through him. Prodigies were always eye-catching. Between a 5-star bone frame and a 4-star bone frame, most would choose the 5-star bone frame. He is now considered an influential figure in the continent. Gao Changtian sighed. Wu Qingmei nodded. Li Fuchen's figure appeared in her mind. Towards Li Fuchen, she had complicated feelings. It wasn't that she didn't admire him. But she was very clear that Li Fuchen was like a cloud, no one could catch him. Even to follow his footsteps would be extremely difficult. But the one with the most complicated feelings was Guan Shui. Li Fuchen's rise was too inexplicable. Before losing his talent, Li Fuchen's talent could only be said to be okay. Then he suddenly lost his talent and recovered it. It seemed that as time went by, his talent was getting stronger and stronger, until it was now earth-shattering and famous in the Eastern Lin continent. I will not regret it. Guan Shui's eyes flashed with determination. Her talent wasn't weak. With a 4-star soft water bone frame, she was 90% certain that she could step into the heaven realm. If she had the opportunity, she might even progress to the reincarnation realm. By then, she could live her life as she wished. Junior brother Li really amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. Chen Fonghua lamented. Her cultivation progress wasn't slow and was already at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. But compared to Li Fuchen, the gap was huge. If there were no accidents, the gap would only get bigger in the future. Li Fuchen's return seemed to have caused an uproar in the Zhanglan sect's disciple zone. Almost everyone was discussing Li Fuchen. Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword didn't need to be mentioned. These people were famous for a long time and no one was surprised. But Li Fuchen only rose in recent years. Many of them watched him grow step by step to where he was today. Especially the top 10 outer sect disciples, all of them had complicated feelings. Zhao Wujin's residence. Elder Yu Hua was here too. Li Fuchen, you are now an influential figure, but do not be dragged down by these false reputations. A false reputation without actual strength is ultimately just a bubble. You have to work harder. Yu Hua reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, Elder Yu is right. Fuchen will not slack off. Both Zhao Wujin and Yu Hua had helped him before, and they were the upper echelons that he was closest to in the Azure Water sect. Zhao Wujin smiled. Yu Hua, I think you're worrying for nothing. His willpower isn't much lower than yours. He knows what he's doing and what's most important to him. Yu Hua chuckled. That's true. Too much concern leads to confusion. If Li Fuchen was able to pass the 6th mystic martial door and become the first person to enter the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth, how could his spirit will be weak? It was at least at the heaven realm. All in all, those famous East Unicorn continent absolute prodigies, each of them beyond ordinary people, the future promotion to reincarnation realm, almost in the bag. But he, Yu Hua, was just a 4-star bone frame. Fuchen, you are now one of the top direct disciples in our Azure Water sect. Your Li clan doesn't seem to be safe on the outside. It is hard to guarantee that no one will target your Li clan. Zhao Wujin suddenly said. Yu Hua nodded, that's right. It is best for your Li clan to move to the Azure Water sect. Since the Azure Water mountains are huge enough, we can bestow a mountain peak to your Li clan. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen's expression turned grave as this was what he was most worried about. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This was an unchanging truth. Then I shall have to trouble the 2 elders to inform the upper echelons. I will arrange for the Li clan to move to the Azure Water sect. There were only benefits and no disadvantages for the Li clan to move to the Azure Water sect. The Li clan's development was going well and had businesses in many cities. Their annual income had increased from a few 100,000 gold coins to over 1 million gold coins. But wealth was just a worldly possession. The reason why they needed so much gold coins was to allow the Li clan's descendants to grow stronger and more outstanding. But moving to the Azure Water sect was the same as becoming a sect clan. The resources they had were incomparable to the outside world. The sect's resources couldn't even be bought with gold coins in the outside world. Apart from that, the Li clan's descendants would naturally be more outstanding and have a broader outlook under the influence of the sect. There were countless clans in the Azure Water region. Which clan didn't wish to become a sect clan? A pity that they didn't have the qualifications. But now, Li Fuchen had the qualifications. Because of Li Fuchen, the Li clan had the qualifications too. The meal was a joyous one. During the meal, Zhao Wujin intentionally or unintentionally tried to matchmake Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue. Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue were well aware of it. But Li Fuchen didn't know what Zhao Mingyue was thinking in her heart. He didn't want to consider relationships at such an early stage. The upper echelons were extremely efficient and immediately approved the Li clan to become a sect clan. What a joke, Li Fuchen was now the continent's elite prodigy. Even if his future was uncertain, there was still a chance for him to become an elite martial artist of the continent. For this hope, the sect naturally spared no effort to take care of Li Fuchen and the Li clan. Even if Li Fuchen didn't grow to that stage in the future, the Azure Water sect wouldn't lose anything. A Li clan wouldn't consume much of the sect's resources. It was just a drop in the ocean. With the sect patriarch, Ouyang Wentian's decision, a few inner sect elders and a group of outer sect elders set off for the Li clan. Their responsibility was to escort the Li clan and prevent any disturbances along the way. Li Fuchen was among them. With flying spirit beasts as transportation, everyone traveled at an extremely fast speed and arrived at Cloud Mist City in just 2 days. When the Li clan found out that the Li clan was going to become a sect clan, none of them had any hesitation and were extremely excited. Becoming a sect clan was the extravagant wish of countless clans, and today, the Li clan had achieved it. Moving a clan wasn't an easy task. Li Fuchen stayed at home for a few days before returning to the Azure Water sect. The Stars ranking tournament was getting closer and his current ability wasn't enough for him to rest easy. It was mainly because his cultivation level was too low, only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Even if he was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, he would still be at the bottom of the Stars ranking tournament. During the tournament, the 9th level of the Earth Realm would probably be considered a normal cultivation level. The peak of the 9th level of the Earth Realm would be considered an elite cultivation level. There might even be some half-step Heaven Realm martial artists. Let's attempt the Direct Inheritance Tower first. Back at the sect, Li Fuchen first headed to the Direct Inheritance Tower. The last time he left the sect, he had just passed the 2nd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. This time, his target was the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower and also to experience the difficulty of the 4th floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors of the Direct Inheritance Tower were filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. But the 2nd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower was filled with weak Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. As for the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, it was filled with formidable Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. There were a few direct disciples who attempted the Direct Inheritance Tower. When they saw Li Fuchen, they were all excited. Li Shixiang is here to attempt the Direct Inheritance Tower. I heard that Li Shixiang's previous result was the 2nd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Will he be able to pass the 3rd floor this time? What a joke, he definitely will. I just don't know how long he will take. Chapter 274. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Entering the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen arrived at the 3rd floor. The formation was activated, and a blue leopard materialized. The blue ice leopard was an assassin among high-rank 3 demonic beasts. Its speed was extremely fast and it only needed 1 attack to kill an ordinary high-rank 3 demonic beast. The moment the blue ice leopard was formed, it immediately attacked Li Fuchen. The blue ice leopard's body suddenly burst out with a blue chilling chi presence. Under the assault of this chilling chi presence, Li Fuchen felt a chill. At the same moment, the blue ice leopard pounced at Li Fuchen with lightning speed. As expected of the blue ice leopard, Li Fuchen's chi and blood nearly froze. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen activated the mystical dragon's secret technique, causing his combat cultivation to rise sharply. With the addition of the 16th rank True Inferno technique, the blazing chi presence evaporated the blue ice leopard's cold chi presence. Sword Current. The first profound rank intermediate rank killer move, Sword Flow, was executed. 10 sword lights burst forth. Pu 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 pu, the blue ice leopard's body was filled with sword scars. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the blue ice leopard's first attack and brandished his black gold sword again. Sword Burst. Bang! The blue ice leopard exploded into pieces. With Li Fuchen's current ability, even if he used 30% or 50% of his strength, it would be enough to instantly kill the blue ice leopard. Let's go to the 4th floor to take a look. Li Fuchen arrived at the 4th floor. The power of the formation frantically condensed, and a huge phantom of a giant beast appeared. Moo! It was a giant bull demonic beast with a pair of horns that looked as though they were going to pierce through the Tower of Inheritance. As it let out a roar, the horrific sound wave assaulted and Li Fuchen's 7 orifices bled. Class 4 low-rank demon beast. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. 4th level low-rank monster beast, equivalent to the Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist. Perhaps the heaven-defying Earth Fiend realm peak martial artist, the attack power can reach the level of Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist, but in terms of indiscriminate attack, it is certainly not comparable. Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist, casually erupting true chi, is very terrifying. Apart from that, their defense was also far inferior. If a Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist is here, he can completely resist the sound wave attack of the giant bull monster beast. Full Moon. A fiery red full moon appeared as Li Fuchen executed his 3rd Mystic class mid-tier kill move. Kacha. A shallow scar appeared on the giant bull demonic beast's body. What a strong defense. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank again. His full moon killer move, in terms of attack power, was not much weaker than a high-tier profound grade sword art that had comprehended sword intent. Its cutting power was very strong. The giant bull demonic beast sprinted in a frenzy. The chi force on its body surged like a wave and blasted at Li Fuchen. With his superior awareness, Li Fuchen dodged in advance, but was in a slightly awkward position. Fiery Devil Killing Shadow. Li Fuchen executed the Blaze Devil Sword Art kill move. A scarlet-red shadow enveloped the giant bull demonic beast. Pu. Sword marks appeared on the body of the giant ox demonic beast, as if it had been sliced by 1,000 blades. However, this attack was not enough to defeat the giant bull demonic beast. Paw! The giant bull demonic beast's long tail, which was at least 3 meters long, swept out. It was as though a long whip was coiling towards Li Fuchen. The sweeping speed of the tail was too fast. Li Fuchen was aware of it, but his body was still a step slower. He was swept by the chi force contained in the tail and flew backwards while vomiting blood. In mid-air, Li Fuchen activated the Black Iron Sword Essence and immediately executed his strongest sword move. Fiery Dragon. The black gold sword was raised up high. Red light gathered on its surface, like a crimson dragon expanding and contracting. Crackle. As the sword cleaved down, there was a burst of red light. One of the giant bull demonic beast's horns was severed. A sword mark extended from the top of its head all the way to its back. Moo! The giant bull demonic beast let out a frenzied roar. A horrific chi presence was emitted from its body. The chi presence was vigorous like a sun. Even when Li Fuchen executed the Black Wind 3 clones and produced 3 clones, he was still blasted into the walls of the Direct Inheritance Tower by this horrific chi presence. This won't do. The difference in ability is too huge. Li Fuchen retreated out of the radius of the array. The reason why he was able to fight for such a long time wasn't because of his ability, but because of his incredible awareness which allowed him to evade in advance. Otherwise, he would have been defeated in just a few moves. He is out. It seems like it took quite a while. It is normal. Li Shixiang is only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm after all. He is much weaker than Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger Shixiang. There is still half a month before the sect selection tournament. Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger Shixiang shouldn't have any suspense, but Li Shixiang and Xue Shixiang still have some suspense. 2 years ago, there were only 4 individuals who passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Now, there are already more than 10 individuals who passed the 3rd floor. Outside the Direct Inheritance Tower, there were many discussions. None of them thought about whether Li Fuchen passed the 4th floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. After all, the demonic beasts in the fourth floor's array were too powerful. They were Heaven Realm-class demonic beasts and it was impossible for them to pass. Even if Li Fuchen tried, he would probably be defeated in an instant and wouldn't waste too much time. The news of Li Fuchen attempting the direct inheritance tower was spread to someone's ears. His innate potential might be incredible, but he is still a little immature. Xue Shidi is the same too. In the courtyard, a youth let out a faint smile. His name was Bu Qingsong and he was once the #1 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Furthermore, he was the first among the Azure Water sect's direct disciples to pass the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower. He was even earlier than Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, and Sword Tiger, Qin Yuanhu. Back when Xue Feng passed the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower, he was one of the 3 that passed before him. In his eyes, Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger were hard to deal with, but he was rather confident in Li Fuchen and Xue Feng. Even though this confidence came from his cultivation time and cultivation level. After passing the direct inheritance tower, Li Fuchen immediately headed towards the Sword Monument Canyon. His Blaze Devil Sword intent was at the initial stage and still had plenty of room for improvement. Through the sword intent in the Sword Monument, he might be able to advance the Blaze Devil Sword intent to the next level and reach the matured stage. As for contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't lack them. He still had a few million contribution points which was enough for him to comprehend for a month or two. As time elapsed, it was getting closer to the sect selection tournament. The rewards for the sect selection tournament were about to be announced. In this sect selection tournament, the top 4 would be able to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. Apart from that, the 1st and 2nd place would receive a piece of Star Stone. The Star Stone might not be of much use to others, but it was very useful to Earth Realm prodigies. In order to obtain these 2 pieces of Star Stones, the sect had put in a lot of effort. After all, no matter how much resources and gold coins you had, if you couldn't find the Star Stone, it was useless. Once the Star Stone reward was announced, Li Xiangru, Qin Yuanhu, and Xue Feng were all tempted. Li Xiangru and Qin Yuanhu might have reached the 9th level of the Earth Realm, but above the 9th level of the Earth Realm, there was still the peak level of the Earth Realm and the half-step Heaven Realm. With the Star Stone, they would be able to save at least a year of hard work. But it was obvious that contending for the top 2 wasn't a simple task. Only Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, had the confidence, while the others didn't. Star Stone, ha! Bu Qingsong's eyes flickered with radiance. He once had the fortune to obtain a piece of Star Stone, but it was a pity that he didn't get a second piece of Star Stone. If he had this Star Stone, he might just be able to reach the half-step Heaven Realm. Chapter 275. Sword Monument Canyon. In the past, Li Fuchen's perception might be high, but his cultivation was still rather low. Right now, his perception was only high and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Furthermore, he had comprehended the Mystic class high-tier sword intent, the Blaze Devil Sword intent. When he arrived at the Sword Monument Canyon again, Li Fuchen felt as though he had blended into the Sword Monument. His sword intent was resonating with the sword intent in the Sword Monument. The Blaze Devil Sword intent was a blazing sword intent. In an instant, Li Fuchen could sense dozens of blazing sword intents. These sword intents were communicating with the Blaze Devil Sword intent and it felt like a senior giving pointers to a junior. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword intent gradually deepened. Once the Blaze Devil Sword intent deepened, the Blaze Devil Sword art and the Blaze Dragon kill moves grade would naturally increase. 5 days later, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword intent had reached the matured stage and was just 1 step away from reaching the Mystic class peak tier sword intent. The matured Blaze Devil Sword intent was extremely fearsome and it had the tendency to fuse with the spirit will. It could be slightly contained in the Qi presence to increase the power of the Qi presence. A person with a horrific Qi presence could use the Qi presence to kill. For example, a Heaven Realm martial artist could use the Qi presence to kill a regular Earth Realm martial artist. Zhao Wujin could even use his Qi presence to suppress the 2nd level Heaven Realm Liao Tianyun to the ground, rendering him immobile. From the looks of it, intent can be fused with the spirit will. But the grade of the intent must be high enough. Like the Earth-class intent, it can be separated from the existence of martial arts. The reason why it can be separated from the existence of martial arts is probably because the Earth-class intent can be completely fused with the spirit will. Li Fuchen came to a shocking conclusion. In the land of Fog's tomb, a single defense intent was able to obstruct Li Fuchen and his group for a long time. It was just a single intent. It was imaginable how terrifying and incredible a high-grade intent was. The first mystic martial experts' pointers to Li Fuchen were too in-depth, allowing Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation to be extremely deep. With the help of the sword intent on the sword monument, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil sword intent was constantly getting stronger, as though it was limitless. When comprehending the Blaze Devil sword intent, Li Fuchen didn't forget to improve his other sword intents. In just a short period of time, his Mystic class mid-tier sword intent had already reached the level of Mystic class high-tier sword intent. On the other hand, the low-tier profound class sword intent was close to the mid-tier profound class sword intent. What surprised Li Fuchen was that his Mystic class low-tier sword intent, Meteor sword intent had actually climbed to the Mystic class mid-tier sword intent. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be any weaker than the Starfire sword intent and Rotating Flow sword intent. The Meteor sword intent is very simple. It's just pure speed and pure explosive power. However, the simpler something is, the closer it is to the essence. If it can absorb the essence of other sword intents, the Meteor sword intent might be able to break through to the Earth realm. Li Fuchen had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. He had a feeling that the future of the Meteor sword intent was even more powerful than the Fiery Devil sword intent. However, the prerequisite was that he did not have the ability to improve the Meteor sword intent. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the sect selection competition would begin. To prevent himself from losing track of time, Li Fuchen temporarily left the sword monument and returned to his own courtyard. It was rare for Li Fuchen to be free. Li Fuchen's courtyard had quite a number of guests. Li Tianchi and the other Li clan disciples were there. Silver Rich City's young city lord, Xiang Tianxiang. There were also Xiao Libi, Chen Fanghua, and other senior brothers and sisters from the sect. There were also Gao Changtian, Wu Qingmei, and the others. Jinxiu, your Li clan is about to become a sect clan. You wouldn't dump me, right? Beside Li Jinxiu was a silver-class direct disciple called Sang Feng, who was at the 4th level of the Earth realm. He was half joking and half serious. Li Jinxiu was annoyed and found it funny. What are you talking about? Am I, Li Jinxiu, such a person? Sang Feng was her lover. Before Li Fuchen rose up, the Li clan's disciples were more or less taken care of by Sang Feng. This made the Yang clan very jealous and felt that Li Jinxiu was trying to make the Li clan and Yang clan go against each other, which was why she hooked up with the direct disciple, Sang Feng. Back then, Sang Feng still had some arrogance in his heart and it was human nature. But ever since Li Fuchen became a gold-class direct disciple, Sang Feng didn't have any arrogance anymore. But now, let alone arrogance, he was afraid that Li Jinxiu was only trying to help the Li clan back then, which made him worry about his gains and losses. After all, the current Li clan was like the sun in the sky and Li Fuchen's status in the sect was incomparable. He, Sang Feng, was just an ordinary silver-class direct disciple and wasn't considered anything. Li Shidi, I believe in your ability. But during the sect selection tournament, you have to be careful of Buqingsong. He was once the #1 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Xiao Libi said. Chen Fanghua nodded. Buqingsong's cultivation is at the peak level of the Earth realm and he is extremely formidable. I once saw him defeating a top 10 Shixiang in a single move. Li Fuchen nodded, I will be careful. He knew that Buqingsong was indeed formidable. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. Every day, his ability was advancing by leaps and bounds. Apart from heaven-defying 5-star bone frames or 6-star bone frames, he wasn't worried about the others. Everyone chatted merrily and only left when it was late at night. Soon enough, it was the day of the sect selection tournament. The sect selection tournament would be conducted at the Azure Water sect's largest martial arts stage. As long as one's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth realm and above, they would be able to participate. There were only a few dozen individuals who fulfilled the requirements. Early morning, the massive martial arts stage was packed with people. Most of the upper echelons were here. Apart from them, there were plenty of inner sect disciples who were fortunate enough to come and watch. Look, that is Sword Maniac Shixiang. He is Sword Maniac Shixiang. This is the first time I see him. That is Sword Tiger Shixiang and Emotionless Sword Shixiang. As the participating direct disciples entered the stage one by one, the inner sect disciples in the audience seats were in an uproar. Some of the legendary figures of the past had all entered the stage today. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Li Fuchen Shixiang is here. He is so young. Isn't he? Li Fuchen Shixiang is only 20 years old this year. In terms of innate potential, Li Fuchen Shixiang is undoubtedly the strongest. A pity that his cultivation level is a little low and is only at the 6th level of the Earth realm. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Li Shixiang's ability cannot be judged by his cultivation level. Everyone was in a heated discussion. On the rostrum, Sect Patriarch Ouyang Wentian was seated in the middle. On his left were a few experts with horrific chi presences. They were obviously the supreme elders of the Azure Water sect. On his right were the protectors, Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, and the others. Wentian, is this child Li Fuchen? A supreme elder asked Ouyang Wentian. Ouyang Wentian nodded, that is the child. Miracle. A one-star bone frame can have such accomplishments. If it was in the past, I would never believe it. But now, I have no choice but to believe it. A few of the supreme elders were in awe. As reincarnation realm martial artists, they could naturally see that Li Fuchen was different from the rest. Furthermore, to be able to become the first mystic martial expert's personal disciple, they couldn't afford to doubt him. His cultivation level is a little low. I hope there won't be any accidents during the selection tournament. One of the supreme elders was still a little doubtful. Li Fuchen was at the 6th level of the Earth realm and was 3 levels lower than the other popular candidates. In the Earth realm, 3 levels wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's cultivation time was too short. Even if he had astounding innate potential, a short cultivation time was still a huge disadvantage. Let's wait and see. Chapter 276. Among the direct disciples, there were 2 of them who were staring at Li Fuchen. One of them was Yuan Tian, the other was Lu Wuhuang. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the Azure Water sect, Yuan Tian was the #1 outer sect disciple, but he was surpassed by Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen became an inner sect disciple, Lu Wuhuang was like the sun in the sky, but he was also surpassed by Li Fuchen. As 5-star bone frames, the 2 of them should have been glorious, but Li Fuchen overtook them and overshadowed their brilliance. The pressure and humiliation caused Yuan Tian and Lu Wuhuang to improve at a rapid pace. They actually both stepped into the 6th level of the Earth realm. Of course, Yuan Tian was able to step into the 6th level of the Earth realm mainly because he obtained a star stone and consumed a mystic class, mid-tier elixir to increase his cultivation level. Lu Wuhuang didn't obtain the star stone, but he did consume a mystic class, mid-tier elixir to increase his cultivation level. Elixirs that could increase one's cultivation level were extremely precious, but mystic class, mid-tier elixirs that could increase the cultivation level of the Earth realm were countless times more precious. But the price was that the 2 of them would have to spend a lot of time to stabilize their cultivation levels, which was equivalent to overdrafting their future cultivation time. But in order to qualify for the sect selection tournament, everything was worth it. We must get top 4. Yuan Tian and Lu Wuhuang weren't willing to be shrouded in Li Fuchen's shadow for the rest of their lives. For the past 2 years, they spent all their time on cultivation and were much more diligent than before. This was their final chance. They might not be able to surpass Li Fuchen, but they had to at least catch up to Li Fuchen's footsteps. There were a total of 30 direct disciples in the tournament. 80% of them were gold-class direct disciples, while the remaining 20% were silver-class direct disciples. These 20% of silver-class direct disciples were only at the 6th level of the Earth realm and were just here to make up the numbers. The Stars ranking tournament required participants to be below the age of 35. For silver-class direct disciples to reach the 6th level of the Earth realm before the age of 35, it was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Many of them relied on elixirs and other methods to forcefully increase their cultivation level just to participate in the sect selection tournament. Seeing that all the participating direct disciples had arrived, Zhao Wujin stood up and announced loudly, "The sect selection competition has officially begun. The competition will be an elimination system. If you accumulate 4 losses, you will be disqualified from the competition. I hope that all of you will do your best in every match." The Azure Water sect only had 4 slots to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. If they were to lose 4 matches, their ranking would naturally be below the 4th place and it was impossible for them to enter the top 4. Below the stage, the judge took out 2 wooden lots from the box and announced, "First round, Yuan Tian vs Tan Imo Yuan Tian." Li Fuchen sized up Yuan Tian. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Li Fuchen's chi presence was much more profound. It seemed like Li Fuchen had improved a lot during these 2 years. After all, Li Fuchen was a 5-star bone frame and his innate potential wasn't inferior to Sword Tiger, Emotionless Sword, and the others. On the stage, Yuan Tian and Tan Imo fought. Tan Imo was 28 years old this year and was a gold-class direct disciple with an elite 4-star bone frame. Bang 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 bang, everyone originally thought that Yuan Tian wasn't a match for Tan Imo. But after 100 moves, not only did Yuan Tian not fall into a disadvantageous position, he actually had the upper hand. This child isn't bad. This rate of improvement seems to be much stronger than Qin Yuanhu back then. Many of the inner sect elders nodded. After a few hundred moves, Yuan Tian defeated Tan Imo in a single blade and won the first match. The second match was Li Fuchen's and his opponent was a silver-class direct disciple. Perhaps he wanted to witness Li Fuchen's ability, as this silver-class direct disciple didn't give up. "Li Shidi, please enlighten me." The youth's eyes flashed. "Please." Li Fuchen nodded. TSS 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 TSS, the sky was filled with sword shadows as the dense sword chi was like the bleak autumn wind. It was mournful and filled with murderous intent. To be able to become a direct disciple, none of them were mortals. At least in front of the inner sect disciples, the youth's sword art had already reached a state where they couldn't see through. They felt that a simple trace of sword chi would be enough to turn them into blood mist. Li Fuchen brandished his sword. There was a flash of sword light and the sword shadow scattered. The youth took a few steps back and there was a trace of blood on his throat. "Many thanks for Li Shidi's mercy." The youth blushed with shame. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything. Li Shidi is too profound and unfathomable. A simple sword was able to defeat his opponent. Everyone praised. The third match was Lu Wuhuang and his opponent was also a silver-class direct disciple. Seemingly wanting to contest with Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang also defeated his opponent in a single blade. But those who were observant would be able to see that Lu Wuhuang's sword art wasn't as untraceable as Li Fuchen's and was purely using strength to suppress his opponent. The fourth and fifth matches. Soon enough, there was only one match left in this round. For the first 14 matches, half of the matches were carried out very quickly. Among them, Sword Maniac Li Xiangru, Sword Tiger Qin Yuanhu, Emotionless Sword Shuefeng, and a few others were all defeated in a single blade. The disparity between the two sides was so huge that it couldn't be measured. The 15th match was between Bu Qingsong and a gold-class direct disciple. On the contest stage, there was a brilliant sword light that was like a blazing sun. Bu Qingsong's opponent was defeated in a clean manner. Even the black gold sword was sent flying and his clothes were torn. Being at the peak level of the Earth realm, Bu Qingsong didn't need to use his exquisite sword art to defeat his opponent. He just had to release a little of his chi to injure his opponent with his sword chi. Such strength! Apart from Sword Maniac Shixiang and Sword Tiger Shixiang, no one else is a match for Bu Shixiang. Not necessarily. Xue Shixiang's cultivation is also at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and might not be inferior to Bu Shixiang. Xue Shixiang and Bu Shixiang might have a match. As for the victor, we will only know after they fight. Most of the people didn't think that Li Fuchen was a match for Bu Qingsong as the disparity between their cultivation levels was too great. The second round of the tournament began. First match, Li Fuchen against Yuan Tian. During the Outer Sect era, two of the most dazzling prodigies were going against each other in the first match. Different times meant different mental states. Right now, in Li Fuchen's eyes, Yuan Tian was no different from a regular direct disciple. Back then when they were contending for the number 1 Outer Sect disciple, it was already like a fleeting cloud, as though it was something that happened in the previous lifetime. One blade, it was still one blade. The astounding Yuan Tian was defeated by Li Fuchen in a single blade. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely speechless. It wasn't that Yuan Tian wasn't valiant enough, it was because Li Fuchen's improvement was too fast. In just a few short years, he had already surpassed all other prodigies of the same level. The Stars ranking tournament was held once every 3 years. Normally speaking, 25 years old and above was the optimal age to participate. But Li Fuchen was only 20 years old. To participate in the Stars ranking tournament at the age of 20 was undoubtedly too much ahead of time. Such a situation would normally only happen to heaven-defying 5-star and 6-star bone frames. Perhaps in the next Stars ranking tournament, Yuan Tian might have the chance to enter the Stars ranking. But not now. He is no longer of the same world as us. Gao Changtian, who was also one of the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, sighed. Wu Qingmei nodded and felt complicated as well. Even though he was unwilling, but Yuan Tian was already mentally prepared. He just couldn't believe it previously. Right now, he couldn't help but believe that the current him had a huge gap with Li Fuchen. Not only did he not close the gap, he was even further away. In the third round of the tournament, Lu Wuhuang was defeated by a motionless sword Xue Feng. As compared to Xue Feng, Lu Wuhuang's maturity was still lacking. After all, Xue Feng was also a 5-star bone frame. At the end of the fourth round of the tournament, all the silver class direct disciples were eliminated. Apart from that, there were also 2 gold class direct disciples who were eliminated. Chapter 277. In the first match of the 5th round, after Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen went against Lu Wuhuang. From the previous matches, it was obvious that Lu Wuhuang's ability was much stronger than Yuan Tian. After all, Lu Wuhuang was 2 years older than Yuan Tian and had 2 more years of cultivation time. Generally speaking, one's cultivation level could be forcefully increased using external items. But when it came to the Sword Dao Foundation, external items wouldn't be of much use. Up until now, Lu Wuhuang had only lost 1 match, while Yuan Tian had already lost 3 matches. On the contest stage, Lu Wuhuang had a grave expression. He knew that Li Fuchen passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, but he didn't have the ability to do so. But this didn't mean that he had to admit defeat. He could withstand the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower for a period of time, and he assumed that he wasn't too far off from Li Fuchen, who had just passed the 3rd floor. What's more, the Direct Inheritance Tower mostly tested one's attack power. If one's attack power wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to defeat the demonic beasts. But in a battle between martial artists, it wasn't just about attack power, it was more important if one's sword art was exquisite. Take this. Lu Wuhuang's body flashed and lifted the black gold sword in his hand. The brilliant sword chi split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the dense sword chi was like a locust swarm that enveloped Li Fuchen. Dense, boundless, and tyrannical. This was the feeling that Lu Wuhuang's sword art gave off. And this sword art was known by many of the Azure Water sect's direct disciples. This sword art was a mystic class mid-tier sword art, shadow split sword art. What's more, Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword intent was obviously at the matured stage and was unfathomable. I wonder how he is going to counter it. A few of the gold-class direct disciples who passed the third floor of the direct inheritance tower were staring at Li Fuchen. No wonder he is a 5-star bone frame. A pity that he is facing me. Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Once the sword was brandished, sparks danced in the sky. Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword chi was cleanly broken. PFFF. The chi protection was broken and a starfire blasted Lu Wuhuang away, charring his clothes. They were both mystic class mid-tier sword arts, but Li Fuchen's starfire sword style was at least 2 folds more exquisite than Lu Wuhuang's. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could just use this blade to obliterate Lu Wuhuang. Incredible! The pupils of all the true disciples shrank. Li Fuchen neutralized the shadow split sword style with ease, just like an adult dealing with a child. Unknowingly, the preliminaries had progressed to the 9th round. At this moment, there were only 16 people left who had not been eliminated. Yuan Tian had long been eliminated, while Lu Wuhuang had already lost 3 rounds. During this period of time, Li Fuchen had defeated several gold-class direct disciples who had passed the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower. His strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the 7th match of the 9th round, Li Fuchen took the stage again. This time, his opponent was the Azure Water Sect's number 5 direct disciple, Lu Yuan, who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Lu Yuan had already passed the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower more than a year ago. When facing Li Fuchen, he spoke with a relaxed expression. Li Shidi sure has some good methods. To have such strength at such a young age. If I had another year or so, I might not be a match for Li Shidi. His strength was not much weaker than Xue Feng, the only difference was that he had not created a mystic-class mid-tier killer move. Make your move, Li Fuchen said indifferently. Then be careful, junior brother Li. The black gold sword in Lu Yuan's hand trembled, and countless dazzling sword flowers blossomed. Mystic class mid-tier sword art. Embroidered sword art. A mystic class mid-tier sword art that was executed by a 9th level of the Earth Realm. It was at least 2-fold stronger than Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword art. In comparison, Li Fuchen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm, which was 3 levels lower than Lu Yuan. Right now, the 3-star secret technique, mystical dragon secret technique, and primary clear hand weren't considered trump cards anymore. Most of the participants had a 3-star secret technique. But Li Fuchen didn't plan to use the Black Iron Sword Essence secret technique, neither did he plan to use an even more incredible sword art or kill move. With his astounding awareness, he was able to instantly see through the flaws of Lu Yuan's sword art. By targeting the flaws, Li Fuchen was able to counter them with little effort. It was still the Starfire Sword technique, but this time, the Starfire Sword technique was too dazzling. It was as though someone had sent a bonfire flying with a single palm strike. Within the bonfire, there were thousands of sparks that were dancing and spinning. It was unbelievably beautiful and also unbelievably dangerous. Completion rank Mystic class mid-tier sword intent. On the rostrum, Zhao Wujin blurted out. The so-called completion rank Mystic class mid-tier sword intent meant that it was close to the level of a Mystic class high-tier sword intent. At this stage, it meant that Li Fuchen had pushed the Mystic class mid-tier sword art to the extremity. If he pushed it further, it would metamorphose into a Mystic class high-tier sword art. Furthermore, his awareness. Ouyang Wenqian's eyes were extremely sharp and he could clearly feel that Li Fuchen had seen through the flaws of Lu Yuan's sword art. Bang boom! Lu Yuan's sword art was brilliant, but Li Fuchen's sword art was several times more brilliant. Like a bubble that was burst, Lu Yuan's sword art crumbled upon contact and wasn't able to threaten Li Fuchen. Lu Yuan's eyes contracted. Splendid cluster of flowers. Lu Yuan burst out with the finishing move of the splendid cluster sword art. Layers of sword flowers were like a sea of flowers that surged at Li Fuchen. Ceaseless swirling flow. Li Fuchen's sword stance changed from the Starfire sword art to the swirling flow sword art. The swirling sword light was like a scarlet stream of water that devoured the sea of flowers before exploding violently. Rumble. Lu Yuan was involuntarily sent flying and landed below the martial stage. "Thanks for letting me win," Li Fuchen replied. Lu Yuan's expression changed several times before his eyes finally dimmed. He was utterly convinced of his defeat. Li Fuchen's sword art rank was too high. The terrifying thing was that Li Fuchen was only 20 years old. To have such sword art accomplishments at the age of 20, even sword maniac Li Xiangru was far inferior. No wonder Li Fuchen was accepted as a personal disciple by the #1 mystic martial expert. Li Fuchen wasn't someone that Lu Yuan could guess. Too strong. The rest of the gold-class direct disciples that passed the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower shook their heads and were rather dispirited. Originally, they still had a trace of hope to fight for the top 4 spots. But now, the only trace of hope was gone. Right now, only sword maniac Li Xiangru, sword tiger Qin Yuanhu, emotionless sword Xue Feng, Bu Qingsong, and Li Fuchen could compete for the top 4 spots. The rest of the people weren't qualified. "He has some ability." Bu Qingsong had a grave expression too. Li Fuchen's sword art rank was too high, and it was very likely that he had already created a mystic class mid-tier kill move. As such, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to defeat Li Fuchen. In the 8th match of the 9th round, Qin Yuanhu against Xue Feng. After clashing for dozens of moves, Qin Yuanhu defeated Xue Feng in a single blade. In the first match of the 10th round, sword maniac Li Xiangru went against Qin Yuanhu. In just 3 blades, Qin Yuanhu was defeated. In the 3rd match of the 10th round, Li Fuchen went against Bu Qingsong. They are going against each other. Everyone's eyes were wide open. One of them was a veteran direct disciple and was the #1 direct disciple in the Azure Water sect during his prime. He might have been surpassed by sword maniac Li Xiangru, but Bu Qingsong's strength was undeniable. Furthermore, his cultivation was the highest among everyone and was at the peak level of the Earth realm. One of them was the most dazzling prodigy in the Azure Water sect. Apart from his weak cultivation, he was undoubtedly the best of the best in all aspects. The match between the two of them was definitely historic. Chapter 278. Bu Qingsong sized up Li Fuchen and smiled. "Li Shidi has good skills. You are able to jump 3 levels and defeat Lu Yuan Shidi. It truly surprised me." Bu Qingsong truly admired Li Fuchen. In the Earth realm, the 3 levels weren't easy to overcome, let alone the 6th level to the 9th level of the Earth realm. "Senior brother Bu, you flatter me." Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. Seeing the situation, Bu Qingsong's eyes turned grave. Li Fuchen's expression made him feel uneasy, but the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. He hoped that it was just his misconception. "Junior Li, please enlighten me." Bu Qingsong burst out with a yell and burst out with his peak-level Earth realm cultivation. On the martial stage, the air exploded and the intense wind blew Li Fuchen's hair and clothes to flutter. It felt as though he was going to be blown away at any moment. Being at the peak stage of the Earth realm was too tyrannical. Coupled with the 3-star secret technique, Bu Qingsong's chi presence was close to that of a heaven realm martial artist. Regular low-leveled Earth realm martial artists would probably collapse under the suppression of Bu Qingsong's chi presence. They wouldn't have any battle intent or fighting spirit left. Too powerful. Is Li Fuchen a match? Everyone held their breaths. This level of battle wasn't something they could judge. Li Fuchen's strength was obvious, but Bu Qingsong's strength seemed to be even stronger. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. Beside Zhao Wujin, the tall and thin man shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Wujin smiled and said, "Protector Luo, that may not be the case." Protector Luo looked at Zhao Wujin with surprise. Elder Zhao seems to be very confident in Li Fuchen. Zhao Wujin smiled mysteriously. This kid isn't that simple. After a few interactions, Zhao Wujin had some understanding of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wasn't as ostentatious as some of the disciples. He was like an unfathomable pool of water. Normally, no one would know his depth. Bu Qingsong was indeed very strong. Unfortunately, everyone knew his background very well. As for Li Fuchen, no one knew of his trump card. Hee, then let's wait and see. Protector Luo smiled faintly. Take this. Bu Qingsong unsheathed his dark gold sword. Immediately after, there was a massive sword shadow that was like a thunderbolt that was violently striking at Li Fuchen. Profound level middle tier sword art, raging thunder sword art. His sword was like thunder and lightning, it was extremely fierce. Bu Qingsong was confident that other than a few people, no one would be able to withstand his sword. Even if they could withstand the first sword, it would be impossible for them to withstand the second sword. The peak stage of the Earth realm is indeed extraordinary. The mystical dragon's secret technique was activated and the 16th rank of the true inferno technique was circulated. Li Fuchen's qi presence rushed into the sky and resisted Bu Qingsong's qi presence. At the same moment, Li Fuchen released his second mystic class mid-tier kill move, Sword Explosion. This aura. The eyes of the other protector next to Protector Luo widened. With his first level reincarnation realm cultivation, how could he not see that Li Fuchen's true burning heaven technique had already reached the 16th rank? Unbelievable. Among our Azure Water sect's direct disciples, only Li Xiangru and a few others managed to cultivate their mystic class, peak-tier cultivation technique to the 15th rank. The rest of them seemed to be at the 14th rank or even lower. I didn't expect this child to catch up and reach the 16th rank. One of the Supreme Elders nodded. A high sword Dao perception could only dominate the Azure Water sect. But if one had a high perception in other aspects, then it would be incredible. You are worth teaching. The smile on Ouyang Wenqian's face was getting wider. The stronger Li Fuchen's perception, it meant that Li Fuchen's future was bright and the chances of setbacks would be smaller. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would at least reach the peak level of the heaven realm. If he could reach the reincarnation realm, it would be extremely terrifying and it wouldn't be a problem to sweep across regular reincarnation realm martial artists. Rumble. When the violent thunder sword art and the kill move, sword explosion clashed together, the martial stage shook while Bu Qingsong and Li Fuchen each took 7 or 8 steps back. Alright, receive another move from me, Thunderstorm Dance. Bu Qingsong wielded his sword with both hands and slashed at Li Fuchen with thunderous sword qi. The prowess was extremely horrifying. Sword flow. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, dozens of sword qi burst out and shredded the thunderous sword qi. He actually created 2 mystic class mid-tier kill moves. Bu Qingsong's expression changed. Every kill move was extreme. Therefore, it might be strong in a certain aspect, but it would be much weaker in other aspects. For example, his first move, Clear Sky Thunder Blast, sword flow wasn't easy to block. As for the second move, Thunderstorm Dance, sword explosion wasn't easy to block either. If Li Fuchen only created one mystic class mid-tier kill move, he would only be able to block one of Bu Qingsong's swords and wouldn't be able to block the other sword. Creating 2 mystic class mid-tier kill moves. Not bad, not bad. Protector Luo smiled and nodded. Zhao Wujin also nodded, this child's perception is enough to surpass everything. Protector Luo shook his head, Bu Qingsong hasn't executed his kill move yet. Let's see. In any case, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat Bu Qingsong. Even if Li Fuchen created the third mystic class mid-tier kill move, it probably wouldn't be enough. Bu Qingsong was merely executing a mystic class mid-tier sword art and already had such power. Once he burst out with his kill move, the power would increase drastically and it wasn't just a small increase. Li Fuchen, you are indeed formidable. But if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated next. Bu Qingsong was very confident. After the 2 exchanges earlier, he had a rough understanding of Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Thunder Devour. Bu Qingsong's qi burst out and when he cleaved with his sword, the violent sword qi expanded into a sphere and blasted at Li Fuchen. The spherical thunder sword qi was more tyrannical and violent than imagined. Even the martial stage had cracks and it was unprecedented. Full moon. But right at this moment, Li Fuchen's third mystic class mid-tier kill move had also been executed. In the void, the shadow of a fiery full moon appeared, and then it slashed at the ball-shaped lightning sword Qi. Crackle! The horrific spherical thunder sword Qi was actually slashed apart by the fiery red full moon. The scattered sword Qi was wreaking havoc on both sides of Li Fuchen, but it was a pity that it couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. But that fiery red full moon didn't diminish and continued to slash at Bu Qingsong. Impossible! Bu Qingsong's eyes widened and he executed his step art. The void flickered with electric arcs as he dodged the fiery red full moon. Mystic Class Low-Tier Step Art. Rapid Thunder Step. It was a pity that Bu Qingsong was fast but Li Fuchen was faster. He instantly appeared on the right side of Bu Qingsong and executed his sword flow kill move. Dozens of sword lights drowned Bu Qingsong. PFFF. After getting hit by a few sword lights, Bu Qingsong vomited blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. Li Fuchen was victorious. This kill move is actually so incredible. Protector Luo was moved. A regular Mystic Class mid-tier kill move wouldn't have such power. But Li Fuchen's full moon kill move was extremely exquisite and was obviously a Mystic Class high-tier sword move. If the sword intent was also at the Mystic Class high-tier, then this kill move would evolve into a regular Mystic Class high-tier kill move and would be even more formidable than a regular Mystic Class high-tier sword art. This child isn't a dark horse, he has the strength of a monarch. One of the Supreme Elders praised. Chapter 279. The fourth match of the 10th round, Li Xiangru against Xue Feng. Xue Feng was defeated with a single sword strike. Until now, no one was able to make sword maniac Li Xiangru use the fourth sword. Only sword tiger Qin Yuanhu was able to make him use the third sword. The 10th round ended. The 11th round began. Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng faced off. Whether or not Bu Qingsong could defeat Xue Feng was the key to entering the top 4. If he was defeated by Xue Feng, it meant that he wasn't a match for Qin Yuanhu, let alone Li Xiangru. With the addition of Li Fuchen, he would only be ranked 5th. The battle was intense. Among the 5 of them, Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng's abilities were the closest. The battle between the two of them was undoubtedly a battle of equal strength. It would not be an easy task for either of them to emerge victorious. They would have to exchange a few hundred blows. First was the clash of sword techniques, then the clash of killer moves. Finally, it was a battle of movement techniques and footwork. This battle made everyone cry out in satisfaction. After 500 moves, Bu Qingsong was defeated by Xue Feng. His strength was actually slightly stronger than Xue Feng, but in terms of battle awareness, he was much weaker than Xue Feng. The next match was Li Fuchen against Qin Yuanhu. One of them was called Sword Demon, while the other was called Sword Tiger. This battle was going to be more intense than any of the others he had fought before. That was what everyone thought. Li Shidi, please. Qin Yuanhu didn't dare to belittle Li Fuchen and even subconsciously feared Li Fuchen. Senior brother Chen, please. Li Fuchen had a calm expression and didn't have a trace of nervousness. Do your best, senior brother Chen. Senior brother Chen will definitely win. In the spectator stands, the group of inner sect disciples suddenly burst into a huge commotion. Sword Tiger Qin Yuanhu had been famous in the Azure Water sect for a long time and naturally had plenty of admirers. Right now, all of them couldn't help but cheer for him. Senior brother Li is invincible. Senior brother Li is invincible. Qin Yuanhu had admirers, Li Fuchen naturally had admirers too, and Li Fuchen's admirers were even crazier than Qin Yuanhu's admirers. It was different from Qin Yuanhu, who had been famous for a long time. Li Fuchen hadn't been famous for a long time, but he was much more dazzling than Qin Yuanhu. The world worshipped experts, especially experts like Li Fuchen who rose like a comet. Yuan Tiger Kill. Qin Yuanhu immediately executed his kill move. A giant tiger shadow appeared out of nowhere and blasted at Li Fuchen. Full Moon. A fiery red full moon appeared as Li Fuchen executed his third Mystic Class mid-tier kill move, Full Moon. Rumble. The two killer moves clashed, rocks flew everywhere on the battle stage, cracks could be seen everywhere. Tiger-splitting kill. Chen Yuanhu shouted, his second profound grade middle-tier killer move erupted. This killer move was created in the mystic martial hidden domain. Its lethality was much stronger and more extreme than the vitality tiger kill. In the void, an even more ferocious giant tiger shadow shot at Li Fuchen. The rest of the giant tiger's shadow was rather blurry, but its front claws were malevolent and sharp. They crisscrossed and clawed at Li Fuchen. Once Li Fuchen was clawed, he would be torn into pieces. Li Fuchen had a smile on his face. Looks like I have to reveal some of my abilities. Li Fuchen didn't want to reveal the 4-star secret technique, Black Iron Sword Essence yet, so he could only reveal the Blaze Devil Sword art. He raised the black gold sword in his hand slightly and suddenly stabbed out. In the next moment, the scarlet sword aura exploded like magma, dispelling Chen Yuanhu's killer move, splitting tiger kill. The terrifying residual force of the sword move sent Chen Yuanhu flying. Mystic class high-tier sword intent. All the upper echelons took a deep cold breath. Regular Heaven Realm martial artists weren't able to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Even if Li Fuchen was an outstanding genius, he was only 20 years old and he was actually able to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent, the Blaze Devil Sword intent. It could be said that only by comprehending a mystic class high-tier sword intent, an Earth Realm martial artist would have the hope to defeat a Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, the prerequisite was to be at the peak level of the Earth Realm. Otherwise, a Heaven Realm martial artist's chi presence was enough to restrain one. Mystic class high-tier sword intent. Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng's eyes shrank. They never would have thought that Li Fuchen could comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. This meant that Li Fuchen was already on a different level from them. Bu Qingsong was speechless and immediately let out a bitter smile. To think that he wanted to defeat Li Fuchen before the competition. It was simply a pipe dream. In the audience seats, the inner sect disciples might be confused, but it didn't stop them from understanding the power of Li Fuchen's sword move. Even someone as formidable as Chen Yuanhu was instantly defeated by this sword move. It was imaginable that this sword move must have reached an extremely high level. This child's perception is unprecedented in our Azure Water sect. One of the supreme elders praised. Indeed. Ouyang Wentian nodded. At the side, Zhao Wujin was smiling till his eyes were squinted. He might have some guesses beforehand, but when his guesses became reality, he was still shocked. Mystic class high-tier sword intent huh? Zhao Mingyue's eyes were extremely bright. She couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. She herself couldn't even comprehend a mystic class mid-tier sword intent. As Li Fuchen defeated Chen Yuanhu, the top 4 and top 2 were already decided. But a tournament was still a tournament. Even if the rest of the tournament was meaningless, it still had to be carried out to the end. What's more, in everyone's eyes, the upcoming tournament was probably the most meaningful. Because Sword Demon Li Fuchen and Sword Maniac Li Xiangru were about to battle. These two individuals could be said to be the Azure Water sect's rare sword Dao prodigies. The battle between the two of them would decide who was the Azure Water sect's youth generation's king. On the contest stage, Li Xiangru and Li Fuchen stood 10 meters apart. Li Xiangru had a calm expression and didn't have a grave expression just because Li Fuchen comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he thought of something. Li Shidi, I originally thought that no one could force me to use my ultimate ability. From the looks of it now, you are the only one. Li Xiangru said indifferently. Li Fuchen replied, Li Shixiang, please enlighten me. Receive my move. Li Xiangru didn't hold back and unsheathed his black gold sword. The sword chi was like a torrent as it burst out at Li Fuchen. That instant sword intent was so intense that the spectators behind Li Fuchen felt their scalp go numb and felt as though they couldn't breathe. Mystic class high-tier sword intent. Another mystic class high-tier sword intent. The sword art that Li Xiangru executed was actually the mystic class high-tier torrent sword style. Its sword intent was naturally the torrent sword intent. After spending half a year in the mystic martial hidden domain, it was impossible for Li Xiangru to not have any gains. Not only did he create the third mystic class mid-tier kill move, he also comprehended the torrent sword intent. Sincere to the sword, infatuated with the sword. No wonder he is the sword maniac. On the rostrum, Ouyang Wentian and the others' eyes lit up. They were shocked that Li Fuchen comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. They were equally shocked that Li Xiangru comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Li Fuchen seems to be in danger. Right now, even Zhao Wujin was frowning. Both of them comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent, but Li Xiangru's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, while Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. The difference of 3 levels wasn't so easy to make up for. Chapter 280. With his powerful awareness, Li Fuchen was able to easily see the flaws in Li Xiangru's sword art. Apart from that, Li Xiangru's torrent sword intent was only at the initial stage, while Li Fuchen's blaze devil sword intent was at the matured stage. With the two of them stacking together, it was enough to make up for the difference of 3 levels. Li Xiangru's brows lifted. How could he, who was obsessed with the sword, not know that Li Fuchen's every sword move was targeted at the flaws of his sword art? It was truly unimaginable. One must know that Li Xiangru was confident that even if he were to face a Heaven Realm martial artist, his flaws wouldn't be seen through. Is this the reason why he was accepted as a pro-disciple by the first odd warrior? Li Xiangru immediately recalled the test of awareness in the mystic martial hidden domain. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's awareness had already reached an extremely horrific stage. Li Fuchen's awareness was much more horrific than what Li Xiangru had imagined. But no matter how horrific the awareness was, the body had to keep up. Right now, Li Fuchen's awareness was powerful, but his body couldn't keep up. Otherwise, a single blade would have been enough to defeat or even kill Li Xiangru. Ocean Rapids. Li Xiangru burst out with the finishing move of the torrential sword style. The violent sword chi was like a turbulent long river, slashing at Li Fuchen from all angles. Fiery devil killing shadow. With a burst of scarlet red light, Li Fuchen executed the finishing move of the blaze devil sword art. Boom boom boom. The sword chi collided with each other, and a terrifying shockwave tore the martial stage apart. Too strong. Just the aftermath of the sword chi is enough to shatter my body. A true disciple was dumbfounded. Li Fuchen stood on a protruding piece of wreckage of the martial stage. His chi presence might not be as boundless as the sword maniac, but it was filled with absolute sharpness. On a slightly shorter piece of wreckage, Li Xiangru's mouth was overflowing with blood. In the clash of ultimate moves, he had lost by half a level. The opponent's awareness was too sharp, and the sword chi was all-pervasive, breaking through his defense. Seeing this scene, how could everyone not know that Li Fuchen had the upper hand? At this moment, everyone's emotions surged. It was as if they were watching a king of the sword rise up with great strength. No one could stop him. A new legend has been born. Chen Fenghua murmured. In the past, sword maniac Li Xiangru was a legend. Right now, Li Fuchen was a new legend. He's too dazzling. Wu Qingmei whispered. Gao Changtian nodded. Indeed, Li Fuchen's rise was too rapid, so rapid that they didn't know how to express their feelings. Not too long ago, they were still on the same level. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already left everyone behind and stepped onto the peak of the mountain alone. It was a sad thing to be his opponent. As for being his friend, it was a very bitter thing. If they couldn't keep up with him, who could be his opponent? Who could be his friend? Even if they were friends, they would only be ordinary friends. It was lonely at the top. True experts were always lonely. I wonder if Li Fuchen has tasted this kind of loneliness. If this child has a 5-star bone frame, when he reaches the pinnacle, no one in the East Unicorn continent will be a match. The oldest Supreme Elder was full of admiration and pity. A 1-star bone frame was ultimately still lacking. Furthermore, with such perception and a 5-star bone frame, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Ouyang Wentian said, perhaps a miracle might happen to him. In the East Unicorn continent, since ancient times, no one had ever heard of a 1-star bone frame entering the reincarnation realm. It was only during the era where absolute experts were abundant that someone with a 3-star bone frame entered the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, it was said that that person obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Listening to their conversation, Zhao Wujin thought to himself, Li Fuchen, how far can you go? On the shattered contest stage, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru exchanged moves again. This time, Li Fuchen had an even greater advantage. Because Li Fuchen used his movement technique. In terms of sword Dao, Li Xiangru and Li Fuchen were extremely close. But in terms of other martial Daos, Li Xiangru wasn't just one level inferior to Li Fuchen. After over a dozen moves, Li Xiangru vomited blood and retreated. Under Li Fuchen's severe attacks, it was already very difficult for him to withstand over a dozen moves. Let's end this battle here. Victor, Li Fuchen. With Ouyang Wentian's indication, Zhao Wujin stood up. Be it Li Fuchen or Li Xiangru, they were both the Azure Water sect's main force for the stars ranking, and it wouldn't be good if any of them were to be injured. Furthermore, how could they not see that Li Xiangru had already gone all out, while Li Fuchen seemed to be at ease and had yet to reveal his trump card? Senior Li Fuchen 1. Becoming the sect's first true disciple at the age of 20 is unprecedented. I'm already 30 years old, and I'm still an inner sect disciple. Comparisons are odious. The audience was in an uproar. 20 years old was the maximum age for an outer sect disciple to become an inner sect disciple. If one wasn't able to become an inner sect disciple by the age of 20, it was basically impossible to become an inner sect disciple in this lifetime. But Li Fuchen, at the age of 20, became the #1 direct disciple. In the following matches, Li Fuchen defeated Xue Feng, Chen Yuanhu defeated Bu Qingsong, and Li Xiangru defeated Bu Qingsong. At this point, 4 candidates were born. They were Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng. The first 2 were Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. These 2 star stones are the rewards for the 2 of you. Use them well. As the sect selection tournament ended, Zhao Wujin waved his hand and shot 2 star stones at Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. After receiving the star stones, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru cupped their hands and thanked. The star stone was very mystical. No matter where you were, once you crushed it, you would immediately be teleported to the Star Road hidden domain. It wasn't restricted by the spatial zone. As time flowed, 3 days had passed since the sect selection tournament. During these 3 days, no matter which corner it was, there would be people discussing about the sect selection tournament that happened 3 days ago. #1 direct disciple, Li Fuchen. Sword Demon, Li Fuchen. Azure Water Sword Sun, Li Fuchen. The topic of discussion was naturally Li Fuchen. Seeing was believing. No matter how brilliant Li Fuchen was on the outside, it was all just hearsay. No one knew if there was any exaggeration in between. In comparison, they would rather believe their own eyes. At the same time, the Heaven Fiend sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect had all ended their sect selection tournament. Similar to the Azure Water sect, the 3 major sects only had 4 slots each. Among the 4 slots for the Heaven Fiend sect, Yan Qinggu was impressively in the list. What's more, Yan Qinggu was the same as Li Fuchen. She broke the Heaven Fiend sect's record and became the youngest #1 direct disciple in the history of the Heaven Fiend sect. In comparison, Yan Qinggu was even younger as she was only 18 years old this year. A 6-star bone frame was the most persuasive at any time. If a sect had to choose between Li Fuchen and a 6-star bone frame, most of the sects would probably choose the 6-star bone frame. It was already late at night. Li Fuchen crushed the star stone in his hand and instantly entered the Star Road hidden domain. The only things that restricted him now were time and cultivation. Time was something that no one could force. But there were plenty of ways to compensate for cultivation. The Star Road hidden domain was definitely the method that had the least side effects. I wonder which stage of the star road I can pass this time. Chapter 281. The first stage, the second stage, all the way until the fourth stage, Li Fuchen didn't waste much effort and easily passed through. It was only on the fifth star road that he felt slightly pressured. After all, this star road was his limit back then. After passing the fifth stage, Li Fuchen arrived at the sixth star road. At the sixth star road, Li Fuchen didn't walk for long before he was pressed down and teleported out of the star road hidden domain. This time, Li Fuchen could feel that the pressure was reduced by half. It seemed that the second time he ventured into the star road hidden domain would be much easier. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's cultivation had also increased by one level. The horrific star road chi field pressured Li Fuchen. After spending a long time, Li Fuchen arrived at the sixth isolated island, which was also the location of the sixth stage. To Li Fuchen's surprise, the sixth stage didn't have any tests. The moment he arrived, 32 portions of star road energy descended from the starry sky and poured into Li Fuchen's body. Feeling the boundless star road energy within his body, Li Fuchen thought to himself, the sixth stage has 32 portions of star road energy. The seventh stage has 64 portions of star road energy. I reckon it should be enough for me to break through to the seventh level of the Earth realm. If one utilized too much of the star road's power, the body would develop resistance. Li Fuchen had already relied on the star road's power to directly increase his cultivation level by 2 levels and indirectly increase his cultivation level by 1 level. If he wanted to continue breaking through, the consumption of the star road's power would undoubtedly be massive. Of course, the prerequisite was for Li Fuchen to pass the seventh stage. If not, the current star road power wasn't enough for Li Fuchen to break through to the seventh level of the Earth realm. Arriving at the seventh star road, the horrific star road chi field made Li Fuchen's heart flutter. What a terrifying place! Li Fuchen felt as though he had arrived at the darkest place. Had it not been for his powerful spirit will, his spirit would have collapsed and he would have been teleported out of the star road hidden domain. Perhaps after experiencing the baptism of the sixth mystic martial door, Li Fuchen realized that his endurance was much stronger. When he was halfway through the journey, he was still able to persist and didn't reach his limits. When he was about to reach the seventh island, he finally reached his limit. Sweat poured down like rain. Both his body and spirit were close to their limits. With every step, Li Fuchen felt as though a day had passed and it was extremely arduous. Bang! The seventh isolated island was just within reach. Li Fuchen took a single step and landed on the island with a dull thud. With the pressure gone, Li Fuchen held his knees with both hands and gasped heavily. As expected of the seventh star road. It's so difficult. After a while, Li Fuchen just slowed down. Arriving at the center of the lone island, Li Fuchen's star road energy surged with the support of 64 portions of star road energy. All right. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The energy of the star road allowed him to sense the bottleneck in advance. Right now, with his senses, the bottleneck of the seventh level of the Earth realm was like a thin piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. Li Fuchen immediately sat cross-legged and began to revolve the 16th rank True Inferno technique. After consuming a large number of elixirs, Li Fuchen's cultivation was climbing steadily. Later stage of the 6th level of the Earth realm, peak stage of the 6th level of the Earth realm, and the limits of the 6th level of the Earth realm. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had a large number of elixirs with him. There were plenty of elixirs that could increase chi. Otherwise, just the star road energy wouldn't be enough to break through. The power of the star road was similar to the power of one's state of mind. It could only enhance a martial artist's mental state. Boom! Not knowing how many elixirs he consumed, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th level of the Earth realm. Not only did his chi quantity increase by a huge margin, but his chi quality had also increased by a huge margin. At the Earth realm, there was a huge gap between each level. At the Heavenly Dipper realm, the gap between each stage was even greater. It was said that once one reached the reincarnation realm, the difficulty of skipping levels to battle would increase to an unimaginable degree. Take the Azure Water sect for example. The Supreme Elder's cultivation was only at the third level of reincarnation realm, while the sect patriarch Ouyang Wentian was at the second level of reincarnation realm, the protector was at the first level of reincarnation realm, and there wasn't a single fourth level reincarnation realm martial artist. This was also one of the reasons why the Azure Water sect was weaker than the Heaven Fiends sect. The Heaven Fiends sect had an existence at the fourth level of reincarnation realm. When Li Fuchen was challenging the Star Road Hidden Domain, Li Xiangru had already exited the Star Road Hidden Domain. His cultivation had actually broken through from the 9th level of the Earth Realm to the peak level of the Earth Realm, making his ability even more robust. At their level, any improvement in any aspect was rare and precious. If the current Li Xiangru was to fight with the Li Fuchen from the sect selection tournament, without using the Black Iron Sword essence, Li Fuchen would have to burst out with the Mystic class high-tier kill move, Blaze Dragon, in order to contest with Li Xiangru. It was still unknown if he could defeat Li Xiangru. Of course, the reason why Li Xiangru was able to break through to the peak level of the Earth Realm so easily was mainly because he had previously used the Star Road energy to advance by one level, which indirectly increased his cultivation by one level. After all, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who was able to pass the 5th stage on his first attempt at the Star Road Hidden Domain and obtain so much Star Road energy. Arriving at the 8th segment of the Star Road, Li Fuchen felt an unprecedented pressure. The chi field of the Star Road was so powerful that it felt like a substance. At that moment, it felt as though there was a boundless viscous energy descending and enveloping Li Fuchen. After walking 100 steps, Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer and was teleported out of the Star Road Hidden Domain and back to his courtyard. This Star Road Hidden Domain is much more horrific than the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. It is a complete test of limits. Li Fuchen sighed. The 7th level of the Earth Realm is still a little lacking. Next up, I need to increase my sword intent in front of the sword monument. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the Stars ranking tournament. Putting aside his innate talent and perception, just in terms of cultivation level, he was far too lacking. By then, most of the elite contestants in the Stars ranking tournament would probably be at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. The 7th level of the Earth Realm would definitely be at the bottom of the bottom. What's more, above the 9th level of the Earth Realm, there was still the peak level of the Earth Realm and the half-step Heaven Realm. The so-called half-step Heaven Realm meant that one was already half a step into the Heaven Realm and was just lacking time. Of course, there were some who intentionally restricted their cultivation to the half-step Heaven Realm, in order to avoid stepping into the Heaven Realm too early and losing the qualifications to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. It was a known fact that there were great benefits in participating in the Stars ranking tournament. Everyone who was ranked in the Stars ranking would be rewarded with a Star Stone. The top 72, top 36, top 10, top 3, and first place would have even more rewards. Since Sword Maniac Li Xiangru had comprehended a Mystic class high-tier sword intent, Li Fuchen didn't think that others wouldn't be able to comprehend a Mystic class high-tier sword intent. He was afraid that there would be plenty of people who comprehended a Mystic class high-tier sword intent. By then, his advantage would be very small. Arriving at the Sword Monument Canyon, Li Fuchen immediately began to wholeheartedly comprehend the sword intent. Chapter 282. There was less than a month before the Stars ranking tournament. The prodigies of the various major sects in the East Unicorn continent were all actively preparing for the tournament. Some of them were cultivating secret techniques, some were cultivating martial arts, and some were in seclusion, striving to break through one realm before the tournament. Heaven Fiends sect, in a courtyard on a mountain peak occupied by the Yen clan. Qinggu, you are a rare prodigy of our Yen clan. You have to obtain the top 36 in this Stars ranking tournament. Only by obtaining the top 36 will you be able to obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Chi and break through to the Heaven Dipper realm faster. Once you reach the Heaven Dipper realm, your cultivation speed will increase by several folds. Otherwise, even if you are a 6-star bone frame, you will still need a lot of time to become an expert. In the courtyard, a handsome middle-aged man with long hair stood with his hands behind his back and instructed the beautiful Yen Qinggu. Yen Qinggu nodded, "Father, don't worry. Qingwu will definitely do it. Her father was the Yen clan head, Yen Baitian, and also the Heaven Fiend sect's protector. He was at the first level of reincarnation realm. How is the cultivation of the 4-star secret technique, Flying Swallow / that I imparted to you? Yen Baitian inquired. The Yen clan was an established clan in the Heaven Fiend sect and had deep foundations. They might not have 5-star secret techniques, but they still had 4-star secret techniques. Yen Qingwu said, "Father, I have already cultivated the Flying Swallow / to the completion stage." Good. With the Flying Swallow / that is almost at the completion stage, it shouldn't be a problem for you to obtain the top 36. Yen Baitian laughed heartily. 4-star secret techniques were extremely powerful and the sub-completion stage was equivalent to a perfect 3-star secret technique. Eternal Spring Valley. One of the top sects in the East Unicorn continent. In a small and exquisite valley in the Eternal Spring Valley, Sumuyu was wielding a sickle and practicing a secret technique. Back in the tomb, she had also obtained a 6-star secret technique called Qi Gathering Dipper. It could condense Qi into Dipper Qi. The so-called Dipper Qi was unrelated to the Heaven Dipper realm. It was a type of Qi utilization, or it should be said that it was a higher grade of Qi. Some powerful cultivation techniques would cultivate Qi that was Dipper Qi. However, this level of cultivation technique was usually an earth-level cultivation technique. Only a few mystic class peak-tier cultivation techniques could cultivate Dipper Qi, and they had to be at a very high rank. With the Qi condensing aura secret art, Rain's strength increased tremendously, even though she had just cultivated the Qi condensing aura secret art to the Azure Astral Realm. PFFF. In the valley, there were pieces of metal ores that were as tall as a human. With a swing of the scythe, the metal ores were cut open as if they were tofu. Ha! After 81 strikes, Rain's aura reached its peak. A layer of red light appeared on the scythe, and with the support of the red light, not only did Rain easily cut through the metal ores, but it also left a huge crack in the ground. Scarlet Dipper Realm. Joy flashed in Rain's eyes. There were a total of 4 realms of Qi gathering into Astral Dipper, namely Azure, Red, Yellow, and Black. Among them, Azure Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 3-star secret technique, Red Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 4-star secret technique, Yellow Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 5-star secret technique, and Black Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 6-star secret technique. With the Scarlet Dipper realm, I have a higher chance of getting into the top 10. Sumuyu's cultivation was already at the 9th level of the Earth realm, hence, her cultivation wasn't considered to be at a disadvantage. This was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. Azure Water Sect. After spending less than 10 days, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent had finally progressed to the perfection rank and was extremely close to a Mystic class peak tier Sword Intent. I don't have many contribution points left. Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Back then, he had 10 million contribution points and almost half of it was used to exchange for various resources. He had been using them until now and still had plenty left. Of course, it was mainly because he had obtained plenty of resources on the outside. As for the other half of the contribution points, they were almost all used up in the Sword Monument Canyon. 100,000 contribution points a day wasn't something that a regular person could afford. But the rewards are great too. The Meteor Sword Intent actually progressed again and is now at the Mystic class high tier. The Meteor Sword Intent was only a Mystic class low tier Sword Intent, but it had advanced by 2 tiers, surpassing the Starfire Sword Intent, Rotating Flow Sword Intent, and the 9 Revolution Sword Intent. It was truly a miracle. The Mystic class high-tier Meteor Sword Intent speed and burst power had reached an extremely horrific stage. Li Fuchen had tried it before, and when the Meteor Sword Art's only move, Meteor Fall, was executed, the sword speed was extremely shocking. To a certain extent, it was even more dangerous than the Blaze Devil Sword Art. When the speed was faster than the opponent's reaction, a lot of things would lose their meaning. In this world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome but speed. The Meteor Sword Intent shall be my main sword intent. Li Fuchen thought to himself. His intuition told him that the meteor sword intent's potential was astonishing and it couldn't be treated as a regular sword intent. It is time to break through the sword essence secret technique. Li Fuchen had never slacked off on the sword essence secret technique. In the mystic martial hidden domain, Li Fuchen had been researching the bronze sword essence for a long time. The bronze sword essence had a total of over 1,000 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns. Li Fuchen had already combined these 1,000 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns into 9 types of mystic class, mid-tier sword patterns. As long as these 9 types of mystic class, mid-tier sword patterns were combined into one mystic class, high-tier sword pattern, the bronze sword pattern would be formed. As time ticked by, with his astounding perception, Li Fuchen was getting closer to success. 3 types of sword patterns fused into one. 4 types of sword patterns fused into one. 5 types of sword patterns fused into one. Perhaps it was due to his robust accumulation and the fact that he had pushed the Blaze Devil sword intent to the completion rank, it allowed Li Fuchen to have a deeper understanding of sword patterns. There weren't any twists and turns when combining sword patterns. 7 types of sword patterns fused into one. 8 types of sword patterns fused into one. When the 9 types of sword patterns fused into one, Li Fuchen's body emitted a horrific chi presence. Be it a sword Dao master or a sword pattern master, it was actually a pursuit of the sword Dao. After mastering the bronze sword pattern, Li Fuchen was already considered a sword pattern master. At the same time, he was already able to create a mystic class sword art and was considered a sword Dao master. Right now, his body was emitting an even more unfathomable and terrifying chi presence. But soon enough, the terrifying chi presence was withdrawn and Li Fuchen returned to normal. Sword patterns are also a part of the sword Dao. After comprehending the bronze sword pattern, the benefits don't just seem to be an additional secret technique. Li Fuchen felt his mind surging with inspiration like a tide. At this moment, his sword Dao foundation had increased again and he was just waiting for a new burst. After mastering the bronze sword pattern, Li Fuchen started to condense the bronze sword pattern on his bones. The bones that were originally covered with black iron sword patterns were now being corroded by the bronze sword pattern. 5%. 10%. 20%. After a few days, 30% of Li Fuchen's bones that were covered with black iron sword patterns had been replaced by the bronze sword pattern. TSS. Raising his index and middle fingers, a wisp of bronze sword chi extended and extended from Li Fuchen's fingertip. It was extremely sharp. The bronze sword chi is more than 2-fold stronger than the black iron sword chi. This is only a 30% condensed bronze sword pattern. Chapter 283. Azure Water Grand Hall, Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng were all here. At the seat of honor, Ouyang Wentian sat high up. Ouyang Wentian sized up Li Fuchen and nodded to himself. Li Fuchen, who had the lowest cultivation level, was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. This cultivation level might be rather low, but with Li Fuchen's valiant combat ability, it was already commendable. Li Fuchen naturally didn't break through to the 8th level of the Earth realm through normal cultivation. He consumed an elixir that increased his cultivation level. This elixir would affect his future cultivation. Originally, Li Fuchen would only need 1 or 2 years to advance from the 7th level of the Earth realm to the 9th level. After consuming this elixir, Li Fuchen would need at least 2 years to stay at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank was extremely high and his spirit will was extremely strong too, thus the side effects were relatively lesser. In addition, this side effect could be cleansed with the Star Road energy. Li Fuchen's body originally had some Star Road energy left. After cleansing a portion of the side effects, the Star Road energy had completely vanished and the side effects were reduced by almost half. The 4 of you are the 4 most talented individuals in our Azure Water sect. You are also the representatives of our Azure Water sect to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. This is the Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword bestowed to you by the sect. Familiarize yourselves with it. Ouyang Wentian waved his hand and shot 4 chilling lights at Li Fuchen and the others. Li Fuchen and the others moved with lightning speed and grabbed onto the chilling lights. The chilling light was a sheathed long sword. When the sword was drawn, a razor-sharp sword qi was emitted. Even without the injection of qi, it still gave off a bone-chilling intent. Great sword! Li Fuchen praised. He had seen Mystic Class, high-tier artifact swords on the outside. A single Mystic Class, high-tier artifact sword would cost at least a few 100,000 gold coins. Those who could forge Mystic Class, high-tier artifact swords were worthy of being called Master Swordsmith. Li Fuchen might have the financial capability to purchase it, but his previous cultivation level was too weak and wasn't able to utilize the power of a Mystic Class, high-tier artifact sword to its limits. A Mystic Class, high-tier artifact sword that couldn't be utilized to its limits wasn't that different from a Mystic Class, mid-tier artifact sword that could be utilized to its limits. Of course, it would be different if he had a top-tier profound rank sword. Even if he could only exert 30 to 40% of its power, it would be far superior to a mid-tier profound rank sword. It was a pity that a Mystic Class peak-tier artifact sword was hard to come by. In the East Unicorn continent, there weren't many people who could forge a Mystic Class peak-tier weapon. Some of the newly promoted Reincarnation Realm martial artists might not even have a suitable Mystic Class peak-tier weapon. They could only make do with a Mystic Class high-tier weapon. Now that Li Fuchen was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm, he was able to utilize a 90% or even 100% of the power of a Mystic Class high-tier artifact sword. After all, he was now a sword rune master, so he was naturally very familiar with the sword runes of a high-grade profound class treasure sword. If Li Fuchen had a Mystic Class high-tier sword, he could even create a Mystic Class high-tier artifact sword himself. Thank you, Sovereign. The 4 sheathed their swords. Ouyang Wentian nodded. 3 days later, we will depart on time. All of you can make some preparations. Li Fuchen, stay behind for now. After Li Xiangru and the 2 others left, Ouyang Wentian smiled. How is your cultivation of the 4-star secret technique? Li Fuchen's perception was said to be the #1 in the history of the Azure Water sect. He was able to comprehend a Mystic Class high-tier sword intent at the young age of 20. Such a perception was far superior to regular 6-star bone frames. After the sect selection tournament, Ouyang Wentian made an exception to impart a 4-star secret technique to Li Fuchen. Before this, only sword maniac, Li Xiangru, made an exception to obtain a 4-star secret technique. But Li Xiangru obtained it a few years ago, while Li Fuchen obtained it in less than a month. It was rather hasty and Ouyang Wentian wanted to know of Li Fuchen's progress. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and replied, Sect Patriarch, Fuchen has already cultivated it to the completion rank. What? Already at the completion rank? Ouyang Wentian was shocked. Yes. Li Fuchen replied. The 4-star secret technique that Ouyang Wentian imparted to him was called Pure Yang Dipper Qi. Activating this secret technique would allow the body's true Inferno Qi to transform into pure Yang Dipper Qi. It was much more fearsome and tyrannical than the mystical dragon Qi. To Li Fuchen, cultivating a 4-star secret technique was much easier than cultivating a Mystic Class high-tier martial art. Secret techniques usually involved the body's structure. But with Li Fuchen's powerful awareness, he had a deep understanding of the body's structure. Even a peak-level Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to understand their own body as well as Li Fuchen. He might even be able to compete with a Reincarnation Realm martial artist. Hence, in less than 10 days, Li Fuchen cultivated the pure Yang Dipper Qi to the completion rank without any difficulty. Show me. Ouyang Wentian was still skeptical. Yes. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and circulated the blazing and violent true Inferno Qi within his body. His Qi presence was like a small sun that filled the entire Azure Water Grand Hall. Boom! The already horrific Qi presence, in the blink of the eye, exploded again. It was even more condensed and tyrannical. Visible to the naked eye, Li Fuchen's body was emitting a layer of pale yellow light. This layer of light gave off a feeling of indestructible and condensed steel. Just a single glance was enough to shock anyone. Pure Yang Dipper Qi was a high-grade application of Qi. Or rather, it was a type of high-grade Qi. Just like a Heaven Realm martial artist's Qi, even though it was also Qi, but the quality was much better than an Earth Realm martial artist's Qi. To an Earth Realm martial artist, a Heaven Realm martial artist's Qi could be treated as a Dipper Qi. Good, an exceptional prodigy. Ouyang Wentian's eyes were wide open. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. This was the first time he had seen someone who was able to cultivate a 4-star secret technique to the perfection realm in less than a month. Back when he was at the Disha realm, he had spent a total of 3 years to achieve this. In comparison, the rest of the people who cultivated the pure Yang Dipper Qi were simply idiots and slow-witted. Staring at Li Fuchen, Ouyang Wentian thought to himself, when this child steps into the Heaven Realm, perhaps I can make an exception and impart him the Sect Origin Sword Secret Technique. Sect Origin Sword Secret Technique, Azure Water Sect Secret Technique. Among the hundreds of 5-star secret techniques in the entire East Unicorn continent, the Sect Origin Sword Secret Technique was ranked top 10. Even the Heaven Fiend Sect's Heaven Fiend Azure Secret Technique didn't have such a high ranking. But no matter how good something was, it had to be used by others. Blindly keeping it wouldn't reflect its value. In Ouyang Wentian's opinion, it was like casting pearls before swine for the Sect Origin Sword Secret Technique to land in the hands of Li Fuchen. As for the question of loyalty, it could be put aside for now. A true prodigy must be given absolute trust. If it was because of loyalty, it would only cause the other party to hold a grudge. What's more, Li Fuchen's clan would arrive at the Azure Water Sect soon. With the entire clan around, Ouyang Wentian didn't have to worry about Li Fuchen's loyalty. Of course, that was a matter for the future. The Sect Origin Sword Secret Technique required one to be at least at the Heaven Realm to cultivate. Earth Realm martial artists with heaven-defying perception wouldn't be able to cultivate the Sect Origin Swords because their Qi wouldn't be able to keep up. Chapter 284. 3 days passed by in a flash. At the plaza in front of the Azure Water Grand Hall, apart from Li Fuchen's group, there were 2 other gold-class direct disciples, Lu Wuwang and Yuan Tian. The 2 of them were 5-star bone frames and were young, around the age of 20. They weren't qualified to participate in this year's Stars ranking tournament, but they would be qualified for the next one. Furthermore, they would be the main force. 3 years later, Li Xiangru and the other 2 might have already stepped into the Heaven Realm. Only Li Fuchen might still be at the Earth Realm. By then, Lu Wuwang and Yuan Tian would definitely be one of the 4 spots. Hence, for this Stars ranking tournament, the 2 of them could follow the group to meet the prodigies of the various sects and to prepare for the next Stars ranking tournament. A short moment later, Zhao Wujin arrived, together with Zhao Mingyue. As the Azure Water Sect's inner sect Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin's status was just inferior to the sect Patriarch, Supreme Elder, and Protector. His status was extremely esteemed, and if he were to step into the reincarnation realm, he would naturally be a protector. Hence, he was qualified to bring Zhao Mingyue along. A moment later, Ouyang Wentian and the 2 Supreme Elders walked over. The Azure Water Sect required the protection of the Supreme Elders, and it was impossible for all the Supreme Elders to follow along. It was already praiseworthy for 2 of them to come. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was here, Ouyang Wentian waved his hand and 2 Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts swooped down. Splitting into 2 groups, everyone stood on the back of the spirit beasts, which soared into the sky and vanished into the clouds. Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts were extremely fast and were even faster than regular reincarnation realm martial artists. In order to avoid being blown away, Li Fuchen and the others sat down cross-legged. Ouyang Wentian, the 2 Supreme Elders, and Zhao Wujin naturally didn't want to sit still and sat cross-legged too. Li Fuchen, who sat cross-legged, didn't waste any time and started to cultivate the true Inferno technique. This child is truly a cultivation maniac. On the back of the neighboring spirit beast, the gray-haired Supreme Elder who was blind in one eye praised. Ouyang Wentian nodded. To be able to cultivate in such an environment, it requires an extremely high spirit will. Regular Earth realm martial artists or even Heaven realm martial artists would only be able to close their eyes and meditate. They wouldn't be able to comprehend techniques. Why did martial artists go into seclusion? It was so that they could not be disturbed and concentrate all their energy on breaking through. However, if one's willpower was strong, they would be able to remain calm in any environment and place. It did not matter whether they went into seclusion or not. Even if they did, it would not be for their own personal reasons. Rather, it was because they were afraid of encountering powerful enemies during the process of breaking through. It had been some time since his true Inferno technique broke through to the 16th layer. During these days, Li Fuchen naturally pushed the true Inferno technique to the peak state of the 16th rank and was just one step away from the 17th rank. But this barrier wasn't that easy to break through. Under normal circumstances, even a 5-star bone frame would need at least a few years to break through. Mystic class, peak tier cultivation techniques, the higher the level, the more exaggerated. It was already extremely difficult for a Heaven realm martial artist to break through to the 19th rank. Just like Zhao Wujin, he relied on the accumulation of time to cultivate one of the two mystic class, peak tier cultivation techniques, the true Azure Water technique, to the 19th rank. It wasn't because of his high perception, after all, he was still a 4-star bone frame. The Stars ranking tournament was held at the 100 Battle Region's Star Fate Mountain. Over the past few days, people from various sects had arrived at Mount Star Fate one after another. For a time, the usually deserted Mount Star Fate became unprecedentedly lively. Is this Star Fate? Some of the geniuses from the various sects who had never been to Star Fate looked at the huge mountain that soared into the clouds and couldn't help but feel awe. Star Fate was known as one of the 3 major mountain peaks of the East Unicorn continent. It was rumored that Star Fate dictated the destiny of the East Unicorn continent. In every Stars ranking tournament, the rankers would be able to obtain a trace of Star Fate. The higher the ranking, the more Star Fate they would obtain. Astral Fate was something even more precious than Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi. The Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi could increase one's cultivation speed by several folds. But Star Fate could affect a martial artist's fate. For example, those with strong celestial fate might be able to avert disaster time and time again. Otherwise, no matter how great a person's talent and potential was, no matter how fast his cultivation speed was, if he died midway, he would just be a shooting star. Only by surviving could one set foot on the peak and live a carefree life. Above the sky, 2 black dots flew over quickly. Soon, the black dots enlarged. They were 2 huge spirit beasts. We've arrived at Mount Star Fate. Ouyang Wentian asked the spirit beasts to descend. This is Star Fate? Li Fuchen was rather shocked too. This was his first time seeing such a massive mountain, and it was just like a divine mountain. Zhao Wujin introduced from the side. The Stars ranking tournament is separated into 3 stages. The first stage is to ascend the mountain, the second stage is to stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, and the third stage is the ranking tournament. The mountain is so tall and it isn't easy to ascend it. Zhao Mingyue stuck out her tongue. Zhao Wujin said, it is naturally not easy to ascend the mountain. Firstly, you have to be fast. If you are too slow, by the time you ascend the mountain peak, the Heaven Dipper stone pillars might already be full. There are 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars, and once every pillar is filled with people, then these 108 people would be ranked in the Stars ranking. The rest of the people wouldn't have any more chances. Hence, you have to ensure that your speed is fast enough. If your speed isn't fast enough, even if you have the strength to enter the Stars ranking, it wouldn't make a difference. Ouyang Wentian nodded and added, during the process of ascending the mountain, you might be ambushed by others. Hence, it is very important to choose the route. If the route isn't chosen well, you might encounter some elite prodigies in advance. This was what Ouyang Wentian was most worried about. Currently, the elite prodigies of the East Unicorn continent were the 3 King Stars, 6 Young Masters, and 4 Fairies. Apart from them, there were definitely some newly risen elite prodigies. If Li Fuchen were to encounter these people, even Li Fuchen would have a hard time. If Li Xiangru and the others were to encounter them, they would naturally be doomed and would miss out on this opportunity. Of course, ascending the mountain is just the first phase. Unless your luck is too bad, there shouldn't be any problems. The true difficulty is to stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. There are 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Apart from those elite prodigies who are occupying the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, the rest of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars will be contested by several individuals. They won't allow you to stand on them easily. Even if you manage to stand on one of the pillars and the rest of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars aren't occupied, others can still contest with you for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars until all the Heaven Dipper stone pillars are occupied. Ouyang Wentian took a glance at the four of them. Among the four of them, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru definitely had the strength to enter the stars ranking. Qin Yuanhu and Xue Feng might be slightly lacking, but they might still have a chance. If the Azure Water sect could have 2 or more individuals enter the stars ranking, the star fate that they brought might just affect the Azure Water sect. Sects also had their own fate. Some of the sects with stronger fate would be able to produce even more fearsome prodigies. When they matured, the sect would naturally grow stronger and one day, they would become one of the elite factions. As time elapsed, more and more people arrived. A single sect would have at least a dozen individuals. A few dozen sects would have at least a few hundred individuals, and this number was still rapidly increasing. As the foot of a star fate was shrouded in mist, there was only one entrance to ascend the mountain, and it was a stone door. Right now, everyone was gathered at the empty space in front of the stone door. They weren't too far apart from each other, which was why Li Fuchen and the others were able to see the members of the other sects with their naked eyes. So many reincarnation realm martial artists. Chapter 285. Reincarnation realm martial artists were the true experts of the East Unicorn continent. They dictated the fate of the sects and also the fate of the continent. Every reincarnation realm martial artist was an exceptional prodigy. When they were young, they were all prodigies and outstanding individuals. Someone calculated that in the East Unicorn continent, more than 80% of the reincarnation realm martial artists were 5-star bone frames. Less than 5% were 6-star bone frames. The rest were the elite 4-star bone frames and some of the regular prodigies who had amazing fated encounters. The deterrence of reincarnation realm martial artists was extremely strong. The reason why sects didn't easily start a war, apart from the surrounding sects, was because they didn't have the confidence to kill the opposing sect's reincarnation realm martial artist. Even the elite sects didn't dare to say that they could kill an ordinary sect's reincarnation realm martial artist. Once upon a time, there was an apex sect. After a strict layout, they annihilated a nearby ordinary sect. However, there was a flaw in their plan. They accidentally let a reincarnation realm martial artist escape. For the next few years, this reincarnation realm martial artist took revenge on this apex sect. This caused the apex sect to be in a state of panic. There were countless deaths and injuries. In the end, they spent a huge price to invite a reincarnation realm martial artist who was good at tracking to kill the other party. Hence, once one's cultivation reached the reincarnation realm, even the elite sects would give you some face and wouldn't easily offend you. Of course, if they chose to offend you, it meant that they were going to kill you. The Celestial Star sect is here, someone said. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky. Above the sky, 3 giant spirit beasts swooped down. On the backs of the 3 spirit beasts, there were 6 reincarnation realm martial artists, which was twice as many as the Azure Water sect. There were close to 20 youths, all of them were in high spirits and had arrogant expressions. The Celestial Star sect was one of the elite sects in the East Unicorn continent. As a disciple of the Celestial Star sect, their status was much more respectable than regular sect disciples. On the back of the second spirit beast, it should be the Celestial 7 and young Patriarch Celestial Star. Someone said. On the back of the second spirit beast, there were 8 youths. Every one of these 8 youths was extraordinary. They were emitting an all-powerful aura. Many of the sect's reincarnation realm martial artists observed them and had to admit that there was only one person in their sect that could be compared to the most ordinary members of the Celestial 7. Li Fuchen's eyes similarly landed on the 8 of them. With just a single glance, he saw Han Feng. As one of the Celestial 7, Han Feng was rather fearsome. In the Azure Water sect, apart from himself, perhaps only Li Xiangru could be compared with Han Feng. Chen Yuanhu's chi presence seemed to be slightly inferior. Moreover, this Han Feng was also very young. Just like him, they were both rising stars. However, no matter how powerful Han Feng was, he was only one of the heavenly star 7. In front of him stood a young man holding an iron fan. This young man's face was like jade and his eyes were like the stars. As the spirit beast swooped down, the young man's clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a handsome tree facing the wind. Just his calm and elegant temperament alone made many geniuses feel ashamed of their inferiority. This person must be the heavenly star young master, Murong-di. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Murong-di, one of the 6 young masters, was addressed as the heavenly star young master or young master celestial star. Back when Li Fuchen went out to temper himself, Murong-di was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Looking at his chi presence now, he was obviously at the peak level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen could faintly feel that Murong-di's chi presence was purer and more dominant than Li Xiangru's chi presence. Everyone, how have you been? I, Murong Badian, am late. One of the reincarnation realm martial artists from the Celestial Star sect laughed heartily. His laughter shook the sky and gave off a feeling of shock. Murong Badian, the Celestial Star sect patriarch, was at the 5th level of reincarnation realm and was Murong-di's father. In the reincarnation realm, each level was harder to advance. Regular sects would basically only have a few 3rd level reincarnation realm martial artists. A sect like the Heaven Fiend sect that had a 4th level reincarnation realm martial artist was already considered a slightly stronger sect. Murong Xiong is still as elegant as ever. We are in awe. Murong Xiong isn't late. We are the ones who came early. Our mental fortitude isn't as good as Murong Xiong. Many of the sect's reincarnation realm martial artists were complimenting Murong Badian. Elite sects or forces, one could only befriend them and not offend them. This was the way of life for regular sections. Murong Badian, you are rather early. Above the firmament, a robust voice echoed down like thunder. Everyone was shocked. Who dared to call out Murong Badian's name directly? Soon enough, everyone confirmed the identity of the visitor. It's the Dolin clan. The Dolin clan was also one of the elite forces in the East Unicorn continent. Furthermore, they were slightly stronger than the Celestial Star sect. Only the reincarnation realm martial artists of the Dolin clan dared to call out Murong Badian's name directly. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to do so even if they had 10 guts. Xiahou Shan, you are late. Murong Badian naturally wasn't afraid of the Dolin clan. His Celestial Star sect was only slightly weaker than the Dolin clan and it was just a joke. If they were to really fight, it was still unknown who would win. Moreover, these 2 elite forces basically wouldn't start a war. If 2 tigers were to fight, one would definitely be injured. Why would they let the other elite forces take advantage of them? A violent wind blew and 3 spirit beasts landed. The Dolin clan members appeared in everyone's vision. Just like the Celestial Star sect, the Dolin clan also sent 6 reincarnation realm martial artists. The leader had a stocky build and had a horrific chi presence that wasn't inferior to Murong Badian. He was obviously a 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Apart from the 6 reincarnation realm martial artists, among the 20 youths of the Dolin clan, 10 of them were extremely eye-catching. Their bodies were emitting an all-powerful chi presence. The Celestial Star sect had the Celestial 7 and the Celestial Star Young Patriarch, while the Dolin clan had the Dolin 10 Greats. These 10 individuals were naturally the 10 most outstanding youths of the Dolin clan. Xiahou Shi. Li Fuchen immediately saw Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi's cultivation level was already at the 9th level of the Earth realm. His horrific chi presence was several-fold stronger than before. However, there was another person besides Xiahou Shi, who was clearly even more powerful. This person was slightly older than Xiahou Shi. He was expressionless and seemed to be keeping a low profile. But with his keen awareness, Li Fuchen could feel that this person was like a volcano. He might look lifeless during normal times, but once he erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan. The Dolin clan's youth generation didn't have any 6-star bone frames. They only had 2 heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Xiahou Shi was one of them, and the other was the number 1 of the Dolin clan's youth generation, Xiahou Chuan, who was known as Young Master Dolin. Similarly, one of the 6 young masters, Xiahou Chuan, was much more experienced than the celestial star young master, Murongdi. It was rumored that Xiahou Chuan was at the half-step heaven realm. Xiahou Chuan, interesting. Murongdi sized up Xiahou Chuan and revealed a smile. During the stars ranking tournament 3 years ago, he was still young and wasn't mature enough. But this year, he came with the intention of contending for the number 1 rank of the stars ranking. This Xiahou Chuan was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Li Fuchen. Xiahou Shi swept a glance and noticed the Azure Water Sects group at a remote corner and Li Fuchen. After taking a glance, Xiahou Shi withdrew his gaze. A trace of murderous intent was quietly concealed. Chapter 286. Batches after batches of people from the various sects arrived at the empty space in front of the stone door, and there were plenty of stars rankers among them. Some of them were ranked rather high. When they saw Murongdi and Xiahou Chuan, all of them revealed a grave expression. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. When facing 2 of the 6 young masters, they would definitely feel some pressure. Li Fuchen. The carefree sect's people had arrived too. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were impressively among them. When they saw Li Fuchen, the 2 of them walked over. Li Fuchen, you have really surprised us. You are actually accepted as a direct disciple by the number 1 mystic martial expert. This is something that the 3 king stars, 6 young masters, and 4 fairies couldn't achieve. Fan Qiansong praised. Fan Qianyu joked, Li Shixiang, we will be relying on you in the future. Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh and said, as long as I can protect myself, I will definitely protect you. The 2 of them didn't know that mystic martial experts wouldn't stay in the mystic martial hidden domain forever. There would be a day when they would leave. When that time came, the so-called direct disciple of a mystic martial expert wouldn't be worth anything and might even be a calamity. The 2 of them revealed smiles on their faces. If Li Fuchen replied in such a manner, it meant that he treated them as true friends. The Mystic Tools sect is here. Just as the 3 of them were conversing, there was another commotion. Looking at the 3 spirit beasts that descended from the sky, Fan Qiansong spoke faintly, the Mystic Tools sect is definitely the most fearsome sect in the East Unicorn continent. There isn't anyone that can compare to them. One of the 3 king stars, the immovable king star, is from the Mystic Tools sect. Immovable king star, huh? Li Fuchen naturally knew how terrifying the Mystic Tools sect was. This sect's foundation was too solid and had a long history. As compared to the Mystic Tools sect, the Celestial Star sect could only be considered a junior. Even the Dolin clan, which had a similarly long history, could only be considered as a junior in front of the Mystic Tools sect. The only sect that could compare with the Mystic Tools sect in history would probably be the other elite sect, the Eternal Spring Valley. As an exceptional prodigy of the Mystic Tools sect, the immovable King Star didn't just possess a 6-star bone frame, he was blessed by the heavens in terms of cultivation. At the same time, he was also the youngest blacksmith master and tool pattern master in the Mystic Tools sect in the past 1,000 years. His talent was so outstanding that it caused one's hair to stand on end. The elegant Fan Qianyu was afraid that Li Fuchen didn't know about the immovable King Star, hence she explained in detail, Li Shixiang, among the 3 king stars, the immovable King Star, Qiheng has the strongest defense. The Mystic Tools sect has plenty of secret techniques, and these secret techniques require the body to be branded with tool patterns. The higher the grade of the tool pattern, the stronger the body. During the stars ranking tournament 3 years ago, apart from the other 2 king stars, no one else could even break his defense. That's right. According to what I know, 3 years ago, his body was branded with a low-grade profound grade tool mark. I wonder if he has changed his tool mark now. Fan Qiansong added. Hearing this, Li Fuqian didn't feel surprised. Firstly, he knew about the Mystic Tools sect and the immovable King Star, Qi Heng. Secondly, he had also cultivated the incomplete sword essence which was related to tool patterns. The difference was that his incomplete sword essence could only brand sword patterns on the bones, while the Mystic Tools sect could only brand tool patterns on the body, which was more external. One on the inside and the other on the outside. Interesting. Li Fuqian was very curious about the Mystic Tools sect. After his bones were branded with the bronze sword pattern, apart from being able to convert the true Inferno Qi into bronze sword Qi, it also changed the toughness of his bones. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if someone who had the same ability level as him slashed at his arm, they would only be able to cut open his flesh and wouldn't be able to sever his arm bones. Because the toughness of his arm bones was already comparable to a Mystic-class mid-tier weapon. But for members of the Mystic Tools sect to be able to brand tool patterns on their bodies, it meant that their skin and flesh defense was extremely tough. If the attack power wasn't at an extremely horrifying level, it would be hard to break their skin and flesh defense. On the back of the second spirit beast, the short-haired and muscular Qi Heng leaped down from the spirit beast. His movement technique looked extremely swift and violent. Right now, even Murongdi and Xiahou Chuan couldn't help but have a change in expression. The 3 king stars were like a boulder that was pressing on everyone's heart. Before this boulder was removed, they wouldn't be able to breathe normally. Qi Heng's body was extremely robust and he was a head taller than most of the people. His eyes were like lightning as he took a glance at the crowd. When he saw Murongdi and Xiahou Chuan, he paused for a moment. These two were able to be ranked as one of the 6 young masters and they definitely had some capabilities. Elite prodigies. 3 of them are here. It is truly hard to imagine what kind of scene it will be when all the elite prodigies are gathered together. Some of the prodigies from the various sects who were here to spectate were in a heated discussion and their emotions were surging. Immovable King Star, Qi Heng, ranked number 2 in the previous Stars ranking tournament and was considered a king among the youth generation. Young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, ranked 15th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. Young Master Celestial Star, Murongdi, ranked 35th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. The latter two were ranked lower, but that was because they were rather young. Especially Murongdi, who was only 20 years old when he participated in the Stars ranking tournament. To be ranked 35th in the Stars ranking at the age of 20, there weren't many who could compare with his innate potential. The existence of the 3 of them caused the rest of the people to be overshadowed, just like fireflies encountering the blazing sun. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu looked at the 3 of them before looking at Li Fuqian. They couldn't help but let out a sigh. Li Fuqian might have a huge reputation, but he had never participated in the Stars ranking tournament. In terms of reputation and credibility, he still wasn't comparable to the 3 of them. In this year's Stars ranking tournament, Li Fuqian should at least be able to make it into the top 30. Fan Qiansong thought to himself. In his opinion, young Master Celestial Star, Murongdi, was ranked 35th when he was 20 years old. It was impossible for Li Fuqian to be ranked lower than Murongdi, which was why it was more reliable to rank within the top 30. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Not long after the Mystic Tools sect arrived, the Eternal Spring Valley arrived too. The Eternal Spring Valley sect lived up to its name and flourished for a long time. In this generation, they actually produced 2 6-star bone frames. One was young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun and the other was Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu. Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun was known as the leader of the 6 young masters and was ranked 5th on the Stars ranking. Among the 4 that defeated him, the 3 King Stars hadn't broken through yet. The 4th ranked prodigy had already progressed to the Heaven Realm and had become an expert. As for Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu, she might not be ranked in the Stars ranking, but that was because she was still 17 years old 3 years ago. She didn't even participate in the Stars ranking tournament and naturally wasn't ranked in the Stars ranking. The arrival of the two of them caused the atmosphere in front of the stone door to become even more subtle. It was as though there were electric currents flickering in the air. The presence of the elite prodigies caused some of the prodigies to feel their scalps going numb. This person is the Li Fuchen that you mentioned? Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun had an extremely handsome appearance. He stood with his hands behind his back and quickly locked his eyes on Li Fuchen. Su Muyu replied, Ting Shixiang, that is him. Interesting. A pity that his cultivation is too weak. He is only at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and isn't even comparable to Shimi. Ting Qingyun shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Li Fuchen. In fact, he already thought highly of Li Fuchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially mentioned Li Fuchen. But who here wasn't a prodigy? It was unbelievably difficult for them to surpass levels to battle. Chapter 287. Su Muyu didn't comment. She only briefly mentioned Li Fuchen in front of Ting Qingyun and didn't say anything about Li Fuchen. Ting Qingyun's understanding of Li Fuchen was probably the same as everyone else. She only knew that Li Fuchen was the first to enter the 7th mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. Of course, Li Fuchen's one-star bone frame talent was known by everyone after it was spread. One-star bone frame. Not even Su Muyu would have thought that the outstanding Li Fuchen was actually a one-star bone frame. She always thought that Li Fuchen was at least a 5-star bone frame. This undoubtedly broke everyone's understanding and caused everyone's suspicions. In everyone's opinion, the one-star bone frame Li Fuchen could be considered a prodigy, but not an elite prodigy. As an elite prodigy, the future had to be clear. Li Fuchen's future was too unclear and might just be a flash in the pan. Ting Qingyun, you are here. Qi Heng regarded Ting Qingyun with great importance. In the previous stars ranking tournament, Ting Qingyun was ranked 5th and in terms of ability, she wasn't inferior to him. Ting Qingyun sized up Qi Heng, it seems like your defense has gotten stronger. Qi Heng's Qi presence was extremely strange. His entire body was like a weapon and was emitting a heavy metallic Qi presence, like a human but not a human. Qi Heng grinned and revealed a row of neat and terrifying teeth. He laughed and said, "This stars ranking tournament will be the last one I will participate in. I hope I can enjoy myself to my heart's content." If he was willing, he could have progressed to the heaven realm a year ago. There were 3 reasons why he suppressed himself. The first reason was to obtain more star fate. Star fate was illusory, but most people believed that with the protection of star fate, their future would be much smoother. The second reason was to obtain more Heaven Dipper battle chi. He might have suppressed his cultivation for a year, but if he could obtain more Heaven Dipper battle chi, he would be able to make up for it. The third reason was a groundless rumor. It was rumored that this year's Stars Ranking Tournament was the grandest Stars Ranking Tournament in the history of the East Unicorn continent. The figures in this year's Stars Ranking Tournament would one day stir up the entire East Unicorn continent. Most importantly, this year's Stars Ranking Tournament would have a true dragon that would dominate the entire East Unicorn continent. There were some things that one would rather believe than not, which was why Qi Heng chose to believe it. Ting Qingyun faintly smiled and did not speak. He had heard of some rumors regarding this year's Stars Ranking Tournament. As far as he was concerned, these were all imaginary things. A true dragon appeared and dominated the entire East Unicorn continent. This was impossible, at least for countless years. No one in the East Unicorn continent had done it. In order to dominate the entire East Unicorn continent, one must first have absolute strength. It was useless to be just a little stronger than others. One must at least be stronger by one realm. Take the East Unicorn continent for example. If anyone progressed to the Battle Spirit realm and became a Battle Spirit realm martial artist, then that person would indeed be able to rule over the East Unicorn continent. A single command from the East Unicorn continent would be followed. But ever since those absolute experts vanished, the East Unicorn continent didn't have any more Battle Spirit realm martial artists. Perhaps it had appeared, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Look, it's the Sky Dragon Sword Sect and High Heaven Sword Sect. The two great sword sects are here at the same time. What a coincidence! An uproar broke out on the empty ground again. Among the hundreds of sects in the East Unicorn continent, there were more than a dozen Sword Dao sects, but there were only two elite Sword Dao sects, namely the Sky Dragon Sword sect and the High Heaven Sword sect. The Sky Dragon Sword sect had one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya. The High Heaven Sword sect also had one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan. In the previous Stars ranking tournament, Chiyuya was ranked 28th and Luo Feiyan was ranked 11th. The Spirit Beast landed, Chiyuya and Luo Feiyan also landed. Swordsmen had outstanding temperament. As Sword Dao prodigies, their temperament stood out. Just by standing there, it gave people a feeling that couldn't be ignored and was as resplendent as the stars. Compared to the two of them, the rest of the people were all overshadowed. Young Master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, had a unique sword monarch temperament. He glanced around and noticed immovable King Star Qiheng, Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun, Young Master Celestial Star Murong Di, Young Master Dolin Xiaoho Chuan, and Li Fuchen. After looking at Qiheng and Ting Qingyun, Chiyuya withdrew his gaze. In his eyes, only Qiheng and Ting Qingyun were strong enemies, and the rest could only be regarded as strong enemies. Luo Feiyan's figure and appearance are not inferior to Chiyuya's. He is dressed in white. When he moves, it is like a white cloud fluttering. It is as light as nothing. It is not hard to imagine that his body technique should have reached a very terrifying level. Li Fuchen next to Fan Xiansong said, Young Master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya, you should know his details, that Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan, was famous earlier than Chiyuya, ranked 11th in the last Stars ranking tournament. His sword art is powerful, Flying Sword is even more powerful. In the last Stars ranking tournament, except for a few people, the rest can take his Flying Sword. Even Chiyuya was defeated under his Flying Sword. Of course, Chiyuya fire is still shallow, age is also younger than Luo Feiyan by 1 year. Flying Sword? Li Fuchen had heard of Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan. The so-called Flying Sword is actually a concealed weapon, and the style of the concealed weapon is like a small sword. Fan Qianyu said, my senior brother from Carefree Sect has seen Luo Feiyan in action and he said that the speed of his flying sword is extremely fast. Under the flying sword, he never misses his target. Other than the number 1 King Star, no one would be able to dodge it with their movement skills and could only resist it head-on. That's impressive. Li Fuchen nodded. The speed of the sword Qi is also fast, but the sword Qi is not as powerful as the flying sword, and can be easily resisted. Fan Xiansong withdrew his gaze from Luo Feiyan and said to Li Fuchen, others do not believe you, I believe you, I wish you break into the top 10. I will work hard. Li Fuchen nodded. These absolute heavens chosen more or less gave him some pressure, and most of the pressure came from the gap in cultivation level. Among the people, Su Muyu, who is the same age as him, is already at the 9th level of the Earth realm, 1 level higher than him. Among the others, immovable King Star Qiheng has the highest cultivation level, reaching the half-step heaven realm. Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun, Young Master Dragon Sword, Young Master Celestial Star Murong Di, Young Master Dolin Xiaoho Chuan, and Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan, are all at the peak level of the Earth realm. There is no 9th level Earth realm. Thankfully, I had swallowed a cultivation-boosting medicinal pill, otherwise I would have had a hard time dealing with it. Li Fuchen secretly said. Chapter 288. Of course, pressure was just pressure. To Li Fuchen, this pressure wasn't worth mentioning. Even the immovable King Star Qiheng could not make him feel the slightest bit of fear. Now that he was at the 8th level of the Earth realm, he believed that he could fight with anyone. Furthermore, he wanted to have a hearty battle. Soon, more people from top sects arrived. This time, it was the Wind Snow sect. Like the Eternal Spring Valley, the Wind Snow sect also had 2 supreme geniuses. They were Gale and the Ice Fairy. Young Master Gale Han Yiming was at the peak stage of the Earth realm and was ranked 12th in the previous stars ranking tournament. Icy Snow Fairy Su Lin was at the peak stage of the Earth realm and was ranked 15th in the previous stars ranking tournament. Young Master Gale was just like his name. He stood there like a gust of wind, and even his chi couldn't be captured. If an ordinary person were to face him, they would probably lose their will to fight even before the fight began. After all, if you couldn't even lock onto your opponent's chi, how could you fight? The Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was just like her name. Although her body did not emit any icy aura, people with keen senses could still sense what kind of icy power was contained within her body. Fan Qiansong introduced, Young Master Gale is the #1 light body technique among the youth generation. During the previous stars ranking tournament, he had already comprehended a mystic class mid-tier light body technique intent. This time, he must have reached a new level and might have already comprehended a mystic class high-tier light body technique intent. As for the Icy Snow Fairy, Su Lin, in the previous stars ranking tournament, she had cultivated the Wind Snow Sex Mystic Class Peak-Tier Cultivation Technique, Icy Soul True Technique, to the 16th rank. In terms of cultivation technique rank, the 3 King stars are inferior to her. It is said that apart from her 6-star Icy Snow Bone frame, her physique seems to be an incredible icy cold physique. Therefore, when she cultivates icy cold cultivation techniques, she is able to achieve several times the results with half the effort and is blessed by the heavens. Hearing this, Li Fuchen raised his brows. This young Master Gale was not to be underestimated. As far as he knew, most people's Qing Gong had only reached the low level of the profound level. Very few people could reach the middle level of the profound level. A person's energy is limited, and you can't do too many things with that limited energy. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to do anything well. I wonder what his martial arts realm is like. Qinggong was powerful, but if one's martial arts realm was not high, it would be useless. Martial arts were the most important means of a martial artist. Li Fuchen shifted his gaze from Han Yiming to Ice and Snow Fairy, Su Lin. His eyes were filled with admiration. 3 years ago, the other party had cultivated the profound rank peak-tier Ice Soul True technique to the 16th level. This kind of cultivation talent was truly terrifying. One must know that his current cultivation technique was only at the peak of the 16th level. He was still a step away from the 17th level. Perhaps it has already reached the 17th level. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine the power of a 17th rank mystic class, peak-tier technique. For mystic class, peak-tier techniques, from the 15th rank onwards, each rank was like the heavens. The 16th rank and the 17th rank might seem to be only one rank apart, but when it came to a real fight, the latter was enough to crush the former. Of course, the prerequisite was that both sides were on par with each other except for the cultivation technique rank. Time flew by, and during this time, the people from the Heaven Fiend sect also arrived. As one of the 4 fairies, Fairy Qingguo naturally became the center of attention. In this year's Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qingguo was definitely the youngest. In the history of the Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qingguo was also the youngest. To participate in the Stars ranking tournament at the age of 18 was something that even a 6-star bone frame would find hard to achieve. Someone guessed that in the next Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qingguo would definitely be an invincible existence. Even in this year's tournament, she would probably have a decent ranking on the Stars ranking. From afar, Yan Qingguo glanced at Li Fuchen. Others were envious of her 6-star bone frame, but in her opinion, Li Fuchen was the anomaly. A mere 1-star bone frame was actually able to make it this far. Initially, she thought that she wouldn't have any interactions with Li Fuchen in the future. Some things should be left in the past. But she didn't expect that Li Fuchen's cultivation speed didn't slow down because of the advancement of the cultivation realm. Instead, it was getting faster and had the tendency to surpass a 6-star bone frame. Generally speaking, when a person with a poor bone frame was fortunate enough to reach a new cultivation realm, their cultivation would stagnate. For example, a 2-star bone frame had a 20% chance of progressing to the Earth realm. But even after progressing to the Earth realm, it would normally take many years to progress by 1 level. Some two-star bone frames would only be at the 4th or 5th level of the Earth realm when they died of old age. It was extremely rare for them to be able to cultivate to the 7th, 8th or 9th level of the Earth realm. In other words, with Li Fuchen's bone frame, after progressing to the Earth realm, he shouldn't be able to progress by one level even after 10 years. But in such a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already progressed to the 8th level of the Earth realm. Although there was the credit of the Star Road hidden domain and the elixirs, but Li Fuchen's body had at least advanced by a few levels. His perception is far superior to normal people. That should be the key. Yan Qingwu thought. If Li Fuchen knew what Yan Qingwu was thinking, he would basically agree, but only on the basics. The reason why his cultivation speed was so fast wasn't just because of his perception, there were other important aspects too. Like his spirit, will and consciousness. A strong spirit will allow him to progress smoothly and wouldn't have any unstable state of mind, causing him to be unable to control his own strength. A strong consciousness allowed him to understand his own body very well, allowing him to circulate his qi to break through more easily. Otherwise, with just his perception, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed wouldn't be comparable with a 6-star bone frame. Of course, it was mainly due to his young age. They were both 20 years old, but Sun Liu's cultivation level was higher than Li Fuchen's. But before progressing to the heaven realm, Li Fuchen would slowly catch up. Once his true Inferno technique broke through to the 17th rank or even the 18th rank, his cultivation speed would reach a whole new level. Including Yan Qingwu, 3 of the 4 fairies were here, the 6 young masters were all here, and 1 of the 3 king stars were here. After counting, there were still 3 elite prodigies that weren't here yet. These 3 elite prodigies were the head of the 4 fairies, Tri-Absolute Fairy, the head of the 3 king stars, Thunderous King Star, and the weakest of the 3 king stars, Golden Whip King Star. Tri-Absolute Fairy was ranked 7th in the previous stars ranking tournament. Thunderous King Star was ranked 1st in the previous stars ranking tournament. Golden Whip King Star was ranked 3rd in the previous stars ranking tournament. They were all heavyweight figures. The Tri-Absolute Palace is here. The Thunder God sect is here too. There is also the Golden Extinction Hall. It seemed like it was discussed beforehand. In just 15 minutes, the 3 elite sects had all arrived. As of now, the top 10 elite sects were all here. They were the Celestial Stars sect, Dolin Clan, Mystic Tools sect, Eternal Spring Valley, Sky Dragon Sword sect, High Heaven Sword sect, Wind Snow sect, Tri-Absolute Palace, Thunder God sect, and the Golden Extinction Hall. Among them, the Thunder God sect was the strongest, hence, they were also known as the #1 sect of the continent. Chapter 289. Tri-Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu's beauty could topple cities, and her aura was luxurious and varied. She stood there like a goddess. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that Tri-Absolute Fairy was slightly superior among the 4 fairies. But that was only for now. In terms of appearance, the other 3 fairies were not inferior to Jiang Ruoliu. They were only lacking in cultivation and foundation. No matter how ordinary a person's appearance was, if she could cultivate to a very high realm, she would naturally reveal an extraordinary temperament. It could be said that as one's cultivation increased, so would one's temperament. Moreover, it would be an earth-shaking improvement. With a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base, Jiang Ruoliu's temperament almost reached the level of Heavenly Dipper realm, which is incomparable to the other 3 fairies. Of course, Jiang Ruoliu was not the best in terms of looks and temperament. Of Jiang Ruoliu's 3 ultimate skills, the first was Qinggong. The second was the palm technique. The third technique was illusion. During the previous stars ranking tournament, even the Thunderous King Star, Sitile, wasn't able to completely resist Jiang Ruoliu's illusion art. Fortunately, he was only slightly affected. Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong, ranked 3rd in the previous stars ranking. As one of the 3 king stars, he was tall and had a golden crown on his head. His entire person was full of heroic spirit, exuding an indescribable domineeringness and sharpness. Being stared at by him was like being stared at by an eagle, his gaze terrifying and invasive. If the immovable king star, Qiheng, was a mountain, then the golden whip king star, Jin Sudong, was a blazing sun. One was hidden, the other was shining. As expected of the king star, Li Fuchen could feel how strong the domineering aura of Jin Sudong was. Because of their different personalities, everyone's aura was displayed differently. Some people's auras were reserved, some people's auras were strange, some people's auras were tough, and some people's auras were soft. Jin Sudong's aura, on the other hand, was like a blazing sun, constantly erupting outwards, revealing a domineering aura. In the face of such an existence, those with weak willpower would not be able to produce any fighting spirit. Night and day could not coexist. When the sun rose, all the stars would retreat, and nothing could stop it. At this moment, Li Fuchen finally knew why there were only 3 King Star and why Qiheng and Jin Sudong could become King Star. It wasn't because of talent or potential. In terms of talent and potential, the others might not be inferior to the 3 King Stars. It was because of his domineering aura. The 3 King Stars had a domineering aura that the other younger generation didn't have. This kind of domineering aura was not tyrannical. Domineering was a kind of king's demeanor. It was a kind of extreme confidence that despised everything. Some people would have a domineering aura at some point in time. That was created by a unique environment and unique emotions. However, the 3 King Stars were like real kings. Domineering aura had already become a part of them. Other than the 3 King Stars, young Master Dragon Sword also had a domineering aura. However, young Master Dragon Sword Qi Yuye's domineering aura was extremely overbearing, forming a unique emperor's aura. The so-called Qi of a monarch was one of absolute supremacy, one that stood high above the masses, and was even more extreme. Legend had it that during the era when super experts fought, there were people who walked the path of the Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor. This kind of sword Dao was extremely tyrannical, but it was a pity that it was easy to walk into a dead end. East Lin continent once had a country, but because the emperor was too arrogant, it fell apart. Later, myriad sect stood in great numbers, and there was no more country. From this, it could be seen that the path of an emperor was not that easy to walk. In fact, it might even be impossible. Perceiving Li Fuchen's gaze, Jin Su turned his head to the east, and his gaze was like a blazing light as he attacked. What a powerful spirit will! Li Fuchen was a little surprised. Spirit will. This thing is also related to personality. Some personalities can make the spirit will more condensed, more tenacious, and some personalities can make the spirit will more aggressive. Jin Sudong's spirit will is really like a scorching sun, scorching and overbearing. Of course, Li Fuchen was just a little surprised. Surprised that Jin Sudong's spirit will was the strongest he had ever seen in the younger generation. Unfortunately, it was not enough to shock him. Li Fuchen was surprised, and Jin Sudong was even more surprised. He had heard of Li Fuchen and seen Li Fuchen's portrait. So he recognized Li Fuchen at a glance. Know that Li Fuchen is the most amazing figure in East Lin continent in the past year. After all, even if they 3 King Star, they were not accepted as personal disciple by the first and second odd martial artist, but Li Fuchen was accepted as a personal disciple by the first odd martial artist. Hence, that glance earlier was intentional as he wanted to probe Li Fuchen. But the result surprised him. If his spirit will is the scorching sun, Li Fuchen's spirit will is the starry sky. So deep, so vast. No matter how huge the scorching sun is, it can't be compared with the starry sky. It is just a part of the starry sky. Interesting. Jin Sudong smiled at the corner of his mouth. Li Fuchen's spirit will surprised him, but in this world, martial artist needs to consider too many qualities. Spirit will is only one of them. As long as it is not bad, it can be said. Top 30, or top 20. Li Fuchen's cultivation base can't make Jin Sudong give too high an evaluation. The top may 20th be Li Fuchen's limit. Li Fuchen didn't know Jin Sudong's thoughts. Even if he knew, he didn't care. His eyes shifted from Jin Sudong to the last absolute heavens chosen, the first King Star, Thunder King Star, Situlei. The first King Star, this title is supreme glory. To a certain extent, the first king's star represents the first heaven's chosen, representing the king of heaven's chosen. Thunder King's star, Situlay, is also very tall, faintly taller than Jin Sudong, only shorter than immovable king's star, Chi-hung. The strong him, the upper body is like a small mountain, the lower body has a pair of long legs, the whole person is like a group of thunder, quite motionless like a mountain, moving like thunder. Speaking of Situlay, you have to say Thunder God's sect. Thunder God's sect is the Eastern Lean Continent #1 sect, shedding body realm martial artist is the most, and the strongest. Thunder God's sect does not have martial Dao, but is biased towards thunder attribute. Whether it is cultivation technique, secret technique or various martial art, most of them are thunder attribute, the most famous of which is naturally Thunder God sect #1 cultivation technique, Thunder Lightning Divine Merit, 5-star secret technique, My Heart is Thunder Heart, #1 martial art Heavenly Thunder Execution. Thunder attribute martial art, overbearing, violent, in the same realm, the same conditions, Thunder God's sect is completely crushing others, whether it is speed or attack power, it is superior, only the defense is slightly inferior. But in the face of absolute attack power, as long as the defense is not too bad, it does not matter. There is a saying that the best defense is actually an attack, which is very reasonable. As the Thunder God sect's heaven's chosen, Situlay has a 6-star thunder root bone, cultivating thunder attribute martial art unique, as long as it is thunder attribute martial art in his hands, he can quickly learn. And his strength, in the younger generation, is absolutely strong. There is almost no shortcoming. It was a crushing advantage in every aspect. In the previous Stars List tournament, even immovable King's Star, Chi-hung, Golden Whip King's Star, Jin Sudong, did not bring too much trouble to Situlay. Chapter 290. Situlay stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at all the elite heavens chosen, including Li Fuchen, and smiled faintly. Strength at this point, there is no need to consider the possibility of losing, in his eyes, there is no opponent, even motionless King Star and Golden Whip King Star, for him, is only a slightly stronger existence. So his mentality is different from everyone present, faintly with a trace of detachment. Although there is no opponent, but to understand the unfamiliar means, it is also an interesting thing. Situlay secretly thought. With the arrival of the 3, the elite heavens chosen are all here. 3 King's Star. 6 young masters. 4 fairies. One by one, either domineering, cold, or gentle, or sharp, or refined, do not know if it is an illusion, everyone feels that the 13 people's chi, in the dark, is not weaker than shedding body realm martial artist, just like a true dragon, even if young, is a true dragon, there is no difference in essence. In addition to these 13 people, there are actually many elite heavens chosen, such as Xiaoshi, such as Li Fuchen. Of course, in addition to Li Fuchen, the others are 5-star bone frames. These 5-star bone frames, as long as they show extraordinary talent potential in the Stars List tournament, they are qualified to become King's Star young masters or fairies, famous in the world. What's 6 young masters? If I wasn't young 3 years ago, 6 young masters must have a place for me. Some sect heavens chosen sneered. There is naturally more than one unconvinced, as long as it is a 5-star bone frame, there is more or less some unconvinced, they think they are not inferior to anyone, including King's Star young masters and fairies. Stars List, it is really a gathering of stars, a group of dragons dancing. So many heavens chosen gathered together, even Li Fuchen, in the heart, can't help but have a sense of pride. He is a human after all, not a saint. He has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and has great ambitions. In the face of so many heavens chosen, his battle intent also seems to wake up. In the past, facing those ordinary geniuses, although he went all out, but in the depths of his heart, in fact, there was no tension, because he knew that he would win. But it was different this time. There were plenty of elite prodigies in the Stars ranking tournament, and he wasn't certain about the final outcome. After all, everyone had their own trump cards and killer moves. Moreover, he was at an absolute disadvantage on the surface. He was at the 8th level of the Earth realm and was basically at the bottom of the bottom. Li Fuchen wasn't the only one whose blood was boiling, the rest of the people were as well. Being awe-inspiring in a certain region was nothing. Only being awe-inspiring in the entire continent was truly awe-inspiring. The Stars Ranking Tournament was a gathering of stars and prodigies. It was extremely difficult to obtain a ranking, but as long as one obtained a ranking, it was enough to prove that one was a prodigy of this era and an existence that couldn't be neglected. Other than the Thunder King's star, Sitile, the other heaven's favorites all had their eyes lit up. Their opponents were none other than each other. If the rest of the people were fighting to become geniuses, then they were fighting to become the main characters of this era. The prodigies of the era could only participate. As for the protagonist of an era, he could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, change the world, and dominate the entire continent. Sitile was very calm because he knew that no one could threaten him in this Stars Ranking Tournament. To him, the Stars Ranking Tournament was just a game, and soon, this game was going to end. I miss it so much. I miss the days back then. A reincarnation realm martial artist lamented. Back then, he was also a prodigy and had experienced the Stars Ranking Tournament. Back then, he was high-spirited and had soaring battle intent. He might be immature, but his fighting spirit was obviously stronger than now. Right now, he might be a reincarnation realm martial artist, but it seemed that as the years of cultivation increased, his fighting spirit was slowly decreasing. His subconscious had been warning him that he was already a reincarnation realm martial artist and didn't need to take risks or opportunities. It was too difficult to progress from the reincarnation realm to the battle spirit realm, and there was no need to risk it. Since the East Unicorn continent didn't have any battle spirit realm martial artists, he just had to cultivate normally, and there was a possibility of death if he took risks. There is no need to miss it. They are just a bunch of small fry. I wonder how many of them have truly matured. There were also some reincarnation realm martial artists who were disdainful. That's right. Only after reaching the reincarnation realm can they control their own destiny. They are still unable to control their own destiny. It was obvious that most of the reincarnation realm martial artists didn't care about the prodigies. In their opinion, even if these prodigies were glorious in the Stars Ranking Tournament, the best outcome would be to become a new batch of reincarnation realm martial artists, and it was impossible for them to surpass them. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to care. They were already standing at the peak, while these prodigies were just at the waist of the mountain. The foot of Star Fate was shrouded in mist, and there was only one entrance. There was a giant stone door and a stone staircase that extended from the stone door to the foot of the mountain. Once there was no stone staircase or even a mountain path. One had to rely on oneself to find a route up the mountain. Before this, the stone door contained laws and intents, and no one was allowed to enter. After an unknown period of time, there was a pop sound and the laws and intents vanished. There was a gust of wind that surged out from the stone door and blew on everyone. Empty Star Fate has opened. Hurry up and ascend the mountain. Some of the experts from the sects urged their disciples. Swish 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 swish, hundreds of prodigies executed their movement skills and shot towards the stone door. All of these prodigies burst out with extreme speed. They knew clearly that Star Fate was extremely tall, and if they were to be faster, it wouldn't be a decisive factor. But if they were to be slower, the consequences would be unpredictable. The first batch of people to ascend the mountain didn't have to worry about anything and just had to ascend the mountain. The people behind would have to deal with obstructions or intentional disturbances from others. In the past, there were prodigies that were severely injured and weren't able to ascend the mountain peak. Which was why they wanted to be the first batch of people to ascend the mountain. Of course, those that were fighting to be the first batch were those that didn't have confidence in themselves. Those that were truly confident in themselves weren't in a hurry to burst out with speed and would leisurely follow behind at a moderate speed. Li Fuchen, do your best. Zhao Mingyue transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen waved his hand and skimmed towards the stone door. You are not bad, but this year isn't our era yet. Yan Qingwu walked past Li Fuchen and left a statement. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Perhaps others might think that he was just here to join in the fun and it would be fine as long as he could make it into the top 36. But only he knew that his time was precious. He wouldn't be able to participate in the second Stars ranking tournament. Which was why this year's Stars ranking tournament was the only one he would participate in. He would give it his all and fight for first place. After entering the stone door, there was a stone staircase that pierced through the fog. At this point, there were fights that broke out. In the Stars ranking tournament, everyone was an opponent. It was fine if there weren't any obstructions along the way, but if there were, it would be hard to restrain their intense battle intent. The stone staircase was narrow and crowded. The fog on both sides was something that no one was willing to touch. Boom! A huge battle erupted and even Li Fuchen was caught in it. Chapter 291. Get Lost. A few 9th-level Earth Realm prodigies teamed up and blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could see that these people were doing it on purpose. They probably wanted to test his ability. It was a pity that these people's cultivation technique rank was too low and was only at the 14th rank. Their cultivation might be one level higher than Li Fuchen, but their combat cultivation was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen burst out with the true Inferno Chi and sent these people flying into the mist. In the next moment, these people vanished. Such a high cultivation technique rank. Someone noticed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Combat level consisted of 3 parts. One part was the cultivation level, the other part was the technique rank, and the last part was the Chi Burst secret technique. Li Fuchen's cultivation level might be low, but his technique rank was high. Therefore, his combat level wasn't weak, but was extremely strong. Kid, this year's Stars ranking tournament doesn't have a place for you. You better participate in the next tournament. A vigorous figure pounced at Li Fuchen and blasted a fist at him. It is the previous Stars ranking tournament's 84th ranker, Cheng Wu. Cheng Wu is at the peak level of the Earth Realm and his technique rank is at the 15th rank. I wonder how he is going to resist. The prodigies behind Li Fuchen were sneering in their hearts. Cheng Wu's ability was indeed decent. He might not be comparable to Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, but he was much stronger than Sword Tiger, Chen Yuanhu. A pity that his opponent was Li Fuchen. Executing his movement technique, Li Fuchen's figure instantly vanished and when he reappeared, he was already at the side of Cheng Wu. Not good. Cheng Wu's eyes widened as he extended his left hand from under his right arm, trying to block Li Fuchen's attack. Bang! Li Fuchen sent Cheng Wu flying into the mist with a lightning-fast kick. In a martial artist's spar, there were many factors that determined the outcome. To deal with Cheng Wu, Li Fuchen didn't even need to reveal his trump card. He just needed to use his speed to send Cheng Wu flying. Such speed! Those prodigies who originally looked down on Li Fuchen didn't dare to do so anymore. Light body techniques were an extremely important quality. If one's speed couldn't keep up with the opponent, then one could only passively take a beating. Unless one's defense was immune to the opponent's attacks, if one's speed was too slow, one would lose. At the end of the stone stairs was Empty Star Fate. At this point, there was no more fog, but correspondingly, the road was not as easy to walk. Looking up, Mount Star Fate towered into the clouds. Its surface was almost completely straight. Some places barely had some protruding rocks to use as leverage, and some places were simply cliffs that were incomparably smooth. How are we supposed to go up like this? Many prodigies sucked in a cold breath. He did not realize it from afar, but when he saw it up close, he realized that it was not easy to climb the mountain. Everyone was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Although they didn't possess the Heaven Realm martial artist's ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, they were still able to soar in the sky for a distance. It was just that Empty Star Fate had plenty of cliffs and the height was basically above a few thousand meters. No one was able to forcefully fly up. Even a half-step Heaven Realm wouldn't be able to. They had to borrow strength midway. Of course, even though it was a cliff, if one's lightness skill was good, one could still use it as leverage. It all depended on one's own skill. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a cliff that was 3 to 4,000 meters high. The cliff was very wide, and it was estimated to stretch for more than 10 miles. If they chose another route, they would waste a lot of time. Let me go first. One of the prodigies who was at the 9th level of the Earth realm and felt that he had a decent lightness skill soared into the sky. When he reached a height of a few hundred meters, he stomped on the cliff and climbed again. Soon enough, he reached a height of over 1,000 meters and repeated the process. I can't go up anymore. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. He could see that every time this prodigy borrowed strength, the distance would be reduced by half. His final height would probably be around 2,000 meters and it was impossible for him to climb the cliff. As expected, at the 2,300 to 400 meters mark, this prodigy used up all his chi and his body started to descend. It was fortunate that the height of 2,000 meters wasn't enough to make him panic and was just a little pathetic. After landing on the ground, this prodigy decisively chose another route. Some of the less confident prodigies didn't try anymore. When they saw someone failing, they too chose another route. Those that stayed behind were those that were more confident. Let me do it. Another prodigy soared into the sky. This person was at the peak level of the Earth realm and had dense chi. Swish, swish, swish. After borrowing strength over a dozen times, this prodigy barely managed to climb up the cliff. Let me do it too. The cliff was very spacious and could accommodate hundreds of people climbing at the same time without being crowded. Li Fuchen saw that the elite prodigies led by thunderous King Star Situlei had all started to climb. Situlei was worthy of being the first King Star. Not only was his cultivation ridiculously high, but his lightness skill was also amazing. With just one leap, he flew up to 1,000 meters. After 2 or 3 times of borrowing strength, he had already disappeared. The whole process was like a lightning flash. Immovable King Star Qi Heng and Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong might be slower, but they were also close to 1,000 meters in height. Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan's lightness skill was comparable to Situlei, but it wasn't as fast as Situlei. Originally, everyone thought that Situlei and Luo Feiyan's lightness skill was formidable enough, but after seeing Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu's lightness skill, everyone was speechless. Jiang Ruoliu was like a swan goose, her figure rushed into the sky. Almost no one saw how she borrowed strength and floated up, appearing on the cliff like a fairy descending. Subsequently, Yan Qingwu's lightness skill was also astonishing. Yan Qingwu's cultivation was the same as Li Fuchen's, at the 8th level of the Earth realm. She belonged to the bottom of the bottom, but apart from her incredible lightness skill, it seemed like she cultivated an incredible lightness skill. If Jiang Ruoliu was a swan goose, then Yan Qingwu was a swallow. After borrowing strength from the cliff for 3 to 4 times, Yan Qingwu climbed up the cliff with ease. Elite prodigies are indeed elite prodigies. Even Fairy Qingwu, who has the weakest cultivation, is also incredible. Many of them felt inferior in their hearts and felt that as compared to these elite prodigies, their innate potential was too inferior. This Li Fuchen has yet to climb. Could it be that he lacks confidence and is scared? I think so. A 1-star bone frame is ultimately a 1-star bone frame and probably has some limitations. I wonder how he passed the 6th mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. The mystic martial hidden domain doesn't mean anything. Perhaps he is more suitable for the trials of the mystic martial hidden domain. Everyone had their suspicions towards Li Fuchen, especially after knowing that Li Fuchen's bone frame was only a 1-star bone frame. They weren't convinced and all of them wanted to see Li Fuchen reveal his true self and make a fool of himself. The reason why Li Fuchen was the last one was mainly to see the performance of the others. In terms of light body techniques, Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu was undoubtedly the best, Situlei and Luo Feiyan were tied for 2nd place. The others each had their own merits, but Yan Qingwu was still lacking in maturity. Her light body technique was very proficient, but her cultivation level was rather low. It is my turn. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the Black Wind 3 clones. He stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. 500 meters. 800 meters. 1,000 meters. 1,200 meters. Below, be it those who were observing or those who were climbing the cliff, all of them were tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. 1,500 meters. This time, Li Fuchen ascended to a height of 1,500 meters, and this wasn't even his limit. He might not have cultivated any Mystic-class high-tier light body technique, but he had already cultivated the Mystic-class mid-tier Black Wind 3 clones to the extremity. The Black Wind 3 clone's intent was already at the completion rank, which allowed him to be like the wind and couldn't feel any resistance at the initial stages. P.S. Apologies, the updates for the past few days are too lousy. It is my fault. Let's not talk about the reason and resume updating. This is the first update. Chapter 292. What level of Qinggong is this? He is only at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Some prodigies were shocked. 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu's Qinggong is powerful, because she is not only high attainments in Qinggong, but also high cultivation base. Among the participants, except for the 3 King Star, only she is a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base. Half-step Heavenly Dipper realm seemed to be only 1 level higher than Earth Fiend realm peak, but in fact, it was like heaven and earth. Half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, as the name implies, half a foot has already stepped into the Heavenly Dipper realm. The 3 King Stars and Tri-Absolute Fairy could actually break through to the Heaven realm, but the 4 of them forcibly suppressed their cultivation. Martial artists at this level not only had high-quality Jinqi, but their mental state had also been elevated to a higher level, allowing them to control their Jinqi with ease. However, cultivation was cultivation, and lightness skill was lightness skill. The two were related, but the main thing was still the attainment of lightness skill. Just like demonic beasts, some rank 3 high-tier demonic beasts might not be as fast as rank 3 mid-tier demonic beasts. One must know that the former's demonic aura would definitely surpass the latter's. After breaking through the Black Wind 3 clones to the completion rank, Li Fuchen was able to use 10% of his strength to burst out with 10% of his strength, just like this class 3 mid-tier demonic beast. Climbing to a height of 1,500 meters, Li Fuchen jumped, drew an arc, and gently stepped on the cliff. At the moment of borrowing strength, Li Fuchen took the opportunity to take a breath of true spirit and then rushed into the sky again. With just 2 leaps, Li Fuchen ascended the cliff with ease and elegance. This kid's movement technique is like a ghost. He doesn't seem to be that simple. Everyone's eyes flickered. If Li Fuchen had a 5-star bone frame, they wouldn't have belittled him. But Li Fuchen's 1-star bone frame was too ridiculous. Subconsciously, none of them took Li Fuchen seriously. As for Li Fuchen's results in the mystic martial hidden domain, they didn't think much of it. The path of the martial Dao had limitless possibilities, and the mystic martial hidden domain was just one of the more important possibilities. So, there were no demonic beasts on Endistar Fate, but there were extremely aggressive plants. These plants usually had long vines, and if they weren't careful, some geniuses would be sent flying by the vines, sustaining heavy injuries. Some geniuses would be bound by the vines, unable to move. In addition, everyone realized that the higher they went up Endistar Fate, the stronger the gravity, and the lower the height they could fly. Pu. The vines were cut down one by one. Li Fuchen ascended the mountain as though there was no one around. Rumble. All of a sudden, the ground below split open as a giant flower bud bloomed and enveloped Li Fuchen. Rise! Li Fuchen didn't want to be entangled. He extended his body and skimmed into the sky while the flower bud chased closely behind. But the flower bud's stem was limited in length and couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen. Although Endistar Fate isn't dangerous, there are many obstacles. Li Fuchen saw a prodigy being wrapped by the flower bud. He didn't die but fainted instead, as though he was inflicted with some hallucinogenic poison. If there were no accidents, by the time he woke up, the first phase of the Stars ranking tournament would have already ended. Such strong gravity. The height of Star Fate was at least a few tens of thousands of meters. At the halfway point of the mountain, the gravity increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuchen could only soar over 100 meters in the air, and his speed was greatly reduced. A height of over 100 meters would require a few breaths to reach. In this way, it would be even more difficult to dodge the plant's attacks. The overwhelming vines surged over in a frenzy. Li Fuchen drew the Mystic-class high-tier artifact sword, the Black Light Sword that was bestowed by the sect Patriarch, and slashed. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. The scarlet-red shadow was like a giant red cover that enveloped the vines. In the next moment, the vines were sliced into pieces. As the finishing move of the Blaze Devil Sword art, even if Li Fuchen didn't activate the secret technique, the burst of lethality was still extremely terrifying. His ability? A few hundred meters away, behind the strange boulder, Qin Keishi had a shocked expression. Back when she hosted the Autumn Rain Tea Party, Li Fuchen was only slightly superior to Xiao Bai and Yuan Qianqiu. It had only been a short period of time and Li Fuchen's strength had already reached such a horrific level. Furthermore, she could see that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength and was merely executing a casual sword move. Everyone has underestimated him. In terms of ability, he is probably at least top 20 or even higher. Qin Keishi thought to herself. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen was already deep into the clouds and wasn't far from the peak of the mountain. At this moment, there were more chances for everyone to meet. It's you. Not far away, Han Feng saw Li Fuchen. Han Feng's luck was rather good as the route he chose was very smooth and there weren't that many plants. So what if it is me? Li Fuchen glanced at Han Feng. Han Feng's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Earth realm and was only 1 level higher than him. Arrogant. Even if you were accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert, you might not be ranked among the elite prodigies. Get lost. Han Feng had never crossed moves with Li Fuchen before, hence he didn't think that Li Fuchen was very formidable. Back at the Star Road Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen was still avoiding him and chose to escape. Wearing the silver brass knuckles, Han Feng suddenly blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. The silver radiance was like a starry sky that was flickering. Mystic-class mid-tier kill move. Starry Sky Strike. Seeking your own death. Even during his first attempt at the Star Road Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen's ability might not be inferior to Han Feng, but he wasn't willing to engage in a meaningless battle. After 2 years, Li Fuchen's ability had advanced by leaps and bounds and he no longer placed prodigies like Han Feng in his eyes. In his eyes, only those top geniuses were worthy of his attention. Seeing Han Feng make a move, Li Fuchen's chi burst out from his body. The True Inferno technique and Mystical Dragon's secret technique were circulated at the same time. Immediately after, his second Mystic-class mid-tier kill move was executed. Boom! The air trembled and the mountain rocks crumbled. The silver starry sky completely crumbled while Han Feng vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. Han Feng was defeated in a single move. To be serious, Han Feng's innate potential wasn't inferior to sword maniac, Li Xiangru. But his cultivation time wasn't as long as Li Xiangru's and he didn't even comprehend a mystic-class high-tier sword intent. How was he going to withstand Li Fuchen's sword? The defeated Han Feng's eyes were dazed as he stared at Li Fuchen in disbelief. Frog at the bottom of the well. Even if you are one of the Celestial Seven, you don't have the qualifications to look down on me. Li Fuchen drifted away. He didn't have a need and didn't intend to kill Han Feng. He didn't know when the mystic martial experts would leave and it was better to provoke fewer enemies. With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was rather spacious and had a radius of a few thousand meters. In the center of the peak, there was a simple and unadorned circular platform. Surrounding the circular platform were 108 stone pillars and the surface of the stone pillars were shrouded with a yellow chi flow. Right now, there were already over 20 individuals standing on the stone pillars. Each of them looked down from above and had an extraordinary aura. Leaping into the sky, Li Fuchen landed on one of the stone pillars. The stone pillars were known as the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, and the yellow chi flow was the Heaven Dipper battle chi. It was extremely beneficial for Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate. But standing on it didn't mean that one would obtain the Heaven Dipper battle chi. One had to make it to the top 36 of the stars ranking in order to obtain the Heaven Dipper battle chi. Swish! A figure followed closely behind and appeared on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beside Li Fuchen. It was Yan Qingguo. Chapter 293. Figures after figures arrived at the peak of the mountain. In just a short moment, 90% of the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars were filled with people. Swish swish swish, more people arrived at the peak of the mountain, and when they saw the few Heaven Dipper stone pillars, they went crazy. They soared into the sky and wanted to snatch one of the unoccupied Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Get lost! During the process of contesting for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, it was inevitable that there would be fights. Everyone knew clearly that the earlier one stood on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, the earlier they would be at ease. Once the Heaven Dipper stone pillars were filled with people, they would be considered to have entered the stars ranking. If this dragged on, more people would come to contest for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Among the crowd, Li Fuchen saw Li Xiangru, Qin Yuanhu, and Xue Feng. After spending a lot of effort, Li Xiangru obtained a Heaven Dipper stone pillar. But Qin Yuanhu and Xue Feng couldn't even get close to the Heaven Dipper stone pillar and would always be repelled or obstructed by others. Bang! A palm print penetrated Xue Feng's chi protection and slammed heavily on Xue Feng's chest. In the next moment, Xue Feng was sent flying while vomiting blood. I want this Heaven Dipper stone pillar. A figure landed on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. Don't even think about it. 3 or 4 figures pounced at the opposition. Get lost! The figure looked as though he had 3 heads and 6 arms as he slammed out layers of palm prints. PFFF, 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 these 3 or 4 figures came and left quickly. All of them vomited blood and were sent flying without any suspense. It is the previous stars ranking's 44th ranker, Wang Xian. No wonder he is ranked 44th on the stars ranking. His ability far exceeds us. Let's not contest with him. If it was someone ranked 70th or 80th on the stars ranking, they wouldn't be fearful. In fact, many of the lower-ranked stars ranking bigwigs had already been defeated. Furthermore, the ones who defeated them were all rising stars that weren't listed on the stars ranking. But the top 50 rankers of the stars ranking had overwhelming ability, and it wasn't easy to defeat them. Rather than tiring themselves to death without any gains, they might as well contest for the other Heaven Dipper stone pillars. PFFF PFFF. Wan Qianxiu and Xiao Bai, who were once defeated by Li Fuchen, were furious. They were the previous stars ranking bigwigs and originally thought that ascending the Heaven Dipper stone pillars would be easy. But a rising star suddenly appeared and forcefully struck the 2 of them until they vomited blood and couldn't even get close. Damn! Wan Qianxiu's face turned dark, and so did Xiao Bai. What was different from Wan Qianxiu and Xiao Bai was that Qin Keixi managed to obtain a Heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Qin Keishi's archenemy, the Divine Whip Devil Girl, Tang Shiqi, also managed to obtain one. The 2 of them had rather good innate potential, unlike Wan Qianxiu and Xiao Bai, who had the strength of the stars ranking in the previous tournament, but it might not be the case for this tournament. Of course, even if he managed to get his hands on the Heavenly Dipper stone pillars, he might not be able to keep them. As long as the Heavenly Dipper stone pillars weren't full of people, they could snatch any one of them. Wan Qianxiu and Xiao Bai's strength is probably inferior to Sword Tiger, Qin Yuanhu. It is basically impossible for them to enter the stars ranking. Standing on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar, Li Fuchen shook his head. The stars ranking had a lot of changes every session. In the previous stars ranking, it was already very good to have more than half of the people in the stars ranking. Of course, this was mainly because many of the previous stars ranking bigwigs had advanced to the Heaven Realm. After all, if he didn't advance, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 3 king stars and the others. He might as well advance first. Unknowingly, 300 to 400 people had gathered at the top of the mountain. Xiaohoshi was the last batch of people to ascend the mountain peak. He had bad luck as the route he chose was filled with aggressive plants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to ascend. Bang, 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 how formidable was Xiaohoshi's ability. Among the rising stars, he was definitely one of the best or second best. After all, he had a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. Soaring into the sky, Xiaohoshi was just like a vicious beast as he rampaged his way through. There weren't many who could withstand a single fist from him. They were all severely injured by a single fist and were sent flying like rice straws. It's Xiaohoshi. Hurry up and retreat. Xiaohoshi had a notorious reputation and everyone knew that he was a ferocious individual. Among the battle spirit 10 greats, he was only inferior to Xiaochuan. Occupying one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, Xiaohoshi stood with his hands behind his back and had a cold expression. Many of the prodigies from the surrounding sects retreated after hearing the news. Huff, 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 in the sky above, patches of black shadows appeared. No matter how tall M-Star Fate was, it wouldn't be able to block the descent of Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Of course, this was mainly because M-Star Fate was already activated. When M-Star Fate was in a closed state, even Reincarnation Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to ascend it. Otherwise, they would suffer from the chi presence of the entire M-Star Fate. If it was light, they would suffer severe injuries. If it was heavy, they would perish. It wasn't a joke. The various sects' Reincarnation Realm martial artists brought along some of their prodigies and descended from the sky. They were observing from afar, including the Azure Water sects Ouyang Wentian and the others. Fuchen and Xiangru each obtained one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Zhao Wujin's eyes were like lightning. When he saw Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, he couldn't help but let out a smile. Ouyang Wentian nodded and said, Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng are still lacking. Whether they can ultimately stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars will depend on their luck. Snatching the Heaven Dipper stone pillars also required luck. If the instant you stood on it, all the Heaven Dipper stone pillars happened to be occupied, then the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars would form the Heaven Dipper Great Array, preventing others from continuing to snatch the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, repelling them. But those with true ability didn't need luck. Like the 3 king stars, the 6 young masters, the 4 fairies Tri-Absolute Fairy and Wind Snow Fairy. Anyone who dared to contest for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars would be courting death. No one would be foolish enough to rush forward. But it was obvious that Su Muyu and Yan Qingwu weren't in this group. The two of them might be elite prodigies, but they were still young and there would always be people who couldn't help but test them. Get lost! The sickle in Su Muyu's hand was like a scythe that was harvesting straws. In just a short moment, she swept 3 to 4 individuals. The ability that she displayed was superior to Xiaohoshi. Yan Qingwu's ability was extraordinary too. With a flash of her curved saber, the saber light was as swift as a swallow. She easily cleaved one of the individuals and with a shake of her body, multiple figures appeared at the same time to send the other 2 individuals flying. The ability that she displayed was at least mid-tier in the stars ranking. Get this kid down. There were 300 to 400 individuals on the peak of the mountain. 100 of them were standing on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, while the remaining 200 would change their targets from time to time. Li Fuchen was undoubtedly one of the targets. Not good, Li Fuchen is being targeted. Zhao Mingyue held her breath. There were too many prodigies on the peak of the mountain. Even if she was rather confident in Li Fuchen, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. Zhao Wujin, Ouyang Wentian, and the others frowned and observed quietly. Kid, hurry up and get down. There were a total of 5 figures skimming towards Li Fuchen and 2 of them were the previous stars rankers. Li Fuchen drew his sword and executed his first Mystic class mid-tier kill move, Sword Flow. 10 sword lights burst forth. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. As the sword lights crisscrossed, the 5 of them burst out with blood and fell from the sky. It seems like we were worried for nothing. Seeing how Li Fuchen resolved the crisis with such ease, Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. Let's risk it all. Everyone attacked together. Seeing that there were more and more individuals on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, everyone was getting anxious. Previously, it was just a chaotic fight for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, but now, it had turned into a dozen individuals attacking one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, vowing to take down one individual. Chapter 294. Li Fuchen's side was also in a frenzy. It was unknown if someone had instigated it, but over a dozen prodigies from the various sects had teamed up to attack Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen couldn't withstand the joint attack of over a dozen prodigies, he would definitely be severely injured. What's the use of having more people? Activating the primary clear hand, Li Fuchen executed the first mystic class mid-tier kill move, Sword Flow. This time, there were dozens of sword lights. Pu. At Li Fuchen's level, the suppression of the lower class prodigies was too obvious. A single sword was enough to injure over a dozen prodigies and cause them to bleed profusely. Li Fuchen didn't even use his true strength, otherwise, a single sword would have been enough to kill a dozen of them. Who else? Li Fuchen swept a glance at the restless group of people in the distance. Yunyu, will fight you. A figure reached the top of the mountain. It was an extremely muscular young man. It is the previous star's ranking's 48th ranker, Yunyu. He actually just reached the peak of the mountain. Yunyu isn't proficient in light body techniques, but his body refinement technique is incredible. In the star's ranking, he is at least top 10. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer. Yunyu had just reached the peak of the mountain. Apart from not being proficient in light body techniques, it was mainly due to his bad luck, as he had chosen a route that was fraught with difficulties. After all, as a star's ranker, no matter how bad his light body technique was, he wouldn't be ranked below 300th or 400th. He didn't have any enmity with Li Fuchen, but he wasn't used to seeing Li Fuchen's dominance when fighting against multiple opponents. He wanted to test Li Fuchen's strength. Like a ferocious beast, Yunyu stomped on the ground and shot towards Li Fuchen in a slanted manner. Overturning Mountain Chop. In the air, Yunyu gripped a giant axe with both hands. He raised it high and swung it down forcefully. In an instant, a raging wind blew, and the phantom of a mountain appeared, accompanied by a snow-white waterfall. No wonder he is ranked 48th in the previous star's ranking. Many people were shocked. Sword explosion. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he thrusted with the black light sword. Layers of sword shadows pressed forward in a frenzy before exploding. Rumble. A transparent air ripple spread out while Yunyu was sent flying. Li Fuchen stood on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar and didn't move an inch. Alright, again. Yunyu's eyes flickered. Li Fuchen's sword move wasn't just exquisite and tyrannical, it was also targeted at the flaw of his kill move. Otherwise, it was impossible to force him to retreat. Stomping on the ground, Yunyu rushed at Li Fuchen again. This time, Yunyu's body was glowing with a copper glow, as though he had turned into a copper statue, giving off an unparalleled pressure. Profound class high-rank body refining technique, and he has grasped the body refining true meaning. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had seen such a brilliant body tempering technique. Body refinement techniques were different from other martial arts. It was extremely difficult to grasp the true meaning, even more so than chi cultivation techniques. However, once one grasped true intent, one's defense would increase greatly. Martial artists of the same level would not even be able to break through the opponent's defense. In addition, once one grasped the true meaning of a body-refining cultivation technique, one's strength would also increase greatly. According to what Li Fuchen knew, only one of the three king stars, the immovable king star, Qiheng, had comprehended a mystic class high-tier body refinement intent. Of course, he had branded tool patterns on his body and his defenses were far superior to Yunyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the immovable king star. Yunyu's body refinement proficiency is almost in the top 5. The immovable king star, Qiheng, was rather interested. When facing the valiant Yunyu, apart from the initial surprise, Li Fuchen didn't have any other expression. Executing the Blaze Devil Sword art, a layer of scarlet light gathered on the black light sword. Clang! When the sword and axe clashed, Yunyu's palm burst with fresh blood and the giant axe flew out of his hand. Not good. Yunyu was appalled. PFFF. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's sword slashed open Yunyu's chest. In order to break the Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement intent, one had to grasp the Mystic Class High-Tier Martial Art intent. In comparison, the Sword Art intent was undoubtedly the most lethal. When facing Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword intent, Yunyu couldn't defend at all. Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent. Interesting. Young Master Dragon's sword, Qi Yuya looked over. When he noticed that Li Fuchen had grasped the Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent, his eyes flickered. From what he knew, there weren't many people who had grasped the Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent. Adding them up, it probably didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. I am not a match for you. Yunyu quickly retreated while the sword wound on his chest gradually closed up, but a sword scar was left behind. He had just grasped the Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement intent for a short period of time and was considered to be at the initial stage of the intent. Li Fuchen's Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent was obviously at a higher level of attainment. But what he couldn't understand was that he was at the peak level of the Earth Realm while Li Fuchen was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm. Logically, even if it was a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent, it would be hard to injure him. After all, there was still a gap in cultivation level. How could he know that Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely astounding? This sword strike was aimed at the Qi Protection's flaw. Everything in the world had its flaws, and so did the protective Jin Qi. Of course, even without the astounding awareness, Li Fuchen was still able to break Yunyu's defense. His Blaze Devil Sword intent was already at the completion rank and it was still possible to break Yunyu's defense. With Yunyu's previous example, no one dared to provoke Li Fuchen anymore. It didn't matter if everyone admitted it or not, Li Fuchen already had the strength to rank at the top of the stars ranking. Fuchen's sword intent is getting sharper. Zhao Wujin lamented. He had practically witnessed Li Fuchen's current achievement from the origin realm. Therefore, he knew how terrifying Li Fuchen's improvement was. With Yunyu's ability, it was still easy for him to snatch one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. With his defense, even if a dozen prodigies worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The Heaven Dipper stone pillars changed owners time and time again. There was a time when there were 107 individuals standing on the stone pillars, but it was a pity that it was all for naught and there weren't even 108 individuals. Unknowingly, 1 hour had passed. Get lost. A figure broke out of the encirclement and landed on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. Rumble. The 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars shook in unison. Immediately after, the yellow chi flow that lingered on the surface of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars surged and interconnected, repelling everyone else. Damn it! Some of the prodigies that weren't able to stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars had a change in expression as they were unresigned. The Heaven Dipper Great Array was activated. At this moment, the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars and the circular stage in the center had formed a world. Not even reincarnation realm martial artists would be able to interfere. If they forcefully interfered, they would be attacked by the Heaven Dipper Great Array and would instantly perish. Alright. Ouyang Wentian and the others let out a breath of relief. This was the first time in the history of the Azure Water sect that 2 individuals entered the stars ranking. It was a known fact that 30% of the sects didn't even have a single disciple in the stars ranking. Apart from the Azure Water sect and the top 10 elite sects, the rest of the sects didn't have more than a handful of disciples. The Violent Saber sect and the Spirit Hidden sect didn't have any disciples in the stars ranking. I wonder how the stars ranking tournament is going to be conducted. Li Fuchen looked at the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars and the circular stage in the center with a curious expression. The stars ranking tournament didn't have any judges and Li Fuchen didn't specifically ask around, hence he didn't know about the details. Rumble. Just as Li Fuchen was thinking about it, two of the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars sank. Immediately after, the prodigies that were standing on the two pillars leaped onto the circular stage. So that's how it is. Chapter 295. All the prodigies from the sects that were listed on the rankings were all formidable. If they were in the previous tournament, they would at least be in the top 70 or 80. Boom, boom, boom. On the round stage, chi forces were crisscrossing and weapons clashing. When the victor was decided, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar that the loser was standing on suddenly split off a portion of Heaven Dipper battle chi and converged on the winner's stone pillar. Each Heaven Dipper stone pillar has a limited amount of Heaven Dipper battle chi. After losing a certain number of matches, the Heaven Dipper battle chi would disappear. No wonder only the top 36 would be able to obtain the Heaven Dipper battle chi. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen understood. For the second match, it was the Golden Whip King star, Jin Sudong. His opponent wasn't weak and could be considered extremely formidable. It was Lu Xiangdong who was ranked 42nd in the previous tournament. Swish! The weapon in Jin Sudong's hand was a golden iron whip that was 3 meters long. It had a total of 108 segments, making it look like a golden spine. As it lashed out, a powerful golden light erupted from the round platform. A terrifying whip intent burst forth, directly sending Lu Xiangdong flying. His chest had caved in, and he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Such strength! Everyone was shocked. How reckless! He didn't admit defeat against Jin Sudong. He is probably trying to test Jin Sudong's ability. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Turning around coldly, Jin Sudong skimmed onto the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. As for the severely injured Lu Xiangdong, he was enveloped by a ray of light and was rapidly recovering. Lu Xiangdong had a horrified expression. After 3 years, he thought that he had improved a lot. He might not be a match for Jin Sudong, but he still wanted to try. He didn't expect to be defeated so miserably and cleanly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiangdong stomped on the stage and skimmed back to the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. In the next moment, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath his feet split off a portion of Heaven Dipper battle chi which fused into the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Jin Sudong's feet. So this is the half-step heaven realm? Li Fuchen frowned. Jin Sudong didn't execute any secret techniques and his whip art was only a mystic class, mid-tier whip art. But the ranked 42nd Lu Xiangdong still couldn't withstand a single whip from Jin Sudong. Had it not been for the Heaven Dipper Great Array's healing, there was a high possibility of death. Li Xiangru's match was in the 4th match. His opponent was a rising star, but this rising star was extremely strong. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves before Li Xiangru defeated his opponent. For the 5th match, Yan Qingwu's opponent was Yunyu. Yan Fei Wu. Executing the 3-star secret art, Swallow Flight Dance, Yan Qingwu's figure suddenly split into multiple figures, causing Yunyu's vision to blur. It was impossible for him to capture Yan Qingwu's true body. Clang 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 clang, numerous blade lights slashed at Yunyu's body, creating countless sparks. You can't hurt me! Yunyu roared. With a sweep of his giant axe, he destroyed all of Yan Qingwu's doppelgangers. Not necessarily. Yan Qingwu frowned and activated the 4-star secret technique, Flying Swallow Slash. The speed of the scimitar in her hand increased exponentially, and the image of a swallow appeared on it. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as Yunyu was injured by the saber. Pu. After that, Yunyu fell into a predicament. Saber scars covered his body. I admit defeat. With a bitter smile, Yunyu took the initiative to admit defeat. The opponent's blade speed was too fast. The super fast speed gave the blade technique super lethality. I really don't know how the opponent reached such a level at such a young age. It was really infuriating to compare people. The 7th match, Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye against Wang Xian. In the previous Stars List Great Competition, Qi Yuye was ranked 28th and Wang Xian was ranked 44th. Logically, the gap wasn't big. Wang Xian thought so too. You don't admit defeat? Qi Yuya looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian said confidently, why should I admit defeat? Even if he couldn't beat Qi Yuya, he didn't need to admit defeat. This Qi Yuya wasn't the Three King Stars. If it was the Three King Stars, he would most likely admit defeat. I hope you don't regret it. Qi Yuya said indifferently. Take my palm first. Wang Xian's figure soared. A pair of big hands slapped Qi Yuya for dozens of palms. Between each palm, there was no gap, and finally formed a huge palm, slapping towards Qi Yuya. Annoying flies, split. Qi Yuya took out the sword, the golden sword, and the dazzling golden sword light, like a dragon claw, tore the huge palm, and then ran through Wang Xian's body. Ah! Blood mist filled the air. Wang Xian screamed and fell onto the round table. The injury was very serious, and there were 5 bloody holes in the body, which were the size of the bowl mouth. Qi Yuya didn't look at Wang Xian, tiptoe on the ground, back to the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Wang Xian, who had finished the treatment, was like seeing a ghost, and his eyes were round. He felt that Qi Yuya's strength was not inferior to Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong. Because he thought that his strength would not be inferior to Lu Xiangdong, and even felt that he was slightly better than him. Young Master Dragon's Sword, Qi Yuya, is worthy of Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect's Sword Dao Genius. In 3 years, he has grown to such a point. Does he intend to compete with the 3 King Stars? Most of the time, 6 young masters, for fairies, which goal is not the 3 King Stars. I don't know what level the strength of other young masters and fairies has reached. Seeing Qi Yuya's strength, everyone looked forward to the strength of other elite heavens chosen. In 3 years, there were too many unknown factors. The previous stars list ranking, at this moment, was completely useless, and could not be used as a reference. Of course, except for the 3 King Stars. The 10th match, Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin. On the round table. Hong! Wind Snow Fairy didn't even need to make a move, Qi burst, and a majestic cold Qi presence enveloped the opponent. I admit defeat. The opponent was shivering, and it wasn't just the cold body, but more of the cold spirit will. In the 15th match, young Master Celestial Star Morongdi's opponent seemed to feel that he was too weak and directly admitted defeat. In the 17th match, young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan's opponent admitted defeat. In the 20th match, young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan's opponent admitted defeat. In the 24th match, the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar under Li Fuchen's feet sank and the height dropped by half. Is it my turn? Li Fuchen's figure flashed and landed on the round table. Lifting his eyes, Li Fuchen looked at the opposite side. The opposite side fell a tall figure, the Qi presence surged. It is one of the Dolin clan's Dolin 10 Greats, Xiahou Hai. Xiahou Hai's innate potential might not be comparable with Xiahou Chuan and Xiahou Shi, but with his age, he is ranked 39th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. This is going to be a good show. Everyone looked at the round table with curiosity. They wanted to see what level Li Fuchen's ability had reached. Kid, are you still not going to admit defeat? Xiahou Hai grinned and sneered. He was ranked 39th in the previous tournament. He was confident that he could rank top 30 in this tournament. He didn't even put a mere Li Fuchen in his eyes, even if Li Fuchen's reputation had been spreading for the past year. With just you? Li Fuchen said. With just me, Mountain Cleaving Claw. Xiahou Hai's hands were equipped with steel claws. Both of his hands were crisscrossing and clawing, forming a giant net that enveloped Li Fuchen. Break! The black light sword in Li Fuchen's hand was glowing in scarlet light and extended a giant scarlet sword dipper. With a sweep of the sword dipper, the giant net was cleanly broken and the remaining force crushed at Xiahou Hai. Minor Battle Spirit Art, activate. Chapter 296. The Minor Battle Spirit Art was a 4-star secret art. It could transform the true Qi within a martial artist's body into the even more powerful Minor Battle Spirit True Qi. After many years of cultivation, Xiahou Hai had already comprehended the minor battle spirit art to the great completion realm. This was also the trump card he relied on. Right now, after activating the minor battle spirit art, Xiahou Hai, who was originally at the peak stage of the earth realm, had a combat cultivation that was comparable to the half-step heaven realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yet to comprehend a mystic class high-tier martial art intent, it was highly possible for him to be ranked top 20 in this year's stars ranking. Mountain Splitting Claw. He released another mystic class mid-tier kill move. The claw light that was the size of a house contained a layer of yellow light and clawed at Li Fuchen. The power of this attack was far beyond Lu Xiangdong and Wang Xian. Many of the people were sweating for Li Fuchen. When facing Xiahou Hai's all-out attack, Li Fuchen didn't plan to activate the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Qi. He continued to use the 3-star secret technique, Primary Clear Hand and Blaze Devil Sword Art. The scarlet-red sword dipper extended and contracted. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Hai's mountain-splitting claw was filled with flaws. Sword energy. It was the will of sword qi. It was almost the same as genuine qi gang. Usually, only mystic class high-tier sword techniques could release sword energy. Of course, this did not mean that the astral sword was more powerful than the sword qi. It could only be said that the form was different. Some sword techniques' astral sword was more powerful, while some sword techniques' sword qi was more powerful. Moreover, the astral sword's killing range was much smaller than the sword qi. When the distance was close, the astral sword's power was indeed greater than the sword qi's. Flame Devil Inquisition. In the void, crimson light intertwined, and the house-sized claw light was directly disintegrated. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Hai's claw was purely powerful and didn't have any subtlety. Perhaps when fighting against others, this claw would not be a problem. But when fighting against Li Fuchen, this claw was a huge problem. The less refined the move, the bigger the flaw. Li Fuchen was able to use the least amount of energy to break this move. But only Li Fuchen can do it, amazing awareness, so that he can easily see the flaws of moves, eyesight. He and Shedding Body Realm martial artist are no different, that is, the body reaction is not as good as Shedding Body Realm martial artist. After breaking Xiahou Hai's kill move, Li Fuchen thrust his black light sword forward. A scarlet-red sword dipper swept out like a venomous snake. This was one of the Flaming Devil Sword style's moves, the Flaming Snake's Tongue. Puff! Xiahou Hai's protective Zhen Qi was pierced through. He lowered his head in disbelief. Unknowingly, his chest had also been pierced through, and smoke was rising from it. I lost? Xiahou Hai was still in a daze. Activating the Little Dipper spirit art, his cultivation base was comparable to the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, even if the martial art true meaning level was not high enough, but the combat cultivation base was enough to make up for or even surpass this disadvantage. But why was he defeated so miserably? His every move seemed to be completely seen through by the other party. Even Xiahou Hai was defeated. This Li Fuchen must not be underestimated. Indeed. I reckon that apart from the majority of the elite prodigies, if anyone else wants to go against him, they would need to be at least in the top 30 of the previous stars ranking. Li Fuchen defeating Xiahou Hai might have surprised everyone, but it wasn't too shocking. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow, and Li Fuchen's reputation was rather resounding. Previously, he even injured the 48th ranked Yunyu in a single blade. To be able to defeat Xiahou Hai, you do have some ability. Xiahou Shi's expression was somewhat gloomy when he saw this scene. Xiahou Hai's innate potential might not be as good as his, but his ability wasn't weak. Even he wouldn't be able to defeat Xiahou Hai casually. But he was planning to hunt Li Fuchen and plunder Li Fuchen's chief fate. If Li Fuchen was too strong, the chances of him hunting Li Fuchen would be much smaller, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. The thunderous King Star, Situlei, took another glance at Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional? If it was anyone else, even if their ability was similar to Li Fuchen, they wouldn't be able to defeat Xiahou Hai so easily. After defeating Xiahou Hai, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Li Fuchen's feet had an additional streak of Heaven Dipper battle chi, making it even more vigorous. I wonder what level the Heaven Dipper battle chi will reach after condensing 107 individuals' Heaven Dipper battle chi. Li Fuchen thought to himself. In the 28th match, the immovable King Star, Qi Heng appeared and his opponent admitted defeat. In the 33rd match, the thunderous King Star, Situ Lei appeared and his opponent didn't admit defeat. Because his opponent was the 20th ranked Zhao Qi in the previous Stars ranking tournament. Situ Lei, I know I am not a match for you. But I would like to know what level your current ability is at. On the round stage, Zhao Qi spoke slowly. Situ Lei laughed, you are still unable to force me to reveal my true ability. No matter what, I want to try. Zhao Qi made his move. The spear in his hand was like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea as it burrowed towards Situ Lei. The violent spinning force caused Zhao Qi's entire body to be engulfed in a horizontal tornado. It was an extremely imposing sight. Situ Lei clenched his right fist and struck out with a casual punch. Boom! The tornado crumbled and the spear in Zhao Qi's hand was bent into a bow shape. With a pfff sound, Zhao Qi vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. A single punch and Zhao Qi was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone stared at Situ Lei in horror. Too strong. The 20th ranked Zhao Qi in the previous Stars ranking tournament couldn't even withstand a single punch from Situ Lei. Even the Mystic class high-tier weapon in his hand was bent. What kind of fist force was this? Very strong. This year's Stars ranking tournament's first rank is probably still him. Zhao Wujin sighed. Ouyang Wentian nodded, this child's innate potential is top-notch and he is already of age. It won't be an easy task to contest against him. The Thunder God Sect's reincarnation realm experts had smiles on their faces. In the previous Stars ranking tournament, Situ Lei was the first rank. If he could obtain the first rank again this time, the accumulated Heaven Dipper battle chi would be astounding. Perhaps, once he stepped into the Heaven Realm, he would be able to break through 3 levels and reach the 4th level of Heaven Realm. Apart from that, if the legendary star fate really existed, it would definitely affect the Thunder God Sect's fate. By then, the Thunder God Sect's status would be even more stable and no one would be able to shake it. In the 38th match, Young Master Gale, Han Yiming against Qin Keishi. Han Yiming won. In the 42nd match, Young Master Eternal Spring, Ting Qingyun won. In the 45th match, Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu won. In the 48th match, Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu won. The tournament progressed very quickly and in just a short moment, Li Fuchen was on stage again. This time, his opponent was very weak and had immediately conceded. Correspondingly, the Heaven Dipper battle chi on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar under Li Fuchen's feet was being nurtured. 3, 4, 5, time elapsed quickly. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already won 9 matches in a row. The Heaven Dipper battle chi below him was vaguely revealing its prowess. It was like a giant snake that had a trace of spirituality. At this moment, the strong and the weak had already been revealed. Apart from the 13 elite prodigies, the most prominent ones were undoubtedly Xiahou Shi, Li Fuchen, and 2 other equally dazzling youths. As of now, the 4 of them had maintained their winning streak. They were known as the 4 dark horses of this year's Stars ranking tournament, or in other words, the 4 reserve elite prodigies. Chapter 297. Sun Hailong was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. He had grasped a Mystic class high-tier martial art intent and even cultivated a 4-star secret technique. In the previous match, he defeated Wu Hai, who was ranked 30th on the Stars ranking. His strength was truly astonishing. In everyone's opinion, Sun Hailong should be slightly stronger than Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen was only at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and was 1 level lower than Sun Hailong. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to activate a 4-star secret technique. It was possible that he had yet to cultivate a 4-star secret technique, or the 4-star secret technique's maturity was still too low and couldn't be put to use. Li Fuchen, you aren't a match for me. Sun Hailong's right hand was wielding a metal rod that was surrounded by green flames. His chi presence was rising and gave off an invincible and tyrannical demeanor. Li Fuchen sized up Sun Hailong. Sun Hailong's cultivation technique was obviously a blazing heat cultivation technique, and it was at a rather high rank. It should be at the peak state of the 15th rank. The peak state of the 15th rank shouldn't be underestimated. In fact, most of the people here were at the 14th or 15th rank. Sword maniac Li Xiangru was at the 15th rank. There might not even be 10 people who could cultivate a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank. I will know after a try. With the 16th rank of the true Inferno technique circulating, Li Fuchen's chi presence was also rising. The black light sword in his hand was emitting a scarlet-red sword dipper and a threatening sword intent. 16th rank? Sun Hailong's eyes contracted. With the 16th rank of the Mystic class peak tier cultivation technique, Li Fuchen's combat cultivation wasn't inferior to him. 16th rank of the cultivation technique? Everyone was either astonished or envious. To be able to cultivate a Mystic class peak tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank at the age of 20, such perception was extremely astounding and was even superior to elite prodigies. It had a profound meaning. To reach the 16th rank at the age of 20, it was possible to reach the 17th or 18th rank in a few more years. The number 1 cultivation technique rank, Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin, was only at the 16th rank during the Stars ranking tournament 3 years ago. Back then, she was already over 20 years old. Could it be that this lad has an exceptional talent for cultivation? Outside of the Heaven Dipper Great Array, plenty of reincarnation realm experts were guessing. So what if you cultivate a Mystic class peak tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank? Blazing Flame True Spirit, activate. Wind Fire Rod Art. Sun Hailong roared and activated the 4-star secret technique, the Flame True Spirit. The Flame True Spirit was not a true chi transformation secret technique or a true chi explosion secret technique, but a true chi transformation secret technique. Behind Sun Hailong, a 3-meter-tall illusory flame appeared. The illusory flame merged with Sun Hailong, and boundless flame energy poured into Sun Hailong's body, causing his aura to rise once again. The azure flames on the iron rod burned fiercely, looking like a 10 times larger torch. Taking a deep breath, Sun Hailong swung his iron rod. The surging blazing chi expanded and turned into a giant flame whirlpool that blasted at Li Fuchen. It is somewhat similar to the rotating flow sword art. However, it is several times more overbearing than the rotating flow sword art. Li Fuchen immediately saw the essence of the wind fire rod style. Horn of the Flame Devil, break. Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil sword intent wasn't at the initial stage, nor was it at the matured stage. It was at the perfection stage, and the Horn of the Blaze Devil was the finishing move of the Blaze Devil sword art. Puff! The profound light sword abruptly pierced out, and the glaring red light was like a red horn, forcibly piercing into the flame vortex, and then stirring it for a bit. Danger! When the wind fire rod style was broken, Sun Hailong was shocked and quickly brandished his rod to block. Boom! A huge force transmitted over, causing Sun Hailong's palm to bleed and his eyes to see stars. Li Fuchen's sword attack was extremely concentrated, and it was concentrated at a single point. The force that came from it was extremely horrific. Sun Hailong felt that all the strength in his body had vanished, even his chi had been scattered. You have lost. Li Fuchen's profound light sword was pointed at Sun Hailong's throat. Sun Hailong's lips twitched and had an appalled expression. One sword. He couldn't even block a single sword. It was too humiliating. But in comparison, he was more fearful of Li Fuchen's ability. Li Fuchen's sword move was simply unbelievably perfect. They were both Mystic class high-tier martial arts, but his wind fire rod style was far inferior to Li Fuchen. The difference was like the clouds and mud. Sun Hailong's defeat was a little unexpected. After all, Li Fuchen only executed one sword move. He is actually so strong. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian were in despair. They realized that Li Fuchen's improvement speed was several times faster than them. As long as Li Fuchen didn't die, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Li Fuchen's ability surprised Ouyang Wentian and Zhao Wujin. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to activate the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Qi. If he activated the Pure Yang Dipper Qi, it was imaginable how strong he would be. After defeating Sun Hailong, Li Fuchen achieved 10 consecutive victories. The Heaven Dipper battle Qi that was lingering around the Heaven Dipper stone pillar was getting more and more like a giant snake. In the 580th match, Li Fuchen went against Yan Qingguo. Yan Qingguo didn't intend to concede and immediately launched an intense attack. Flying Swallow Cleave. Her figure was fleeting and her saber art was extremely fast. The curved saber in Yan Qingguo's hand seemed to have a spirit of its own. Every saber was like a swallow flying at Li Fuchen. The trajectory of the saber was unconstrained and extremely agile. Li Fuchen had a calm expression as he slashed with the profound light sword. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. This sword move was as though it was made by the heavens, as though it was waiting for Yan Qingguo. There was a burst of scarlet light and on the round stage, a layer of scarlet cover enveloped Yan Qingguo. In an instant, Yan Qingguo suffered dozens of slashes from the sword dipper. PFFF PFFF PFFF. After barely blocking half of the sword dipper slashes, Yan Qingguo couldn't block the rest of the slashes. Sword wounds appeared on her body while fresh blood sprayed out. Outside of the Heaven Dipper Great Array, the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch, Li Xietian had a gloomy expression. The Yen Clan Patriarch, Yen Baitian didn't have a good expression either. Yan Qingguo had the 6-star bone frame and should be enjoying supreme glory. But she was ultimately too young. If she was given 2 more years, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for her. A momentary loss doesn't mean anything. The next tournament shall be Qingguo's era. Yen Baitian thought to himself. After defeating Yan Qingguo, Li Fuchen won another 3 consecutive matches and reached 14 consecutive victories. As of now, there were only over 20 individuals who maintained 14 consecutive victories. Apart from Yan Qingguo, the rest of the elite prodigies were among them. On the 799th match, Li Fuchen was going against Xia Houshi. Xia Houshi had always treated Li Fuchen as his hunting target, but right now, he didn't have any confidence. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was much stronger than he imagined. If Li Fuchen had already gone all out, Xia Houshi might still have some confidence. But if Li Fuchen still had some tricks up his sleeves, then Xia Houshi wasn't confident at all. A prey will always be a prey. What is there to fear? Xia Houshi licked his lips and with a flash, he appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Boom! His cultivation burst out and his 4-star secret technique burst out. Xia Houshi blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. A vigorous and sinister dragon-shaped chi force swam around. Mystic Class High-Tier Fist Art. Yellow Dragon Fist. Chapter 298. It is time to expose something else. In fact, Li Fuchen still had absolute confidence that he could defeat Xia Houshi without using the 4-star secret technique. But to do so, he would have to execute the Blaze Devil Sword art to the extremity and push his awareness to a higher rank. It would be too shocking. He had to leave some leeway in everything so that no one could see through him. With the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Qi activated, the violent True Inferno Qi within Li Fuchen's body surged and transformed into Pure Yang Dipper Qi. In an instant, Li Fuchen's body burst out with a pure and tyrannical bright yellow radiance. Even the black light sword in his hand was coated with a layer of bright yellow radiance, as though it was a large yellow crystal sword. Boom! When the sword was brandished, the air shook. Half of the round stage was filled with bright yellow radiance, as though a sun was bursting out. 4-star secret technique? Xia Houshi was flabbergasted as he was sent flying while blood sprayed all over the place. A sub-completion rank 4-star secret technique was equivalent to a completion rank 3-star secret technique. Therefore, there was a huge difference between a 4-star secret technique and a 3-star secret technique. After using the 4-star secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat cultivation rose sharply. How could Xiaohoushi be a match for him? Elite prodigy. After this battle, Li Fuchen will be considered an elite prodigy. As Li Fuchen defeated Xiaohoushi in a single blade, most of the people were convinced. They had no choice but to be convinced. Xiaohoushi was a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame but couldn't even block a single blade from Li Fuchen. If one wasn't an elite prodigy, who else could do it? After all, Li Fuchen was also a rising star and was only 20 years old, which was slightly younger than Xiaohoushi. What a disgrace! Young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan had a cold expression. Clans and sects were different. As the strongest clan in the East Unicorn continent, the Dolin clan's descendants valued their bloodline's glory. In Xiahou Chuan's opinion, Xiaohoushi didn't just disgrace the Dolin clan, he also disgraced the Dolin bloodline's glory. This is the secret technique he obtained? Su Muyu frowned. Her intuition told her that the secret technique Li Fuchen obtained in the tomb wasn't the one he was executing now. It should be stronger and more horrific. In terms of pure perception, Su Muyu believed that she was inferior to Li Fuchen. Hence, since she had cultivated the 6-star secret technique, Qi Gathering Dipper, to the Scarlet Dipper rank, Li Fuchen should have a greater improvement. I don't know what he's aiming for. If Su Muyu knew that Li Fuchen was aiming for the top few rankings, then she would roughly know how many trump cards Li Fuchen was hiding. 16 consecutive victories, 17 consecutive victories. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already won 20 consecutive matches. Hiss hiss hiss, the Heavenly Dipper battle chi coiling around the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar finally transformed into a giant yellow snake. The giant snake slithered around the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar while hissing. In the 1100th match, Rain and young Master Heavenly Star, Murongdi, faced off. This was the most heavyweight battle since the start of the Stars ranking tournament. This was a battle between the fairy and the young master. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the two people on the round platform. Su Muyu is only 20 years old this year, while Murongdi is already 23 years old. He's at a disadvantage. The Stars ranking tournament is based on strength and not age. It is normal for her to suffer some losses. Let's see how many moves Rain can withstand from Murongdi. No one believed that Rain was Murongdi's opponent. Both of them were 6-star bone frames and were elite prodigies. It was ridiculous for them to have an additional 3 years of cultivation time. In terms of being at a disadvantage, no one was at a disadvantage more than Yan Qinggu. At the age of 18, she had already broken the record for the youngest participant in the Stars ranking tournament. Rain, I advise you to admit defeat. You are not a match for me. Murongdi said indifferently. He didn't like meaningless battles. Rain replied, how would I know if I don't try? She didn't have any confidence to go against Murongdi, but admitting defeat wasn't her style. She had to at least give it a try. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Murongdi opened up his iron fan and emitted a boundless chi presence. Swish! With a flash, Murongdi broke through the air and brandished his iron fan in the air. The giant iron fan shadow was like a black and oppressive whirlwind as it engulfed at Rain. Such a ferocious attack. On the opposite Heaven Dipper stone pillar, one of the prodigies lost his balance and was nearly blown away by the pressure from the iron fan shadow. He was overwhelmed with shock. This was just the aftermath of the attack. If it was a direct confrontation, he would probably be severely injured in an instant. No wonder she is a 6-star bone frame. Li Fuchen raised his brows. It was extremely difficult for a 5-star bone frame to be comparable to a 6-star bone frame. The so-called heaven-defying 5-star bone frame that could be comparable to a 6-star bone frame was actually just a superficial quality. It was still unknown if the 5-star bone frame was truly comparable to a 6-star bone frame. Of course, he was an exception. With the blue soul spirit, his perception was enough to look down on all 6-star bone frames. His cultivation talent was slightly lacking, but with his cultivation technique rank to compensate, it wasn't too far off. 60% ability or 70% ability? Rain took a deep breath and burst out with her cultivation. Her secret technique, Chi Condensation Dipper, was activated. In an instant, the scythe in her hand was emitting a layer of scarlet light. Brandishing the scythe, Rain clashed with Murongdi. Boom! Violent air currents exploded, and the clothes of everyone on the Heavenly Dipper's stone pillars fluttered in the wind. Those who were closer to the stage lost their balance and needed to circulate their Jinchi in order to stabilize themselves. 1 step, 2 steps, Rain took 3 steps back. Not bad. You are able to block one of my moves. The iron fan in Murongdi's hand was brandished and layers of iron fan shadows enveloped Rain. He too had a 4-star secret technique, but against Rain, he didn't need to activate it. After all, be it cultivation or martial arts rank, he was superior to Rain. Red light scythe dance. Rain let out a soft yell and executed her finishing move. Within 30 meters, the scarlet scythe shadows interweaved, as though multiple Rains were brandishing the scythe. Phaseless Dipper Fan. Murongdi laughed heartily and swung his iron fan again. This time, his chi was extremely concentrated and the iron fan shadow turned into a ray of light. Bang! Rain was sent flying by the fan while blood was seeping out from the corner of her mouth. Murongdi's ability was too strong and his fan art was obviously able to release Dipper Chi. Within a certain range, Dipper Chi's power was much stronger than Chi. Rain wasn't disappointed after losing to Murongdi. Her ultimate goal this time was to get into the top 10. Her normal goal was to get into the top 20 and she still had a chance later on. The battle between the two elite prodigies was extremely exciting. In everyone's eyes, Rain might have lost in glory as she was 3 years older than Murongdi after all. In the 1400th match, Li Fuchen, who had 25 consecutive victories, encountered a formidable foe. At least in everyone's eyes, it was a formidable foe. His opponent was actually the 17th ranker of the previous Stars ranking tournament, Chen Feng. He might not be an elite prodigy, but it wasn't an easy task to be ranked 17th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. After 3 years, even a pig would have a significant improvement, let alone Chen Feng, who was only inferior to the elite prodigies. Huff huff huff, on the round stage, the chi flow was spreading out in waves. Standing in the center of the round stage, Chen Feng was just like a god of war. The chi presence that burst out from his body was extremely shocking and was even more shocking than Murongdi and Rain. Chapter 299. Chen Feng's strength should be stronger than what Murongdi has displayed. As for how much stronger, I have no idea. One is ranked 17th in the previous Stars ranking and the other is the Dark Horse King. I am truly looking forward to it. Everyone discussed animatedly. After defeating Sun Hailong and Xia Hoshi, Li Fuchen's status as the King of Dark Horses was confirmed. If Li Fuchen could even defeat Chen Feng, it would mean that his ability was enough to compete with elite prodigies. But if he was defeated, it would mean that Li Fuchen's ability would only be in the top 30 or 20 and he wouldn't be able to go any further. Chen Feng's weapon was a sawtooth broadsword with a bloody line on its blade. As Chen Feng poured his true chi into it, the bloody line resembled a blood-colored snake, wriggling slowly. A gloomy and overbearing saber chi pervaded the air. Li Fuchen, receive my first blade. Chen Feng didn't waste any time and executed his saber art. Countless blood threads wrapped around Li Fuchen. Upon closer inspection, they weren't blood threads at all. They were clearly strands of flexible and condensed saber chi. The saber art that Chen Feng cultivated was the high-tier mystic class saber art, the blood thread saber art. When this blood thread saber art was cultivated to its peak, the saber chi would be akin to threads. However, although Chen Feng had comprehended the blood thread saber intent, he had yet to raise the blood thread saber intent to the perfection stage. Hence, his saber chi could not reach the level of blood threads. Activating the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Chi, Li Fuchen suddenly slashed with the black light sword. Fiery Devil Killing Shadow. The crimson barrier enveloped Chen Feng. Within the barrier was a domain of astral sword chi. Crackle! The blood saber chi scattered, and the red shield was destroyed. Chen Feng frowned. He had basically gone all out and assumed that he would be able to suppress Li Fuchen. Take another slash from me. Chen Feng stomped on the ground and arrived in front of Li Fuchen. The next instant, Chen Feng held the saber with both hands and slashed furiously. Blood veins waterfall. Hua hua hua, the densely packed bloodlines were like a waterfall that poured down at Li Fuchen. This saber was even more concentrated and tyrannical. Every single bloodline had unparalleled slicing and penetrating power that no one could block. Whoosh! 3 or 4 Li Fuchen appeared at the same time and Li Fuchen instantly dodged this saber. Mystic Class Mid-Tier Light Body Technique Intent. Chen Feng had an unsightly expression. Qi Cultivation Technique Intent, Light Body Technique Intent, Body Refinement Technique Intent. These 3 intents were all extremely difficult to comprehend. Li Fuchen didn't just have a high sword art rank, even his light body technique rank was at such a high level. After dodging Chen Feng's fatal saber, Li Fuchen appeared on Chen Feng's left side. Horn of the Flame Devil. The profound light sword stabbed out abruptly, and a scarlet horn phantom appeared. It was as if a flame devil was using the horn on its head to stab at Chen Feng with astonishing might. Dang! Chen Feng didn't have a light body technique like Li Fuchen and could only twist his body to block with his saber. At this moment, he understood Sun Hailong's helplessness. The power of the flame demon's horn was extremely condensed. All of its power was concentrated on a single point. The instant the blade and the sword came into contact, Chen Feng felt a formless aura penetrating through his body. That was the aura of the flame devil's horn. With blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, Chen Feng was flung away. Both his arms were trembling uncontrollably, and for a split second, he felt numb. Amazing! Li Fuchen raised his brows. His sword was just like using a hammer to smash a nail. It could easily penetrate a piece of wood, but Chen Feng actually blocked it. Again. Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than Chen Feng's flying speed. He executed the Horn of the Flame Devil again. Dang! PFFF. This time, Chen Feng vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and the qi in his body was nearly scattered. No! Chen Feng roared with rage and circulated his qi to the extremity. With a ferocious burst, he wanted to blast Li Fuchen away. It was a pity that in the face of the Horn of the Flame Devil, everything would be penetrated. The qi burst out by Chen Feng was instantly split apart. Li Fuchen's sword thrust at Chen Feng for the 3rd time. This time, Chen Feng wasn't able to use his saber to block. PFFF. The Scarlet Horn Phantom penetrated Chen Feng's chest and lifted him up. His body was in the shape of a prawn. When the Scarlet Horn Phantom vanished, Li Fuchen drifted away and didn't make another move. He won. So quickly and cleanly. Everyone was astonished. They thought it was going to be a bitter battle, but it ended so quickly. It gave people a feeling of loud thunder and small raindrops. Li Fuchen's light body technique is too incredible, and his sword move is also very horrific. Once he has the upper hand, Chen Feng has no way to reverse the situation. Yes, in the case of similar strength, whoever has a powerful light body technique will win. Chen Feng's only weakness is his light body technique. Of course, this is compared to the elite group of people. Compared to us, his light body technique isn't weak at all. The previous battle with Xiaohoshi established Li Fuchen's identity as an elite prodigy and the king of dark horses. The battle with Chen Feng established Li Fuchen's identity as an elite giant. To be listed in the stars ranking was considered a young giant, but only the top 20 were considered elite giants. It was obvious that Li Fuchen already had the strength of the top 20, and it wasn't much worse. Somewhat interesting. Young Master Dragon's sword, Qi Yuye's eyes flashed with a strange light. Li Fuchen's strength was somewhat out of his expectations. He thought that Li Fuchen was just an ant. From the looks of it, Li Fuchen was stronger than an ant and was able to exchange moves with him. In order to become an expert, one must not be weak in any aspect. Chen Feng's light body technique is a little weak. Murong-di let out a faint smile and opened up the iron fan in his hand, gently fanning the wind. Somewhat interesting. Wind Snow Fairy looked at Li Fuchen too. She was blessed by the heavens when it came to cultivating icy cold cultivation techniques. Even the Three King Stars cultivation techniques weren't comparable to her. Li Fuchen was the only one with a cultivation technique innate talent that wasn't inferior to her. After defeating Chen Feng, Li Fuchen's battle record was at 26 wins. The Heaven Dipper battle chi in the form of a giant snake had a transformation again. Its body was much thicker and more powerful. It was indistinctly transforming from a giant snake into a giant python, while the hissing sound was much louder. In the 1430th match, Xiahou Chuan and Chen Feng went against each other. Xiahou Chuan was known as Young Master Dolin and possessed a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. In the previous stars ranking tournament, he had the same ranking as Wind Snow Fairy, Su Lin. The two of them were tied at 15th place. His strength was world-shaking, and in this year's stars ranking tournament, he was qualified to compete for the top 5. A single palm strike. A single palm strike was all it took to send Chen Feng flying. Chen Feng's strength was formidable and was probably 30% stronger than Su Muyu. But when facing Xiahou Chuan, he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. During the battle with Li Fuchen, he had at least received a few sword moves. Chen Feng had an ashen expression and his confidence seemed to have crumbled. This year's stars ranking tournament was a huge blow to him. Before the tournament, he was extremely confident and wanted to make it to the top 10. But now, he was defeated miserably by Li Fuchen and was sent flying by a single palm strike from Xiahou Chuan. He was doubting if he had made any progress during the past 3 years. Such strength. No wonder he is one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Dolin. Li Fuchen used 3 sword moves to defeat Chen Feng, but Xiahou Chuan only used a single palm strike. Li Fuchen might have the potential of an elite prodigy, but he is still too inexperienced. Apart from Su Muyu and Yan Qinggu, he isn't strong enough. And that makes sense. On the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, there were plenty of people conversing. After sending Chen Feng flying, Xiahou Chuan looked at Li Fuchen with an indifferent gaze that had a trace of disdain. Seeing this scene, Murong-di laughed and muttered to himself, "It is already praiseworthy to be able to defeat Chen Feng. It is a pity that in this tournament, it isn't your turn to shine. This tournament belongs to us." Chapter 300. Back on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar, Xiahou Chuan closed his eyes, as if he didn't care about the next match. But the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop, and everyone's eyes swept over Xiahou Chuan from time to time. This battle gave everyone a new understanding of Xiahou Chuan and the others. They admitted that they had underestimated this session. This year's competition was definitely the strongest since the disappearance of the super experts. The elite prodigies grew too fast and didn't give others a way out. Xiahou Chuan and Chen Feng's strength were similar in the previous session. This session, Chen Feng couldn't even take a palm from Xiahou Chuan. You know, Chen Feng is not a cat or dog. Even if he is not an elite prodigy, he is also a first-rate prodigy, otherwise he will not be in the last stars list tournament, ranked top 20. In the 1480th match, young Master Gale Han Yiming appeared, and his opponent was Yao Hui, who was ranked 18th in the previous stars list. Chen Feng and Yao Hui, one was 17th in the previous session, and the other was 18th in the previous session. But he met young Master Gale Han Yiming. Han Yiming's speed was too fast. At the start of the battle, Yao Hui was surrounded by Han Yiming. The next moment, Yao Hui was kicked out, and his neck was almost broken. It is simply incomparable. Xiahou Chuan only needs 1 palm to defeat Chen Feng, and Han Yiming only needs 1 leg to defeat Yao Hui. The gap is too big. Originally, I thought that Li Fuchen had some hope to challenge the 6 young masters. Now it seems that there is no hope at all. I don't know how strong Qi Yuya, who was ranked 28th, and Murong-di, who was ranked 35th, are. Murong-di's strength has been shown. Although it is not too amazing, his opponent is Su Muyu. I guess he only used 60% or 70% of his strength. It should be about the same. As for Chi Yuya, according to my sect's news, his strength is absolutely ridiculously strong. I am afraid that he is stronger than Murong-di and Xiahou Chuan. It is said that he has cultivated the Sky Dragon Sword sect's strongest profound class high-tier sword art, Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Sword Art? That's really terrifying. This sword technique has unimaginable power and contains the Monarch Sword Dao. I also got the news. I guess that Chi Yuya may be able to fight with young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun. The same Heavens Chosen are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The Dragon Sword young Master Chi Yuya is undoubtedly the strongest. If his age is similar to the 3 King Stars, the 3 King Stars may not be his opponent. Only the Thunder King Star Situlei can fight with him. In the 1550th match, another 2 Sky Prides met. This time, both parties were young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, and young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan's palm technique was like a mountain, heavy, domineering, and unparalleled. Luo Feiyan's sword technique was like a white cloud, sharp, ethereal, and unpredictable. 100 moves, 200 moves. After exchanging a full 300 moves, the two sides were still evenly matched. However, everyone could see that young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, seemed to have the upper hand. His palm technique was like a big millstone, constantly crushing Luo Feiyan's sword energy. Luo Feiyan displayed his advantage and used his slightly stronger light body technique to constantly wander around Xiahou Chuan. Xiahou Chuan sneered. His light body technique might not be as good as Luo Feiyan's, but it was impossible to use light body technique to defeat him. His combat style was the same as the immovable King Star, Qi Heng, which was to deal with the myriad of changes. No matter how fast you were, as long as you attacked, you would never be as fast as me. Furthermore, each of his palm strikes could be sent far away and there was no need to get close to the opponent. Xiahou Chuan, it seems like you have improved a lot during these 3 years. Luo Feiyan laughed indifferently. Xiahou Chuan said, "Display your flying sword. I would like to see if your flying sword can defeat me this time." In the previous Stars ranking tournament, he was defeated by Luo Feiyan's flying sword. Luo Feiyan was ranked 11th, while he was ranked 15th, as you wish. Luo Feiyan's hand had an additional palm-sized sword. "Watch my sword." Luo Feiyan didn't advance and retreated, but he flew in the air. As he flew in the air, the small sword in his hand flew out with a shake of his hand. The small sword's speed was too fast. It was as fast as a beam of light, or like a ripple. At that moment, Xiahou Chuan's vision turned blurry. So fast. Xiahou Chuan was startled. He thought that he was already prepared, but when Luo Feiyan's flying sword appeared, he knew that he had underestimated Luo Feiyan. "Break for me." With his eyes wide open, Xiahou Chuan finally saw the small sword, but it was already less than 10 feet away from him. Boom! The air trembled as Xiahou Chuan's palm strike coincidentally collided with the small sword. Celestial 100 hands. Luo Feiyan didn't mind. Behind him, a blurry image appeared. This image had dozens of arms, and each of the arms had a small sword. These small swords seemed real and illusory. With a shake of Luo Feiyan's right hand, dozens of small swords were shot at Xiahou Chuan. For a moment, there seemed to be a peacock spreading its tail feathers in the air, covering Xiahou Chuan. Mountain shaking strike. Xiahou Chuan burst out with his kill move, a mystic class high-tier kill move. With a palm strike, the vigorous palm force condensed into a mountain peak, a 5 fingers mountain peak. Cling cling clang clang. The small swords were repelled and dispersed. They were all illusory small swords. But a real small sword found a gap and pierced through Xiahou Chuan's right arm. TFFF. TFFF. Immediately after, several small swords came from the void and struck Xiahou Chuan's body with blood holes. Xiahou Chuan was defeated. In the previous stars ranking tournament, no wonder no one was able to dodge young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan's flying sword apart from the thunderous King Star, Situlei. The speed is too fast. Li Fuchen sighed silently. Xiahou Chuan's ability wasn't weak. In a head-on clash, Luo Feiyan wasn't a match for Xiahou Chuan. But in the face of absolute speed, some things weren't that important. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome, only speed couldn't be overcome. This saying wasn't without reason. The battle between the two elite prodigies was an eye-opener for everyone. Xiahou Chuan might have been defeated, but it was a glorious defeat. Without the flying sword, Luo Feiyan actually wasn't a match for him. Battle after battle began, and battle after battle ended. Empty Star fate was very mystical. It was obviously night time, but the peak of the mountain was still as bright as day. One could even see the stars in the sky, twinkling and adding brilliance to Empty Star fate. Li Fuchen, who won 30 consecutive matches, had an imposing manner. In the eyes of everyone, apart from Xiahou Chuan and the other elite prodigies from the previous stars ranking tournament, there weren't many who were a match for Li Fuchen. In order to stop him, only the 3 King Stars, 6 Young Masters, and Wind Snow Fairy and Tri-Absolute Fairy of the 4 fairies. He didn't disappoint anyone. Since the start of the tournament, Li Fuchen met his first Young Master class character. Young Master Celestial Star, Murong-Di. Up until now, no one knew what level Murong-Di's ability had reached, because no one was able to force him to reveal his true ability. He was talking cheerfully, and with the iron fan in his hand, he gave off a feeling of confidence and calmness, as though everything was within his control. Li Fuchen, it is already not bad for you to come this far. But if possible, you better admit defeat. I do not wish to reveal my true ability for the time being. Murong-Di didn't wish to engage in a meaningless battle as it wouldn't be of any help to him. Furthermore, he had plenty of opponents. It wasn't a good thing to reveal too much now. It was better to keep it for the crucial moment so that it would be effective. Make your move. Li Fuchen spoke indifferently. Kiki. Murong-Di's face flashed with a mocking smile and shook his head. Forget it. If I ask you to admit defeat just like this, I reckon you won't be convinced. Since that is the case, I shall let you experience the ability of a young master class. Boom! Murong-Di's chi presence exploded and was nearly twice as terrifying as when he fought with Sumuyu. He had obviously activated a 4-star secret technique.